Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, mic testing. 1, 1, 2. Hello, check. Are you?
Well, I have been attending the India Today Conclave for a very long time, and I feel it's a great occasion and a great platform for meeting of minds, diverse ideology and thoughts on one platform, and gives an opportunity to the corporate sector, to the intellectuals, journalists, and all sections of people to get views of all those who matter. What does voter expect from a politician is something which is the root of democracy. If you see the emergence of China and India along with South Korea, I think more and more the world is looking at Asia with a much greater interest. Not only because of the size of the population, but the economic growth, which when every other country in Europe and other areas is on a declining trend, India has been able to keep its head above waters. And similarly, China, of course, has its own problems. But the very fact that the Asian countries fought the recession in a much better way than the Europe or the America is by itself is the reason why people are looking at Asia.
Well, it was a great honor and a privilege to be here. My first at the India Today Conclave. I'm glad that sports is being discussed on such a big platform, because 10 years back, I don't think anything like this would have happened. This shows the growing importance of sports in the country. Also personally, it was great to interact with some of the Olympic probables. We'll be going to London later this year and share our experiences with each other. I think on the whole, it's been a great experience and really enjoyable. New ideas come up, you interact with people from different walks of life, business, politics, and so many other fields. So, some new ideas come, and then if those ideas could be implemented on the sports field, by the federations and the government, I think it could make a big difference, because we have a lot of talent in the country, but doesn't get the right kind of opportunities. So if we can be a little more proactive, the federation especially, those who control sports in the country, they are a little more proactive and can take suggestions which have come up in these conclaves. I think it would do a world of good for Indian sports. India Today is a major leading magazine, with its group company, so many channels and publications. And India is the growing economy, not just in Asia but throughout the world now. So it's only natural that India Today Conclave, and it's more Asia-centric, and a lot of people from different parts of the world are attending.
Well, it was my first time here, and I've been here the last couple of years as a spectator, so to be on the stage suddenly was overwhelming. But I'm very, very, very heartened to see my fellow athletes with me, and they get a lot of confidence from these kind of things. So I'm really happy that they're getting the big spotlight, and I think they rose to the occasion. It is the Asian century. I mean, this is our century where we are kind of starting to take over, thanks to China a little bit, but we do have a part of it, and I do believe that when we see neighboring countries so close to us succeed, it should egg us on, and we can use that as motivation to get forward in every aspect or genre you want to choose. I was not going to be very negative and discuss all the problems that we have faced with sport, but I kind of got heated up in the middle of the moment, and I just kind of announced to everybody that, dope is a fact of life or something controversial like that, so it was all right. It's fun. It's when it's, completely off the hip, or off the cuff, and you just say what you feel.
I feel it's a great initiative that's been taken by India today, where such diverse topics which really make a difference to the country are being discussed by experts in their own fields. And I feel an initiative like this will only take the country forward in the future. So thank you for having me here.
बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे यहाँ आकर, खासकर यहाँ बड़े बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज़ आते हैं, जैसे करीना कपूर आई और अच्छे अच्छे स्पोर्ट्समैन, भारत के माने हुए जाने हुए स्पोर्ट्समैन आए हैं। बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे भी इनके बीच में शामिल होकर, और मैं थैंक करना चाहता हूँ इंडिया टुडे का और साथ ही साथ आज तक हेडलाइंस टुडे का, जिन्होंने इतना अच्छा सम्मान हमें यहाँ बुला कर दिया। तो हमारे सेक्शन मेनली स्पोर्ट्स पे था कि हाउ कैन ए स्पोर्ट्समैन कैन विन ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल। मेरे कुछ पॉइंट्स थे जो मैंने अपनी सोच से, अपने व्यूज़ से बनाए हैं। वो इसी तरीके की स्ट्रॉन्ग डिटर्मिनेशन चाहिए, ओनली स्ट्रॉन्ग डिटर्मिनेशन के साथ हार्ड वर्क आता है, और उसी के साथ साथ ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल भी आ सकता है। जैसे इंडिया बहुत रैपिडली, बहुत फास्टली ग्रो हो रहा है, उसी तरह के देखे जाए तो स्पोर्ट्स उससे कुछ ना कुछ ज़्यादा ही ग्रो हो रहा है। लास्टली हमारे पास एक मेडल आते थे, इक्का दुक्का मेडल आते थे, वो भी मेनली लक पे ही थे, लेकिन लास्ट टाइम इंडिया ने अपना मेडल प्रूव किया और ओलंपिक्स में 3 मेडल लिए। साथ ही साथ इस बार जैसा मेरी आशा है, जैसा बॉक्सरों की आशा, हमें लगता है 6 या 7 मेडल इंडिया को अवश्य मिलने वाले हैं, और साथ ही साथ आप बॉक्सिंग से भी 2 मेडल एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। इफ वी आर हाईलाइटेड, पीपल स्टार्ट्स टू नोइंग अस, सो वी आल्सो थिंक दैट people are expecting from medals. Many more people are going with us. They are giving us well wishes. So that matters in the ring. When you are 20-20, when you are equal with your opponent, that thing matters in the ring.
I think it was a great session that we had, because obviously at first, being an actress portraying so many different kind of roles is always, we think that's extremely difficult and quite hard to do. But before I got on the stage, I thought that was my thought, and then I was like, I think this is the hardest thing that I'm going to do right now, is actually give a speech in front of so many bureaucrats and diplomats who, are so much more experienced in their fields than I am. So obviously I was nervous, but I think it went well, because I think the most important thing is that I was myself. There was a lot of comparisons between Bollywood and Hollywood, which obviously most people are curious to ask that and want to know that. But I think I put it quite well about the Tom Cruise bit and Angelina Jolie, being offered salt after Tom Cruise. But that's so just not the case here in India, because obviously I'm not going to be Ravan or Bodyguard. I don't think we're yet ready to kind of fill the shoes of Shah Rukh and Salman and Amir right now. India is clearly on the map. We're obviously not in the heart of it, but we're getting there, I feel, somewhere. But of course, places like, Beijing and China and stuff are obviously way and leaps and bounds ahead of us. But that just gives us obviously a little bit of hope and light that somewhere India's going to be in the forefront and no more considered a third world country. Well, I think at first I thought it was like, oh God, do I, when I thought about it last night, I was like, discussing it with Seth, I was like, I don't want to come across as like a prude and somebody who's like really well read and intelligent, because I'm not. Okay, I want to come across as somebody who's actually proved it and made it on her own steam, having nothing to really fall back on apart from my talent. Because I've not really been to Oxford, I'm not a graduate from one of the so-called great universities in the world. But without that, I think I've managed to come up to the India Today podium and give a speech, and share my thoughts and my views. So I'm happy I just came across as that, and I think that's what the woman of 2012 should actually be.
अच्छा लगा कि जो इंडिया टुडे ये परिषद बुलाती है, और परिवर्तन की जो सोच करती है, उसमें विविध क्षेत्र के अनुभवी लोगों को जो बुलाती है, स्पोर्ट्स से होगा, शास्त्रज्ञ होगा, राजनीति के लोग होंगे, तो ये बात अच्छी है। अपने अपने अनुभव जो रखते हैं, इससे समाज को कुछ ना कुछ तो प्रेरणा मिलती है। और वो प्रेरणा के लिए ये ऐसी परिषद हर साल जो मनाते हो, मुझे बड़े अच्छा दिखाई देती है। जैसे हमारी मूवमेंट चलती है और वो मोमेंट सही है, गलत है, क्या है, उनके दिल में जो प्रश्न होते हैं वो पूछने से हम उसका जो जवाब देते हैं, हमें जो लगता है वो हम जवाब देते हैं, तो उनके दिल की शंका वो निरसन हो जाती है, शंका नहीं रहती है। तो ऐसे प्रश्न आना जरूरी है। आज क्या होता है कि भाषण देने वाले भाषण देते हैं, सामने वाले ताली बजाते हैं, भाषण करने वाला अपने जगह पर, ताली बजाने अपने जगह पर। मंथन होना, क्या लगता है समाज को, ऐसा प्रश्नोत्तर से मंथन हो जाता है। उदाहरण मिसाल के तौर पर युवा शक्ति एक राष्ट्र शक्ति है। मैं उसका जो जवाब दिया तो देश के कई युवकों को प्रेरणा मिलेगी कि मेरा भी कुछ कर्तव्य है मेरे देश के लिए, समाज के लिए। तो इससे प्रेरणा मिलती है लोगों को, ऐसे विविध क्षेत्र के लोगों को प्रेरणा लेकर वो और एक कदम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। पत्रकारिता, मीडिया, ये लोकशाही का चौथा खंभा है। लोकशाही को हमें मजबूत करना है तो ये खंभे मजबूत होने चाहिए। आज की समस्या क्या है, उसको सोल्यूशन क्या है, ये जितना प्रबोधन होगा तो वो उतना ये चौथा खंभा मजबूत हो जाएगा। देश की लोकशाही मजबूत हो जाएगी, गणतंत्र मजबूत होगा, प्रजातंत्र मजबूत होगा। तो ये हमें लगता है कि ये बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्राम किया है।
Asians are doing really well, you know, in every department, especially the economy of India, and if you see Indian sports, Indian whatever is happening in India is going definitely up. So that's what is matter, and that's why we are all here to celebrate this. Well, I have enjoyed each and every moment here, and it was nice to be part of the other speakers, and also greats like Anna Hazare. You know, got to meet him, and good to listen to all these good speakers, and also would like to thanks India Today for making me part of it, and really enjoyed it.
It is my great pleasure to welcome you to a very special conclave.
On every street, in every city of this country, there is a nobody who dreams of becoming a somebody.
I came away from Shimla with a strong feeling that peace between India and Pakistan must endure.
I am delighted to have this chance to speak to you and to the India Today Conclave participants. We should build a world of positive interdependence.
If you focus on being the best you can, then I think it can happen.
I believe to change the world, we must be prepared to change ourselves.
With suspicion, distrust, hatred, how can you develop willpower to talk?
I thought, you know what, I'm just going to have to make a movie, and it's got to be a big movie, and it's got to be exciting, and like the films that I've made in the past, science fiction, fantasy, something amazing, and we'll shoot it in 3D.
I did not really enter politics with my eyes closed, thinking that here I was a national hero who would go into politics and everyone would suddenly vote for me and I'll become the Prime Minister.
Hundreds of thousands of people coming out and talking about what they believed in. Not necessarily on Facebook, although Facebook was the way that got them there.
If our country wishes to be exclusive on the world stage, then I believe that our society must remain all-inclusive at home.
We build it on our strength, not on the weakness.
At Ford, we have determined to lead the way to a future beyond fossil fuels, to a new age of safe and sustainable transportation.
Our vision is to create and produce successful films for good entertainment, targeting films at various levels of viewers' choices.
The success of the Indian experiment is vital to the survival of humankind.
Whatever was the wow factor of today is fast and very fast turning into a given of tomorrow.
I think 2020 is going
to enhance the game. It has the potential, if used wisely and well administered.
This idea of cultural openness, which I'm here to commend to you, and which has been of such importance to me, is an idea given to me in India by Indians.
I don't choose to wear a burqa. I would never choose to wear a burqa.
You know, it's a spirituality which is binding this country in one thing and helping people to move ahead.
Though it is fashionable to speak of India as an emerging economic power, I am convinced the world needs you to be a moral power as well.
Our way forward should be to look at the world from a moral point of view.
Core responsibility of cinema is to entertain. There has to be something that I'm communicating through my film.
India today, talking about India tomorrow, and the tomorrow it dreams of is the dream of the building an Indian century.
If there's rain, you can complain about the weather. You can take an umbrella, but you cannot stop the rain.
I believe that India is not just the workforce for the future, for the globe. I believe it is also the innovation engine.
A business leader in India is mandated to act as a trustee of society's wealth.
Progress and development is tied to harmony between India and Pakistan. I stand for peace for the sake of the people of our two countries.
All great nations face the challenges that come with a changing economy, changing demographics and new technologies.
मीडिया में तो मैं देखता हूँ सिर्फ क्रिकेट तो लेकिन जो एक छोटा सा एक पहचान मिलनी चाहिए दूसरे स्पोर्ट्स को वो भी बहुत जरूरी है.
To me there is a striking contrast between the confidence and dynamism and success, energy and drive of modern India.
Today, the world's oldest democracy, the United States, and the world's biggest democracy, India, are pursuing a shared vision of where our relationship can go, not where it has been.
Is there a six-pack still hiding underneath that sharp suit?
Yeah, the four-pack is there.
वैसे बोलते हैं हमारे दिल्ली में बोलते हैं हाथ कंगन को आरसी क्या पढ़े लिखे को फारसी क्या.
Mine was essentially an argument for democracy, and I said that I don't think I need to convince the Indians because they have been experiencing this, but I'm appealing to them, take a lead, take a position. You've gone through this process which is unprecedented in recent history, but you have to impart this, but you have also to put your house in order. An issue of governance, issue of corruption, which an issue of the growing gap between the abject poverty of the slums and the very rich. Many of you may not appreciate the fact that you have a free media, an extremely democratic environment. People can feel free to criticize or express themselves, and this is something which is very, very enriching for me in terms of viewing people expressing very freely without any inhibitions, and this is something very, very promising. Well, no.
on the outside. Can you please come into the hall and take your seats now? Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request everyone to take their seats? Please settle down. Our speaker for the first session is already here. We would like to begin now. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the India Today Conclave. Please settle down now for the session Decoding the Dragon, China, Opportunities and Challenges. For that session, can I request Dr. Manoj Joshi, Deputy Editor Mail Today, to please escort to the stage Mr. Jon Huntsman Jr. Please put your hands together for our first speaker of day 2, Mr. Jon Huntsman Jr.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The person who's now going to address this session is an exceptional man, even though he comes from a country that is renowned for its exceptionalism. Jon Huntsman Jr. is a man of many parts. He's a politician, diplomat, businessman, missionary, and a father. And when he was in high school, he was also a rock musician. He was the US ambassador to China from 2009 to 2011 when he stepped down to throw his hat into the ring for the 2012 Republican nomination to fight the man who nominated him as ambassador. But of course, that was President Barack Obama, who's a Democrat. I guess that his dropping out of the race was bad for him, but lucky for us. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here right now with us. A person with impeccable conservative credentials, he began public life in the Reagan administration. He has been elected twice as the governor of Utah and served as the US ambassador to Singapore and deputy US trade representative, working in between in his family company, the Huntsman Industries. In the mid-1980s, Mr. Huntsman, who does not consider himself particularly religious, went as a missionary to Taiwan, where he picked up the Chinese language, which was naturally a great asset to him when he was the ambassador to Beijing later. Now, that bit about the father that I spoke about, Governor Huntsman and his wife have 7 children, including Gracie May, who's 12 years old, who was adopted from China, and another, Asha Bharti, who was adopted in 2006 from an orphanage in Gujarat. A doting father, he encourages both girls to connect with the culture of the land of their birth. Now, coming to the subject on hand, he believes, and I'm open to correction here, that public confrontation with China on issues like democracy and human rights would be counterproductive, since Beijing can't be seen responding to external pressure without losing face. The theme of the talk is Decoding the Dragon, the issues of whether China can exist as a socialist democracy or become a liberal democracy, or whether democracies like us can coexist harmoniously with an authoritarian society like China. So these are the issues that will come up. Governor Huntsman will speak to you for about 20 minutes, and then we will have an interactive session thereafter. Governor Huntsman.
Thank you for that very kind and generous introduction. I am indeed honored and delighted to be with all of you here today at this India Today conclave. I am particularly honored and delighted to be with my daughter, Mary Ann, who is here. I told her that all of the handsome and successful young men today reside in India. She said, "May I go?" She is here with me. And I'm indeed honored to once again return to Delhi, where I have visited many, many times over the years. I have been visiting India for 25 years. I have come as a businessman. I have come as a trade negotiator, most notably negotiating in 2001 the United States-India TIFA, the Trade Investment Framework Agreement, which was really the first step in normalizing, in a way, the trading and commercial relationship between the United States and India. Thank you for offering some of my biography that is near and dear and personal to me. I would also tell you that historically speaking, I'm probably the first former presidential candidate to keep a stock of Indian pickle in my home. Not just any pickle, mind you, but Hyderabad chutney. My friends would smuggle it in for me, realizing that with the high chili content, it probably wouldn't have made it otherwise. Number two, I was the first governor in the United States to celebrate Diwali, to open up the home of the people in my state, the governor's mansion, to all citizens. Thank you. Number three, we may have two Indian American governors in the United States, but the first Indian-born person to live in a U.S. governor's mansion was my daughter, Asha Bharati, 6 years old, beautiful and brilliant. So is it safe to say that I wake up every day, thank you, that I wake up every day with the hope of India, which is what Asha Bharati means? Yes, it is safe to say that I wake up every day with the hope of India. The story of the adoption is a very interesting one, and I didn't think it would ever happen. There was lots of paperwork involved and many questions. I was serving as a United States governor at the time. Some of the questions included the following, and you'll wonder why it ever was successful in the end. The first question put to me as I was serving as governor in preparing the way for the adoption of Asha was, "For whom do you work?" My response was, "I work for the people of my state." I think the Indian embassy thought that may have been code for unemployed, and they wanted verification, at which point I had my assistant, my secretary, certify that I worked for her. The second question was, does your house have an attached garage? Meaning I was part of the developed society in America. Well, at the time I was living in the Utah governor's mansion, an old 100-year-old French chateau, beautiful mansion. Of course, it didn't have an attached garage. It had a horse carriage in the back from the good old days, so I had to put no. My home does not have an attached garage. The third question was, do you have any equity in your home? Living in public housing, I had no equity in that home, so the answer was no. The fourth question, and the one that I failed miserably, was, do you have stable employment? There is nothing more variable or unpredictable, of course, than elected life in the United States, so of course I put no to that. Despite having failed the exam and the many questions, we still connected with Asha in what was, to my mind, one of the greatest emotional journeys my family has ever taken. So for me, the U.S.-India relationship is a relationship based on heart-to-hearts and minds-to-minds. It's a very special relationship to me. It's a relationship with a deep reservoir of goodwill and expectations, because mostly it is a relationship based on shared values, not just on shared interests, but on real values. To China for a moment, if I might. I know Dr. Kissinger is here, and I've teased him a little bit about this story. My first introduction to China was as an 11-year-old boy. My father was working in the Nixon White House at the time, and the only occasion I had to visit him, busy as he was on weekends. And I would travel in from our home in the outskirts of Washington in the state of Maryland, and I would visit the White House, roam around and get to know the place at 11 years old. And on one occasion, I was introduced to Dr. Henry Kissinger. He didn't know who I was. I didn't know who he was. I was simply looking for the soda pop machine. I shook his hand, and he said, "Young man, would you help me carry my bag to the awaiting car?" I grabbed one of his bags, and out the office we walked, down the hallway to West Executive Drive, just beside the White House where his car was parked. He put his bag in the car. I shook his hand, and as an 11-year-old boy, I said, "Where, Dr. Kissinger, are you going?" July 1971. He said, "Don't tell anyone, it's a secret. I am going to China." That thought has been in my mind ever since I was an 11-year-old boy. So to put it in some context and to provide a big picture backdrop against which to understand how events are playing out in China, I look at it like this. 1972, that trip that Dr. Kissinger paved the way for, when Richard Nixon stepped off Air Force One, that gleaming Boeing 707, February of 1972, walked down the steps and shook the hand of Zhou Enlai, a handshake that changed the world. My friends in China would call that period preparing to enter the world. 准备进入世界上. You've got to remember what the world looked like back in 1972. It's almost inconceivable today that a head of state from the United States would venture into the set of circumstances that existed at the time in China. We were fighting them in Vietnam. We had fought them a generation earlier in Korea, where 400,000 Chinese men died, including the son of Mao Zedong, who was buried there. 1972, preparing to enter the world. I fast forward history a little bit to November of 2001, where many of us gathered in the city of Doha, Qatar, for the launch of the WTO ministerial. At the time, I was serving as trade ambassador for the United States. We finalized China's accession into the WTO. I remember at the time working with a fine Indian statesman who was then India's commerce minister, a man by the name of Minister Marin from Tamil Nadu, someone who I thought very, very highly of. I think of my friends in China, and they refer to this period, 2001, entering the WTO, as China formally entering the world, no longer preparing to enter the world, but indeed entering the world. 进入世界上. Now we fast forward history from 2001 to where we sit today, 2012. China is no longer preparing. They have indeed entered the world. And today they find themselves in 2012 on the world stage, not quite knowing what to do or how to handle that sense of responsibility. You see, it's happened 20 years ahead of time based upon their own internal guesstimates because the rest of the world has imploded economically. So along with China's rise to the world stage and the spotlight being on and the expectations being very high, there is a sense of real uncertainty and of deep insecurity today within Chinese leadership about how to handle this high-profile position of being on the world stage. Now, to put the here and now in proper context, let me just offer a couple of thoughts as to where I think we are in China's historic trajectory. I would term this period, in the run-up to the 18th Party Congress to play out this October, the end of the Deng Xiaoping dynasty. Now, why do I call it that? When you consider that Hu Jintao, the current leader of China, is the last of the leaders anointed by Deng Xiaoping. We have the rise of the fifth generation. We've gone from Mao Zedong to Deng Xiaoping to Jiang Zemin to Hu Jintao, and now the fifth generation, without any real ties spiritually, in a sense, to Deng Xiaoping. The Deng dynasty lasted from the late 1970s all the way through to this year. And I would argue has been marked by three principal achievements. Number one, an opening diplomatically to the rest of the world launched by Deng Xiaoping in the late 1970s. If a country is willing to abide by a one China policy, we can do business. Number two, an economic opening to the rest of the world. The barriers to some degree have been dropped and investment has been let in, not without difficulty and not without challenge. And number three, and perhaps the most significant hallmark of the Deng Xiaoping dynasty, primacy of the Communist Party. There will be no competition, there will be no rival. It will maintain the centerpiece of ideological thought and governance. And now we begin the post-Deng Xiaoping dynasty. I'm not sure what it's going to be called. I'm not sure what the history books are likely to say about it. But we're now pivoting from the diplomatic openings, which have been largely successful, the economic opening, which is seen at least in terms of the United States' overall relationship. It has seen our commercial relationship go from zero when Richard Nixon stepped off that plane February 1972 to a relationship today that is $400 billion strong, soon to overtake the U.S.-Canada economic relationship as the largest today in the world. Now, the new leadership must address some issues that are quite different. And I believe this will drive much of the decision-making and policy-making over the next few years, such as whether or not China has, A, become more repressive, as we have seen particularly in the post-Arab Spring period, where the leadership in China has watched very closely the winds of change as they have swept through North Africa and the Middle East, and what that means, if anything, for China. Number two, whether or not China has become more economically nationalistic, with indigenous innovation, difficulty on intellectual property rights protection, preferences for state-owned enterprises on the procurement and purchasing side. There are some real challenges that must be addressed. And number three, whether or not China has become more assertive internationally. And you all here have watched that issue play out over the last 2 to 3 years, where China has had rough engagement with countries like Korea, Japan, the United States, India, and Vietnam. Second, let me say that we must all keep our eyes on the most important event that will take place later this year, the 18th Party Congress in October. I don't think most people observing, certainly casual observers, recognize or comprehend the significance of this event. I've been watching China for 30 years at least, lived in Asia 4 different times. 70% of the top 200 leaders in China will change this October. 70%! I haven't seen anything like this happen before. You look at the ruling standing committee of the Politburo, the board of directors of the country, if you will, the top 9. 7 of the 9 members of the standing committee of the board of directors will change, as will the Central Military Commission, as will the Politburo, as will the Central Committee. And with it, you will see the rise of Xi Jinping, now Vice President. I've observed that Xi Jinping is a highly talented political operator. You cannot succeed in politics in China today without being able to win over certain key factions of power in China. I have watched him very adroitly win over the party cadre, of whom there are 75 million members still, and critically speaking, the organizing centerpiece of the country politically. I have seen him deal with the military in ways that would suggest that the civilian-military relationship will be better in the years to come than it has been under Hu Jintao. And I would say that he's done a very adequate job in winning over elements of the princeling population, which of course is a critically important element to stitching up success politically in China. The rise of the fifth generation, more informed by economics than anything else, not necessarily carrying a worldview that was forged during the Great Leap Forward, 1960 to 1964, during tumultuous change, economic failure during the Great Leap Forward, nor is their worldview necessarily forged by the Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976, although many lived through those years. I would argue the fifth generation who will be populating the positions of power starting in October have been more informed by the economic events of the last 30 years than anything else. 30 years of 8, 9, 10% economic growth. They feel their time has arrived. There is energy. There is only blue sky that can be seen. It also means that from a negotiating standpoint, and I look at it parochially through a U.S. prism, it's going to be a tough generation to negotiate with, the fifth generation. A generation that perhaps could be a little more nationalistic in terms of how they see the world. Just a couple of comments on challenges and opportunities. Challenge number one. How do you get both the United States and China to have any kind of rational, sensible, and sane conversation during political seasons in both countries? We've got a political election playing out in the United States. That isn't always helpful for rational statements on the U.S.-China relationship, as I watched firsthand standing on the stage with people who, when they would say, we'll go to war with China, would get an uproarious applause from the audience. And I would stand there and say, well, we must be rational. We must be truthful and honest in how we handle this relationship, but my responses wouldn't stir up much in the way of an applause from the crowd. How do we navigate the next year to year and a half? I would argue that if anyone expects to get anything done in China, think again, because this leadership change will play out in October, and then I would argue that Xi Jinping and the new leadership team will need at least 6 months and maybe a year in order to further consolidate their power with the party, with the military, and with factions of the princeling population. I was reminded of this at a recent round of trade negotiations a year or so ago, when we had an intractable problem on agriculture on the table. And I had Wang Qishan, who was their senior economic guru in China, approached me at one of our breaks, and he came up to me in Chinese and said, 你知道我们中国也有政治, as if to say, you crazy Americans, you don't understand that in China we also have politics as well. The point was well taken. I think we sometimes underestimate the difficulty of politics as they play out in China. The deals that are cut, the behind-the-scenes haggling and negotiation that takes place, it is real and it is intense. Challenge number two. The demographics aren't necessarily on the side of China mathematically going forward. They typically call it the 4-2-1挑战, the 4-2-1 challenge. You have 4 grandparents, you have 2 parents, you have 1 wage earner in today's demographic model. It is an inverted pyramid. How is it that you make the numbers work that when you have more leaving the workforce expecting benefits today than you do entering the workforce? Well, inflation moves up, as we have seen in the southern manufacturing, cost of manufacturing in the southern zones of Guangzhou and beyond. Inflation is on the rise, and China, because it has no choice, is moving from the largest export platform created in recent world history to a consumer-driven model. There's no guarantee that the outcome is going to be successful, but it is an enormously complicated and ambitious transition that China has begun. What must be done? China must convince the average citizen that it is now time to take renminbi out from the mattress and invest it in society, which means that there must be an uptick in confidence as seen by the average citizen in China, which means that all of the concerns that are today in the minds of the average citizen of China must be addressed. A very expensive and time-consuming undertaking. Affordable housing, health care, particularly in the rural parts of the country where you still have 700 million poor. We forget sometimes when we in the West look at China, we see $3 trillion in the central bank, the second largest economy in the world, largest consumer of electricity, and a rising and more projectable military. When China's leadership looks and analyzes themselves, they see just the opposite. They see the great divide between the rural and urban citizens. They see the fact that they're number 99 in the world in terms of per capita income, somewhere between Armenia and the Democratic Republic of Congo. They look at the large itinerant workforces roaming the countryside as they move from a world in which they've had 800 million farmers to a world going forward that will only require 200 million farmers. As I remember Premier Wen Jiabao saying at one of our meetings, how would you like to have to deal with 600 million redundant farmers? This transition will be a challenge, but I believe it will also present opportunity for many from the outside, from an economic and trade standpoint. Challenge number 3, how does China deal with the rise of the social network generation? My daughter Marianne and her sisters had to deal with the Great Wall that everyone speaks about in China. It took them, I think, 29.5 seconds to figure out how to get over the Great Wall, which is what most young people are very, very adroit at doing. A country with 600 million internet users, 90 million bloggers. I won't forget the dinner that we had over a year ago at our home in Beijing. Around the table sat 12 of the leading bloggers in the country. 2 of them had readerships of 125 million each. And the conversations they were having would have landed anyone in prison a few short years ago. Political reform, human rights, religious tolerance, the role of the internet in society, among others. I spoke to one fellow who was noted as a tweeter who said, I figured out how to stay one step ahead of the government. They can't catch me. I'm always one step ahead. I believe that at some point, after Xi Jinping is comfortable having consolidated his power after October, which may take 6 months to a year, his big challenge will be dealing with the rise of the social network generation and figuring out how to address some of their most pressing concerns. Challenge number 4, and one that I have no answer for, cyber security threats. All I can tell you is on the agenda of most policymakers in the United States, on the agenda of many leading business figures in the United States, is what to do about cyber intrusion. Intrusions into public and private entities. There are no answers. There is no easy way to quantify the cost that this has taken on our economy in terms of ripping off ideas and intruding into people's private lives. But at some point over the next 2 to 3 years, there will have to be some serious, serious discussions between the United States and China about the nature of this cyber threat. Just very, very quickly on the opportunity side of the balance sheet. I am an optimist when I stop to consider the rise of the young, prominent, successful, smart, young entrepreneurial generation. And for all the talk about fixing intellectual property rights, dealing with market opening measures, here's what's going to happen. Because I've sat at that negotiating table for a long time trying to get movement on issues like intellectual property rights. At some point, these young entrepreneurs will find that their firms are disadvantaged by China's current trading and market regime, which will allow them to rise up on their own, before their own government, in making arguments about further reform and change. And historically, I look back on Taiwan, because I lived as a businessman in Taiwan in the late 1980s. And I remember the creation of the Hsinchu Industrial Park right outside of Taipei. Taiwan was an egregious violator of our intellectual property back in those early days. And then an interesting thing happened. The industrial park was created, local innovators and entrepreneurs started participating in bringing to the market innovations of their own. And as a result, started putting pressure on government policymakers, which saw a sweeping change in the behavior of Taiwan authorities and officials in terms of the way in which they started cracking down on intellectual property rights violations. Opportunity number 2. The new leadership will have to address reform. I think that's inevitable. I think that's a given. I would argue that the years 2013, maybe the second half, 2014 and 2015, could be very, very good years for Xi Jinping. After he's able to consolidate his power base, after he looks at further marketing opening measures, addressing the state-owned enterprise problem, which of course no one has been willing to take on. I believe he'll have the political power, the fortitude, and perhaps the pragmatism to want to deal with some of the issues with respect to political reform, market opening measures, and even the role of the Internet in society that today some people may see as beyond China and China's leaders' ability to really get things done. Opportunity number 3. There will be significant outbound investment from China that will flow throughout the world. $3 trillion in reserves in their central bank, of which a certain percentage has been allocated for foreign investment. I know a certain percentage to the United States. I believe this is going to create new opportunities like we've never seen in at least the U.S.-China relationship for sub-national engagement. That means governor to governor, mayor to mayor, kinds of relationship-building opportunities that heretofore we have not seen in 40 years of our modern-day relationship. It will take the relationship from the Beijing-Washington axis and put it more in the hands of local government officials, which will then allow Americans who today have not a deep understanding of the China relationship. It is complex, it is confusing, and most people have not had an opportunity to take the time to think through it. But as you localize many of these economic issues, investment, job creation, innovation, they will begin to see China, I believe, in a somewhat new light. Fourth and finally, I think we have an opportunity to forge a new dialogue of trust, which must happen in the years ahead. The kind of relationship that will reflect where the U.S.-China relationship has gone in recent years, which has taken it from simply a bilateral relationship to more of a global relationship, one that has to be globally focused from an economic standpoint, from a security standpoint, to say nothing of global health issues and environmental issues and others that can only be adequately addressed when the United States and China are sitting together at the table in dialogue. That won't happen this year, and it may not happen through much of next year. But I believe with the fifth generation consolidating its power, we have every reason to think that the opportunity at least will present itself to be able to forge a dialogue of trust. Longer term, the real objective between my country and China must be to build a relationship based on shared values, because that's where we have a void. To that end, there is no better place to look in forging relationships based on shared values than the U.S.-India relationship. Thank you for helping to make that possible, and thank you for help making that a success. It is an honor and privilege to be with you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Governor Huntsman. We have a short time in which we can have an interactive session. I'd just like to announce that all of you tweeting about the conclave, kindly use the hashtag #ITConclave. And the conclave is being webcast live at www.indiatoday.conclave.com. With these kind of housekeeping announcements, I'd just like to say that fascinating portrait of China that you drew for us. I was struck by a report in the New York Times the other day about Wen Jiabao's speech to the National People's Congress. And I have this text. This is what appeared in the New York Times. And one of the more enigmatic things, and I would call it enigmatic, is we must press ahead with both economic structural reform and political structural reform. In particular, reform in the leadership system of our party and country. Otherwise, the gains we have made in this area will be lost. New problems that have cropped up in China's society will not be fundamentally resolved, and such a historic tragedy as the Cultural Revolution may happen again. Now, that's absolutely fascinating coming from someone like Wen Jiabao. Could you try to decode this for us?
I would say there are likely a couple of aspects that are worth reflecting on for just a moment. First of all, it happened at the National People's Congress. This was Wen Jiabao's final event before retiring and moving on. It's important to note that Wen Jiabao has always been a reform-minded figure, has been behind many of the reforms of recent years, and often has spoken out about reforms generally. It is a split standing committee of the Politburo. I would say that today the splits within the standing committee are probably as pronounced as they were in the Tiananmen Square period, 1989. So I would interpret Wen Jiabao's statements to be twofold. One, a genuinely sincere and heartfelt statement on the need for China to continue this inexorable move toward market opening measures and reform. Second, a statement specific to Guo Xilai, the party secretary in Chongqing, who was experimenting with a quote-unquote red campaign that likely gave rise to Wen Jiabao's narrative about the Cultural Revolution, at least caused him to reflect on that. So in a very elliptical way, he was able to both stress the need for further reform, which he needed to say in his final press conference moving out as premier, but also to raise a cautionary flag about the events that had played out in Chongqing, which I think we're going to hear a whole lot more about in the months to come. But listen, just talking about the Standing Committee of the Politburo, I know it may sound a little bit arcane, but it's going to be very interesting for all of us to take note of the personalities who are put in the Standing Committee of the Politburo, because each will approach that position, the highest policymaking body in the country, with certain levels of experience, a certain worldview, and this will reflect significantly on where China will be in the years ahead, whether it will be a very cautious approach to reform, whether it will be more of a stepped-up approach to reform, and in the end, how much operating room and flexibility Xi Jinping will have as the chairman of that board of directors, if you will.
Mr. Quattridge.
My name is Adi Godrej. There is a lot of reference to and comparison with China in India. My question is, how much such reference to and comparison with India have you noticed in China?
Repeat that last part of your
Yeah. There is a lot of reference to and comparison with China in India. My question is, how much such reference to India and comparison with India have you noticed in China?
Well, I think it's I think it's safe to say that it's a highly competitive environment. And I believe that China looks south on a regular basis to take note of India's innovative drive. There is a spirit of innovation that resides in India that can't be denied. If you had to ask the most important thing for China in the years ahead, what they would like to achieve more than anything else on the economic side of the ledger, I believe they'd like to crack the code on innovation. I think to them, innovation, figuring out how to create a free marketplace in which there is some tolerance for risk, access to capital, good educational institutions, ecosystems of industries, nascent industries that will represent the industries of tomorrow. I think that is their wish. And as they look around the world, there aren't many centers of innovation that exist. Yet I would argue that innovation, today for innovative countries, the world has never looked brighter. When you look at the cost of sequencing genes today, pennies compared to $150 million to sequence a gene back in the late 1970s. When you consider the price of a telephone call from the United States to India, $12 a minute back in the 70s versus less than a penny today. When you consider other key aspects of innovation that will involve health sciences, biotechnology, information technology, which I think will drive the future, you have a microcosm for success here. The United States has been a leader in this area as well, if the government doesn't screw it up. I mean, the free market is poised to do great things in the years ahead in the United States. The only barrier on the horizon really is government. China watches this play out, learning and adapting models of their own. I don't know that cracking the code on innovation is going to be an easy thing for China to do, because you need a healthy dose of one element called freedom that is in great supply here and great supply in the United States, and certainly does not exist in many parts of China. But I believe that they will always be looking south with an eye on India, and how India continues its growth drive, its creation of new industries, and specifically the economic relationship between the United States and India, which was very small not so many years ago, and today shows, I think, great prospect for success.
Yeah.
Ambassador, my name is Rajesh Shah. Thank you for a very comprehensive explanation about China and what's going on in China. Now, given that they have to deal with hundreds of millions of people who are still looking for jobs and who will be part of urbanization, growth, a new generation, all the other issues, the pressures of the internet and modernizing, and that they've integrated into the world and they're going to integrate much more with investing more money. What do you see immediately and maybe over the next 5-10 years, their views on conflict, whether they will go out or they will support people who are into conflicts? What would be their views on nuclear proliferation? How do you see whether they will take steps along with the rest of the world, the way the United States is trying to do, for making sure that North Korea or Iran or other such countries denuclearize?
I think a question of peaceful rise, and that is something because we have a border dispute with China. There are worries in India about Chinese military assertiveness. So I think that kind of thing that behind all this.
It's an excellent question. If you stop to think that their number one priority will be maintaining primacy of the party, I mean, let's just stop to think about the objectives when you're sitting in Zhongnanhai or the Great Hall of the People. What's objective number one? Objective number one is maintaining the primacy of the party. Again, the carryover from Deng Xiaoping's worldview outlined in the late 1970s. In order to keep the party in power, you must maintain stability within society. Never an easy thing to do in China. In order to address that, it means first and foremost you have an economic challenge, which means you have to keep employment at a certain level. Because beyond that, you have a large flow of itinerant workers who tend to migrate from the central part of the country and put stresses and strains on the city centers, which are very, very destabilizing in nature. So you want to keep employment at a certain level. That also means that you're going to spend enormous amounts in the form of stimulus spending to make sure that you can keep employment at that level. Hence, roads to nowhere, inventories that might be out of balance somewhat, major infrastructure projects throughout the country, which I believe once the accounting is done may reflect that we have a lot more to worry about in the area of non-performing loans, similar to what was seen in Japan maybe 20 years ago. I'm not sure that we have yet a full accounting of all of the spending that has taken place in recent years, roughly $600 to $700 billion per year in the form of stimulus spending to keep the country engaged, therefore stability in check. Then you take, that key priority and you add to it the expectations from the outside world, now that China's on the world stage. And they have to look at this new stepped-up role in a very cautious way. How much can we get involved globally? How much can we get involved in conflict resolution? Or how far or aggressively to project our military without finding ourselves in trouble? I think one of the more interesting statistics that really tends to put a lot of it in perspective is to look at how much China is spending on the Ministry of Public Security and the Ministry of State Security, which watches, of course, the internal affairs, versus how much they're spending on the Ministry of Defense. It might surprise a whole lot of people to learn that they're spending more money on their domestic security apparatus than they are, in fact, on defense, which certainly leads most observers to the conclusion that therein lies their biggest challenge going forward. So many might think that they're focused on the world, they're focused on the South China Sea, they're focused on the periphery of 15 different nation states around them, some of whom are terribly challenged from time to time. I would argue just the opposite. I would argue their real concern going forward, because it has everything to do with the all-important element of stability, is right at home. That said, being on the world stage, the expectations are going to be enormous. That China will step up its role with respect to Korea, with respect to Iran, with respect to the South China Sea, with respect to Burma, Pakistan. And I'm not sure how prepared they are to do much beyond just the initial steps that would be expected of them as a major regional player. Why? Because they've never ventured before. They're new to this side of the balance sheet, being involved internationally, dealing with conflict resolution. The one area where they have made a stepped-up effort, I would have to say, is in the whole area of peacekeeping. They have made significant strides in the area of contributing some of their troops to UN peacekeeping operations. But beyond that, there isn't much to show for it. They will be looked to, whether they are comfortable with this thought or not. They will be looked to by the international community to take a stepped-up role in the years to come. And that's where they're going to have to process internally whether they can afford to venture out at a time when they've got so much to look after within.
Yes, yeah.
Jon Huntsman is...
Sorry about that.
Yeah, please ask your question.
James Lamont of the Financial Times. Mr. Huntsman, how did you read the fall of Beauchilai this week, and how would that inform your view of what might happen between now and October in the party congress?
How do I read the Beauchilai incident?
Yeah.
It seems to me, and I don't want to say too much about it because there's so much unknown at this point, but this would seem to be a message loud and clear on corruption, which I think is a significant concern among the people in China. If you disaggregate the messages within the blogosphere, you see a lot of talk about corruption. What were the conversations that took place in the run-up to June of 1989, if we remember back in that period? Inflation, costs on the rise, unemployment, and corruption. These were the issues of instability. And I think corruption in the minds of many in central leadership is a very, very big one that must be addressed and must be addressed in a high-profile fashion. And my read is that this is an extension of that. Second would be that politics in China is a rough-and-tumble business. I think this is the latest very open and public evidence of that, evidence of what happens behind the velvet curtain that most of the world never sees.
Ms. Babeja at the back. Yeah. Yeah, Ms. Babeja.
To what extent is the issue of Tibet a challenge for China? And are we going to continue to see the brutal clampdown, or are we going to see any meaningful dialogue?
I think this is an extremely complicated question for China because it gets right to the heart and soul of sovereignty. And if ever there was a centerpiece important to China's worldview, and one thing that informs their thinking like nothing else, it is sovereignty. So when the maps are pulled out at the end of the Qing dynasty, 1911, 1912, and they look at the world that belongs to them, you have Taiwan, Hong Kong, Mongolia, Xinjiang, Tibet, islands in the South China Sea. And their objective from a foreign policy standpoint is to say, we're not going to rest until we recover all of our lost territory. So because this becomes a sovereignty issue, it makes it absolutely intractable. And then you add on to that the religious and the cultural sensitivities. I've been to Lhasa. I've met His Holiness. I've met many leaders in Lhasa. And I think there is a very unsettled population, not just in Tibet, but in parts of Qinghai and parts of Sichuan as well. And I believe that's going to be exacerbated with the end of His Holiness, Dalai the 14th. We all wish that he could remain on and travel the world well beyond his age today, but sadly that won't be possible. What happens next? And I believe what happens next will be a critically important step in terms of improving that relationship between the Tibetan people and the government of China. And if it goes down like we saw the Panchen Lama and the rise to power of Beijing's Panchen Lama, if the same thing were to happen in terms of the way in which the next Dalai is chosen, I believe that could cause grounds for serious grievances. It's a problem that is crying out for dialogue, and sadly, the rounds of dialogue that have taken place in Beijing have not yielded much, and will not yield anything certainly this year, being a political transition year, with the hopes that once Xi Jinping is able to consolidate his power base, 2013 and 2014, there may be an opening, there may be a new view of Tibet, at least in terms of how the dialogue should be handled, that would breathe a little bit more confidence into this issue. That certainly would be my hope.
Yeah, I have a question. Harinder Babeja from Headlines Today. Ambassador, how would you analyze the Pakistan factor in the India-China relationship?
Well, you're really going to get me in trouble, but since I'm not a candidate for anything anymore, I guess we can just talk about anything. I would say that the Pakistan equation for the United States has been a sad story. It has gone from a relationship in which there was some hope for regional collaborating and problem solving to a relationship that has become transactional in nature. And I think the United States should be absolutely straight up and honest about their expectations out of Pakistan. They have not been in the past. I think their expectations have far exceeded the relationship's ability to deliver. But I think there is a significant opportunity, regionally speaking, for the United States to step up its relationship with India. I think this is a relationship that is prime for enhancements, both economically and on the security side, because of the shared values that I talked about earlier. For a relationship to work, you can't only have shared interests, as we have in the U.S.-China relationship, 40 years of shared interests, trading and investment and cultural exchanges. You must have shared values. That's the glue. That's what gives permanence and sustenance to any meaningful relationship. And I would argue that's at the core of the U.S.-Indian relationship, and it means to me that we have an opportunity, in light of some of the regional troubles, to step up our relationship.
Well, this has got to be the last question, and unfortunately we're out of time now. Yes.
Ambassador Huntsman, you've been watching China for almost 30 years, you said, and one major transformation has been that China today has 20% extra testosterone, meaning the gender imbalance. I believe there are 20% or 18% excess male because of the one-child policy. What's the impact on this, not just on China, but the world? Because you just mentioned economic nationalism, growing sense of jingoism. So is this gender thing going to affect the world as well? 20% extra males.
Are you arguing that the chemical testosterone is a dangerous one? Listen, this is an area for social scientists to take a very, very good look at. Because if you just look at the numbers, you could argue that, you know, by some estimates, 70 million women, females, have gone missing from society. So there will be a gender disequilibrium that will continue. Now, I have an adopted Chinese daughter, as I do an Indian daughter, so I am a beneficiary of China's one-child policy and their preference for boys. In light of having no social security system, it is the boy who will ultimately take care of you in later years. But I do believe there are ultimately some public policy issues that will have to be addressed in dealing with this gender equilibrium. How you deal with it, what the implications are for domestic security, so on and so forth. But this is all part of the demographic imbalance that China is just on the cusp of trying to deal with, both economically and from a social standpoint.
Well, all good things must come to an end, though we could discuss this topic, indefinitely. I'm sorry I have to now close this session. Thank you, Governor Huntsman.
Great honor to be with you.
Great privilege to have you with us.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Thank you, Dr. Huntsman. Can I please request Mr. Arun Puri to come on stage and give a token of appreciation to Dr. Huntsman. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Puri. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight into our next session, the face-off, pranayam and politics. This session has Baba Ramdev, a man who wears many hats. He's a crusader against black money, and he's also a businessman now. And of course, he is a yoga guru. And with him on the panel is best-selling author Chetan Bhagat, a man who never shies away from calling a spade a spade. And both will be talking about what happens when politics and spirituality cross paths. Can I request Headlines Today's Akash Banerjee to please request to escort both the speakers onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for author Chetan Bhagat. Of course, Chetan very popular on Twitter as well. And incidentally, if any of you are tweeting about the India Today Conclave, I would request you to attach the hashtag IT Conclave to it. You can also watch the live webcast of the India Today Conclave. You can tell all your friends on the outside to watch it on indiatodayconclave.com. Baba Ramdev, the other panelists, talking about pranayam and politics. Of course, everyone would love to hear these two gentlemen, but I also have to tell the speakers and the moderators that we've got a timer going today because it's a very packed schedule we have on day 2. So I would request everyone to please stick to schedule.
None of you present here need any introductions to the two gentlemen who are sitting here, but a little bit of reference to context as to why they are here and why everybody, and especially on Twitter and social networking sites, everybody's talking about this face-off, and we're not calling it a discussion. We expect it to be a face-off, and it'll be. These two gentlemen have very, very diverse views. I've interacted with both of them, Chetan on Twitter, Baba Ramdev, while I've taken questions from them. Unlike many politicians that we see these days, these two gentlemen may have their views, and they're entitled to that, and they will never shy from a question. They will take those questions. Baba Ramdev has some very, very, some people might say, old views on sexuality, on homosexuality, and some very rigid views on what should be done on politics. Chetan, of course, on the other hand, will tell you completely different things. My interaction with them and my experience with them has shown that they are similar also on very many things, like the connect that they have. I went down to Varanasi and I was thinking about the characters that he had sketched in 2020. And Baba Ramdev, you just have to go to one of his shivers. I followed him at Ramlila Maidan, and you just have to go and see the amount of following that they have. So you love him, you hate them, but you cannot ignore the fact that they are hugely popular in terms of people who follow them, and they will now, and that's what they're trying to do, expand their horizons. And that brings us to the topic that we have today, politics and pranayam. When Baba Ramdev speaks, he's going to try and explain what is he trying to do when he says that he wants to contest elections. Why is he not limiting himself to pranayam and yoga? Why does he want to have a wider social role? Chetan Bhagat obviously has some divergent views on that. So let's start with Baba Ramdev, try to understand what he's trying to do, and of course we'll question him on his controversial views as well. Baba Ramdev, aap shuru kare.
राजनीति से ऐसी घृणा हो गई, नफरत हो गई इस हिंदुस्तान को कि कोई राजनीति की बात करे तो मानो उसने बहुत बड़ा अधर्म कर दिया, पाप कर दिया। यदि राजनीति पाप है तो जितने लोग राजनीति में हैं ये सब महापापी हैं। और कौन सी चीज ऐसी है जो राजनीति से नहीं चलती? इंडस्ट्री राजनीति से चलती है, एग्रीकल्चर राजनीति से चलता है, सारी सर्विसेज को राजनीति कंट्रोल करती है, सारे देश की इकोनॉमी को राजनीति कंट्रोल करती है। राजनीति से आपके घर में पानी आता है, हम सड़क पर चलते हैं तो राजनीति हमें बताती है कि लेफ्ट साइड में चल रहा है या राइट में चलना है। अमेरिकन लोग रोड के ऊपर राइट साइड में चलते हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा जैसे अंग्रेज चलते थे उससे हमें उल्टा चलना है। हिंदुस्तान में हम स्विच दबाते हैं तो नीचे की तरफ ऑन करते हैं तो लाइट ऑन होती है। अमेरिकन लोगों ने बोला हमें उल्टा करना है। राजनीति सब कुछ चलाती है तो राजनीति को चलाने के लिए अच्छे लोगों को आवाज जरूर उठानी चाहिए, इसलिए मैं आवाज उठाता हूं और मैं इसको गलत नहीं मानता। रही बात कि क्या एक किसी योगी को राजनीति की बात करनी चाहिए, तो मैं इसमें कुछ भी गलत नहीं मानता हूं। मुझे एमएलए एमपी नहीं बनना, लेकिन मैं वोट भी करता हूं और सबको भी कहता हूं वोट करो। दरअसल राजनीति गलत नहीं है, हां राजनीति में कुछ लोग जरूर गलत हैं और आज तो बहुत लोग ज्यादा ही गलत हैं। यदि हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति ठीक होती तो इस देश का लाखों करोड़ रुपए देश और विदेश में ब्लैक मनी के रूप में जमा नहीं होते, जिसको हम अनअकाउंटेड मनी बोलते हैं, डर्टी मनी बोलते हैं, काला धन बोलते हैं। चाहे वो भ्रष्टाचार करके जमा किया गया हो, चाहे वो देश में टैक्स चोरी से जमा हुआ हो, चाहे वो इलीगल माइनिंग के द्वारा गलत हुआ हो, चाहे वो और दूसरे अनैतिक कार्यों से हुआ हो। यदि राजनीति ठीक होती तो इस देश की अर्थव्यवस्था, जो आज विश्व में चौथे दर्जे की अर्थव्यवस्था है, जापान, चीन, अमेरिका हमसे आगे, यदि राजनीति ठीक होती तो आज भारत वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर होता और वर्ल्ड स्पिरिचुअल पावर होता। लेकिन ये नहीं हो पाया, क्योंकि जो राजनीति के शिखर पर बैठे लोग हैं, उन्होंने इस देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को अनर्थ व्यवस्था में तब्दील कर दिया। यदि राजनीति ठीक होती तो इस देश में करप्शन नहीं होता। और मुझ जैसे लोगों को योग धर्म के साथ राष्ट्र धर्म की और योग शास्त्र के साथ अर्थशास्त्र की और राजनीति शास्त्र की बातें नहीं करनी पड़ती। इस देश का कितना अपयश किया है इस गलत राजनीति ने। इसलिए मैं पूरी प्रामाणिकता के साथ निस्वार्थ भाव से, आज तक करीब इस देश में हमने 11 करोड़ लोगों की सभाएं की हैं, कम से कम भी नहीं होगा तो 7 लाख किलोमीटर की यात्रा की है। और अभी यहां के बाद मैं उत्तर प्रदेश में जा रहा हूं, फिर पूरे देश में दोबारा से हम घूमेंगे, दोबारा से देश में जागरण करेंगे। और 2012 का वर्ष इस देश में राजनीतिक परिवर्तन का, आर्थिक परिवर्तन का, सामाजिक और आध्यात्मिक परिवर्तन का वर्ष होगा। मैं इतनी सी बात कह करके आगे के हमारे भाई आकाश को, चेतन को और आप सबको यदि किसी भी तरह के कोई प्रश्न मुझसे पूछने हो तो उसके लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। और आपने मुझे आमंत्रित किया इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में, मैं उसके लिए आभार व्यक्त यूं करता हूं क्योंकि पहले तो मुझे अछूत समझा जाता था कि ये गांव का देसी आदमी जिसको अंग्रेजी आती नहीं है, वैसे आती है मुझे अंग्रेजी, सिखा दी जमाने ने। अभी वहां बाहर बैठा था तो थोड़ा बहुत बोल भी लेता हूं, लेकिन सभा में नहीं बोलता, कहीं कुछ गलती ना हो जाए। लेकिन एक गांव का आदमी जिसके अनपढ़ मां बाप और उन खेत खलियानों से गांव की मिट्टी भरी उन राहों से चल करके आपके बीच में बैठा है, आप लोगों ने मुझे सुना, मैं आपके प्रति कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करता हूं। और इतनी सी बात कहता हूं कि इस लड़ाई को बिना किसी स्वार्थ के हम एक अंजाम तक लेकर के जाएंगे और अपनी आंखों के सामने भारत कुछ ऐसा बनाएंगे कि भारत विश्व की चौथे दर्जे की अर्थव्यवस्था नहीं, भारत विश्व की पहले दर्जे की अर्थव्यवस्था भी बनेगा। और अध्यात्म में जो पतन हुआ है उसको भी हम उत्थान पर लेकर के जाएंगे और भारत आध्यात्मिक और आर्थिक दृष्टि से विश्व का नेतृत्व करे, इस कामना के साथ काम कर रहे हैं और आगे भी करते रहेंगे।
Baba, for the benefit of many of our delegates who've come in from outside India, just a little bit of a translation of what Baba Ramdev has been doing and what he said just now. Basically, his whole issue is that politicians haven't been able to do what they were supposed to do, and that is why he's been forced to come into the arena of politics. He's not apologetic about using his popularity as far as yoga guru Baba Ramdev is concerned, and he is, trust me, worshipped as far as that is concerned, and he's taken that to the political stage because he says that politicians have failed. Obviously, the question arises is, if Baba can do politics, then should politics also come down and do yoga? We'll get to that question in just a bit, but Chetan, your opening remarks first.
नमस्ते बाबा जी। बाबा जी जो भी मैं बोलूं मुझे भस्म मत कर देना आप, बस ठीक है। मुझे बड़ा डर, पहली बार जिंदगी में किसी बाबा के साथ बैठ के जरूरत कर रहा हूं। और ऑब्वियसली मैं जनरल टॉपिक पे रहूंगा जो है स्पिरिचुअलिटी एंड पॉलिटिक्स। मेरा कोई पर्सनल एक पर्टिकुलर व्यक्ति के बारे में मैं कभी बोलता नहीं हूं, बट एक जनरल इशू काफी देखने में आया है एंड पिछले 1-1.5 साल में कि स्पिरिचुअलिटी और पॉलिटिक्स का थोड़ा मिलन हो रहा है। पहले रिलीजन और पॉलिटिक्स का होता था, अब स्पिरिचुअलिटी और पॉलिटिक्स का भी होने लगा है। आप ऑब्वियसली उसमें सबसे प्रोमिनेंट, काफी सोचा मैंने कि क्यों हो रहा है। तो कोई भी सोसाइटी के लीडर्स होते हैं, उनमें बड़ी स्ट्रांग मॉरल वैल्यूज की जरूरत होती है। इंग्लिश और हिंदी, हाउ? इंग्लिश इट्स English, ठीक है? You can understand, of course. Then you should. It's okay, just for the benefit of other people. Any society that is led, there needs to be certain moral values. They don't have to be very greatest moral values in the world, but the leaders have to have some moral values, which have been disregarded, missing, and it has led to India being what it is today. And therefore, there is a big void. People are feeling something is missing. And those moral values are often found in spiritual people. And therefore, there's been a natural attraction. People feel that, whatever I'm missing in my top leaders, maybe spiritual guru number 1 or 2 or 3, these people are the people who will, give me what we are looking for. And that's where there has been a little bit of an entry into politics in the spiritual arena. I mean, even if you don't have a political party, you in fact do, but you can still be in politics by trying to influence. In some ways, we are all in politics. All journalists are in politics. Columnists are in politics. So that is why it is happening. I don't judge it. There is nothing wrong in it. कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है. आपको और there is no judgment. आपका background, आप गांव से हैं, चाहे South Delhi से हैं, doesn't really matter. और आने की बात सही है. लेकिन एक आपको चीज का ध्यान रखना है कि जो all the spiritual people that are there, people put a lot of faith in them. Of course, other famous people also sometimes join politics, like actors, writers maybe sometimes, but actors we've seen a lot in the country. And people vote for them also. But the expectation is very different. The level of faith is very different. They feel, okay, he's a popular guy, I know him, maybe let's give him a chance. But with a spiritual person often, people have absolute faith in that you can do no wrong. That you are almost a demigod for them. Now you're using that to become a politician, which is fine. Again, nobody can stop you. It's a free country, and you should. But good values are not the, firstly, and we'll talk about what good values can be and cannot be, but good values is not the only thing needed to be a politician. You do need some leadership. You do need some ideas. You do need some policies. You do need to know how the country works. Which, I'm sorry to say, many of them don't. There is no clue how the economy works. There is no clue on how, yes, there is a problem of black money, yes, there is a problem of corruption, but like banning 500 rupee notes, what about the people who have legitimate 500 rupee notes? I'll give you a chance. मैं आपको मौका दूंगा. मेरे को एक मिनट दो. बोल नहीं रहा हूँ आपको ऐसे डर क्यों लग रहा है? माइक उठा लिया आपने. शराब मत दे देना प्लीज. No shrubs, no basams, please. None of that going on.
ये आज केंद्र सरकार की दुर्गति मेरे श्राप से नहीं हो रही, उनके कर्मों से हो रही है.
ठीक है, तो मेरे कर्म मेरे को भी ले डूबेंगे, मुझे पता है. पर आप ऐड मत करना उस पे प्रेशर. But you have to know how it works, and you don't. And that's the reality of it. It's policies, it's ideas. You are bringing people along, they're following you like Pied Piper, and they're having a lot of expectations from you. Believe it or not. And you will lead them to an India which belongs to the 16th century with some of your policies. It's not just policies, some of the beliefs you carry. And I have seen, nobody is here to say this is the right way or wrong way, as a neutral person, but at least be inclusive. What scientific basis do you have to say homosexuality is a disease? It's nonsense. You're talking gibberish, and it is isolating an entire community. And it is not fair that you do that. And that is not what I want a politician to be. It's okay, you do it in your yoga camp and you come up with, you say you have poses to cure homosexuality. I want to know what those poses are. I want to know how you measure that this guy is a homosexual and now he's...
कितने homosexuals बैठे हैं आप इनके साथ भी?
नहीं, I want to know...
मतलब homosexuality, politics, pranayam, बीच में homosexuality...
I'll tell you, because your values are important. The way you treat certain, it's an issue which has been divisive all over the world. But any politician who comes there has to listen to both sides. You can't just say...
आपके माँ बाप homosexual होते तो आप यहाँ मेरे से बैठ के बात नहीं
It's not funny. I'm not being funny here, okay? It's not being funny. You are talking about... There is a community which needs to be understood. Even the court today has said many countries in the world have allowed marriages. I'm not saying we have the right answer. मैं एक साइड नहीं ले रहा हूँ बाबा. शायद आप सही भी हो. अगर आप सही हो तो
बोल रहे हैं फिर फांसी पर नहीं चढ़ाना चाहिए.
आप अगर सही हैं तो एक रिसर्च का पेपर प्रोड्यूस कीजिए. आप बिना किसी बात के ऐसे पॉलिसीज, इतना बड़ा आपको स्टेज मिला हुआ है. अगर मेरे को भी स्टेज मिलता है, मैं भी किसी कम्युनिटी के बारे में कुछ बोलना शुरू कर दूं कि ये तो इनमें तो डिफेक्ट है, ये क्या तरीका है? That is number one. And then what is this concept of spirituality? That agar main, to be a spiritual person, you have to give up alcohol, you have to give up sex. Can't I have a glass of wine and care for the country? I mean, really, you know, there has to be some practicality. अगर आपके हाथ में सत्ता थमा दी गई तो करप्शन पता नहीं जाएगी या नहीं, तो हमारा देश कहां जाएगा? You know, that is a serious danger.
मतलब होमोसेक्सुअल लोग ही देश चला रहे हैं।
नहीं, ये
हाँ आप लेकर के बैठ गए सारी बात।
मैं
एक चीज पर मत
नहीं,
दूसरी चीज भी है,
उसको छोड़ दिया मैंने। मैं कह रहा हूं कि आपकी साइंटिफिक थिंकिंग मिसिंग है, जो हमारे देश को चाहिए। हम आपको प्यार करते हैं, आप योगा कराते हैं, योगा, लेकिन आप
2 मिनट और बोलने दीजिए उनको, फिर आप बोलिए।
साइंटिफिक रीजनिंग, वो सिर्फ एक
दूंगा सारी रीजन,
ठीक है? नहीं, रीजन आपके थ्योरीज में है, देयर इज नो डेटा टू प्रूव
साइंटिफिक रीजन,
ठीक है? और उसकी वजह से आप इंक्लूसिव नहीं है, ये सब भी चीजें मिसिंग हो जाती हैं, तो वो स्पिरिचुअल पर्सन पॉलिटिशियन बन पाएगा कि नहीं, ये बड़ा गैप है। मैं आपको सलाह दे रहा हूं जो आपको, मेरे को लगता है काम भी आ सकते हैं। प्लीज डोंट टेक इट पर्सनली। सेकंड थिंग इज टू बी अ पॉलिटिशियन यू नीड सम टैक्ट। आपको एक कला है, उसमें भी एक रचना करनी पड़ती है पॉलिटिशियन के लिए। आपको इतना अच्छा मौका मिला था जब आपके साथ एक गलत व्यवहार हुआ था कि पुलिस की फोर्स आई थी, आपको सिंपैथी मिल गई थी। सिंपैथी से बड़ी कोई चीज नहीं है इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में। आज भी बैठे हैं लोग सिंपैथी के नाम पे, एक टाइम पे लोगों ने उन्हें सिंपैथी दी थी, दे आर स्टिल इन पावर टुडे। आपको सिंपैथी मिली थी, आप पूरा सिंपैथी प्ले कर सकते थे। आपने 18 करोड़ों रुपए के टेंट लगवा दिए, आप 2-4 ढंग के एडवाइजर रख लेते, जो आपको काम की बात है।
मुझे लगता है
यू नो, आज कर क्या रहे थे वहां? आप योगा गुरु हैं,
आपके लिए मैं जो है जरूर मैं जगह रखूंगा।
मेरे पास आप अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते मुझे।
अच्छा, मुझे नहीं पता था इतने महंगे हैं आप।
नहीं सर, कुछ लोगों की कीमत अलग, हर चीज वो, लेट्स नॉट गेट पर्सनल। मैं आपको सीरियसली आपके एग्जांपल देखिए, मैं और किसी को भी कह रहा हूं। एंड व्हाई आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस, आई विल टेल यू व्हाई। बिकॉज इट मेक्स इट डिफिकल्ट फॉर न्यू पीपल टू एंटर पॉलिटिक्स। बिकॉज लोग कहते हैं ये तो बुरे तो बैठे हैं, जो आया वो और भी अजीब था। आप योगा गुरु हैं, आपको क्रोध आ रहा है। योगा गुरु को कैसे क्रोध आ रहा है?
मैं हंस रहा हूं तब भी आपको गुस्सा लग रहा है।
मैंने टीवी पे देखा, आपने बोला अगली बार मैं 11,000 लोगों की सेना खड़ी कर रहा हूं, और कहां है सेना? तैयार हो रही है आपकी? किधर रहते ना? कुछ भी बोल दिया ना, बस ऐसे मस्ती में बोल दिया आपने। टीवी के कैमरा ऑन है, कुछ एंटरटेनिंग बोलना है, ऐसे नहीं होता है। पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट बनने का एक टर्म बनी है, पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट। वो क्यों बनी है? ऐसे नहीं कि
आप कितनी देर बोलते रहेंगे, उत्तर कितनी देर में?
अच्छा, एक मिनट और, लास्ट 1 मिनट।
आप अब जो मेरे ऊपर कह रहे हैं अपने ऊपर भी देखते रहिए।
मैं अपने ऊपर भी कह रहा हूं, मैं तो जान ही रहा राजनीति में। तो मैं कह रहा हूं कि जब आप पॉलिटिक्स में जाते हैं तो समझिए कि सिर्फ स्पिरिचुअलिटी नहीं चलती है, थोड़े और चीजें भी, स्किल्स चाहिए, इकोनॉमी की समझ चाहिए। नहीं है तो लोग रख लो जिनको समझ है। और दूसरी बात यह कि एक इंक्लूसिव आदमी चाहिए जो सबका पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू समझ सके, बहुत जरूरी है भारत जैसे देश में। And please don't make it worse for other people who are entering politics, who are we really badly need, by making statements which will backfire for all the people. मैं आपकी सारी बातों से सहमत हूं कि गलत हो रहा है, लेकिन उसको कैसे ठीक करना है वो भी समझने की कोशिश कीजिए। That's all.
अब बोल सकता हूं? पहली बात कि होमोसेक्सुअलिटी के ऊपर मैं, क्योंकि ये मुख्य विषय नहीं है, इसलिए मैं थोड़ी सी शब्द बोलना चाहूंगा। महात्मा गांधी ने कहा कि अनीति को कभी भी हमें प्रोटेक्ट नहीं करना चाहिए। और होमोसेक्सुअलिटी इस देश की मुख्य धारा की विचारधारा नहीं हो सकती। मैं उसको इमोरल भी नहीं कह रहा हूं, मैं उसको जो है अनसाइंटिफिक भी नहीं बोल रहा हूं, नॉन साइंटिफिक भी नहीं कह रहा हूं। तो मैं उसके बारे में कोई ज्यादा कमेंट आज इसलिए नहीं कर रहा हूं क्योंकि मुझे दूसरे विषय पर ज्यादा बात करनी है। यदि को हम, क्योंकि पिछली बार मुझे यहां पर जो विषय रखा गया था वो भोग और योग रखा गया था, इसलिए उस विषय पर मैंने ज्यादा बात की थी। आज मैं वापस पॉलिटिक्स, ब्लैक मनी और करप्शन के ऊपर थोड़ी सी बात मुख्य रूप से करना चाहूंगा। भाई चेतन ने बात की कि हमें साइंटिफिक बात करनी चाहिए। इस देश की जो इकोनॉमी है उसमें 97% बड़े नोट्स हैं, बड़ी करेंसी है। किसी भी देश की इकोनॉमी में 2 से 3% करेंसी अच्छी मानी जाती है। भारत की इकोनॉमी में जो करेंसी है, आप ये तर्क दे सकते हैं कि भारत में कम पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, गांव में लोग रहते हैं, वो सारे भी तर्क उतने जायज नहीं है। तो इसमें बहुत बड़ा संशोधन चाहिए। और जिस देश के करीब 84 करोड़ लोगों को रोज 20 रुपए खर्च करने के लिए नहीं मिलता है, उनके लिए 500,000 रुपए के नोट्स की ज्यादा जरूरत नहीं है। और जितना भी ये जो ब्लैक मनी का काम चल रहा है, इसमें ट्रांसपोर्टेशन उसका इजी होता है, उसका छिपाना इजी होता है बड़ी करेंसी का। इसलिए माना कि उसमें गोल्ड है, डायमंड है, शेयर्स हैं, लैंड है, दूसरी भी चीजें जो है मायने रखती है करप्शन में, लेकिन बहुत बड़ी भूमिका होती है बड़ी करेंसी की, जिसको छिपाना और मैंने कहा उसका ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बहुत इजी होने से आज जितने भी हिंदुस्तान के अंदर छापे पड़ते हैं 99% आपको वहां बड़ी करेंसी मिलती है। मैं नहीं कहता कि बड़ी करेंसी पूरी खत्म कर दीजिए, लेकिन उसको मिनिमाइज कीजिए। 97% नहीं, आप उसको बड़ी करेंसी को आप 10-20% पर लाइए, 80-90% दूसरी करेंसी लाइए जिसका आम लोग प्रयोग करते हैं। सेकंड, इसके ऊपर यदि कोई पूरी बहस करना चाहे तो मैं उसके लिए तैयार हूं। मैंने यदि ब्लैक मनी की बात की और उसके सोर्स की बात की तो पूरी साइंटिफिक बात की है, उसको वापस लाने की प्रक्रिया की बात की। विदेशों में जो काला धन जमा है उसका वापस लाने का इफेक्टिव प्रोसीजर क्या हो सकता है, तो उसके बारे में मैंने 3-4 सुझाव दिए और आपके बीच में भी मैं उनको शेयर करना चाहता हूं। आखिर पूरी दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है उसके इससे पहले हम अपने देश को तो ठीक कर सकते हैं। बेनिफिशियल ओनरशिप का डिक्लेरेशन अपने फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट्स में हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते? और चाहे मॉरिशस रूट से पैसा आता है, चाहे और कहीं से आ रहा है, और मॉरिशस तो हमारे पूरे प्रभाव में, हम बेनिफिशियल ओनरशिप का डिक्लेरेशन अपने यहां भी कर सकते हैं और उनके यहां भी करा सकते हैं। और इसका मॉरिशस रूट से पैसा आ रहा है, कहीं से भी उसका रूट का पता लगा सकते हैं। चाहे वो दूसरी बात जो है प्रॉमिसरी नोट के से इस देश के अंदर हजारों और हो सकता है लाखों करोड़ रुपए के आसपास भी पैसा आया हो।
एक और मिनट बाबा जी, उसके बाद
बस। फिर मैंने कहा प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट में एक नया प्रोविजन कीजिए। जनरल पर्पज एफआईआर का कैसे पता लगाएंगे? किसी के माथे पर तो नहीं लिखा। और प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एंड मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट में एक नया प्रोविजन करके जनरल पर्पज एफआईआर का दर्ज होने का होना एक प्रोविजन कीजिए, क्योंकि पूरी दुनिया के सभी देश करप्शन मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग को क्राइम मानते, टैक्स चोरी को क्राइम नहीं मानते। और यदि हमने जो है वहां से पैसा वापस लाने के साथ देश के इंटरनल इकोनॉमी में जो ब्लैक मनी है, चाहे इलीगल माइनिंग में है, चाहे ड्रग्स में, चाहे कालाबाजारी में है, चाहे पॉलिटिक्स में है या रियल एस्टेट में, उसके लिए भी हमने 3-4 इफेक्टिव प्रोसीजर्स की बात की है। तो हम हवाई बातें नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम एक इफेक्टिव प्रोसीजर अपनाने की बात कर रहे हैं। चाहे करप्शन के बारे में, चाहे वो लोकपाल के बारे में भी बात आई, चाहे उसकी जो एग्जिस्टेंस हमारा सिस्टम उसको इफेक्टिव बनाने की बात आई, चाहे नैतिक मूल्यों के आधार पर कोई भी देश चलता है उसको किस तरह से हम अपनी शिक्षा से लेकर के बचपन से लेकर के आगे तक उसको लेकर के जा सकते हैं। मैं अंत में एक बात और कहना चाहता हूं। यहां बात की जा रही है कि राजनीतिक हस्तक्षेप की। मैं एक ही प्रश्न करूंगा। भारत की एक बहुत बड़ी संस्कृति सभ्यता है, पूरी दुनिया का अपना अपना सिविलाइजेशन अपने अपने वक्त से पहचाना जाता होगा। भारत का सिविलाइजेशन जो हमें ज्ञात है, भगवान रामकृष्ण से लेकर के गुरु नानक देव, गुरु अर्जुन देव, गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी से लेकर के और हमारे तमाम ऋषिमुनि और वर्तमान के जितने भी संत हुए हो, चाहे महात्मा गांधी हुए हो, चाहे महर्षि दयानंद हो, स्वामी विवेकानंद हो, या जो है श्री अरविंद घोष योगी हुए हो, योगेश्वर भगवान श्री कृष्ण योगी होकर के कुरुक्षेत्र में यदि सुदर्शन चलवा सकते हैं, तो मैं तो किसी की हत्या की भी बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं तो सामान्य सी बात कर रहा हूं कि इस देश में सदाचार बढ़ना चाहिए। और मुझे कहीं पर भी नहीं लगता कि मैं किसी भी तरह से कहीं पर भी अवैज्ञानिक हूं, अतार्किक हूं, अव्यवहारिक हूं, बल्कि हिंदुस्तान के 121 करोड़ लोग जब इस दिशा में सोचेंगे तो ही इस देश में सच्चा परिवर्तन आएगा। ये मैंने अपनी बात आपके सामने रखी।
बाबा, जो चेतन ने जो 1-2 चीजें आपसे पूछी उनके बारे में मैं आपसे थोड़ा सा और जानना चाहूंगा। बात होमोसेक्सुअलिटी की नहीं है, बात अल्कोहलिज्म की नहीं है, बात साइंटिफिक तरीकों की है। अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि कितना धन है, और आपने अपने कितने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में कितने ज्यादा फिगर्स बोले हैं, अगर मैं आज आपसे पूछूं कि कितना काला धन बाहर है, आप बता पाएंगे हमें या नहीं?
देखिए, काले धन के बारे में मैं कोई जांच एजेंसी तो नहीं हूं, अनुमानों के आधार पर बात की जाती है और अनुमानों के आधार पर अभी मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा, एक मैगजीन है बिजनेस जो है डाई वेल्ट, और उस मैगजीन का ही, जो कि जर्मनी की लग्जरी और बहुत प्रतिष्ठित पत्रिका मानी जाती है, उसका हवाला देकर के बिजनेस इनसाइड, ये वेबसाइट है यूएस की, जिसको कि वहां काफी मान्यता प्राप्त है। मैं बाबा जी किसी बारे में एक अनुमान पेश करता है तो उसके पीछे में लॉजिक दूंगा, तो आप लोग हाय तौबा मचा देते हो। अब उस मैगजीन ने छापा कि दुनिया के जो टॉप पॉलिटिशियंस, जो सबसे रिच हैं, उसमें से सऊदी अरबिया के अब्दुल्ला बिन अब्दुल्ला और जो है हसन अल बोल किया ब्रूनी है कोई, और फिर मिखेल के बाद में चौथा नंबर भारत के पॉलिटिशियन का है। उसके बारे में हिंदुस्तान में तो कहीं नहीं छपा कि उसके पास में कहीं 1000 करोड़ रुपए भी है, और उस मैगजीन में छापते हैं कि उनके पास में करीब 93,000 करोड़ रुपए, करीब 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए होने की उन्होंने जो है अपने प्रमाणित, उन्होंने उनके जो भी रिसोर्सेज, ये तो एक पॉलिटिशियन की बात है।
ये एक मैगजीन में एक लिखा गया है, उसके बारे में यहां कोई प्रमाण नहीं है, नहीं तो यहां भी जांच होती। मेरा सवाल है कि हमारे पास कोई आंकड़े अभी तक कॉन्क्रीट नहीं है। दूसरी बात जो आप कह रहे हो नोटों के बारे में,
रुपए से लेकर के और 100 लाख करोड़ रुपए तक ब्लैक मनी बाहर होने की बात की जाती है।
ये क्या नोटों में लेकर?
मैं आपको बात बता,
नोटों में लेकर गए हैं बाहर, ये जो पैसे हैं
ये कैसे लेके गए वो अलग बात, आप पहले आंकड़ा पूछ रहे हो उसकी बता रहा हूं। जाता कैसे है उसके दूसरे प्रोसेस है, और इन्वेस्टिंग है, अंडर इन्वेस्टिंग है, जैसे मैंने कहा प्रोमिसरी नोट से वापस लेकर के आते, लेकर के जाने के लिए हवाला और दूसरी चीजें अपनाते, वो सेकंड इश्यू है। तो पहले तो इस देश की इकोनॉमी का साइज, और इकोनॉमी की साइज के अनुसार सभी मानते हैं कि जितनी भारत की इकोनॉमी है उसका करीब आधा बाहर है। अब इस देश की इकोनॉमी को आप केवल जो पेपर पर बैलेंस शीट पर आ गया उसी को हम इकोनॉमी मानेंगे, या दूसरी जगह जब मैंने कहा चाहे वो रियल एस्टेट में है, चाहे वो जो है इलीगल माइनिंग में है, चाहे वो ड्रग्स में है, चाहे पॉलिटिक्स में है, काला बाजारी में है, जो दूसरा पैसा उसको नहीं गिनेगी। तो जितनी देश की इकोनॉमी है उसके करीब आधा बाहर है, ये तो माना ही जाता है।
इकोनॉमी तो जीडीपी होती है, आधा बाहर तो सेविंग्स है, कैसे, मतलब व्हाट इज द कनेक्शन?
देखिए
व्हाट इज द कनेक्शन,
देश की जीडीपी
टॉकिंग अबाउट।
देखिए अब
आप मुझे ये बताओ, आपकी जर्मनी के एक लोग तो आपके बारे में क्या क्या लिखते रहते हैं?
नहीं, मेरे बारे में तो अच्छा ही बताओ। तो आप मेरे बारे में मैं आपको भी चेतन चैलेंज देता हूं।
नहीं,
मैं आप
प्लीज, आप बाबा आप प्लीज
देखिए, मैं बात कर, आप अपनी बात कहने का हकदार हैं, तो आप मेरी बात को कैसे डिनाई कर सकते हैं?
मैं कह रहा हूं कि अनसब्सटैंशिएटेड मैगजीन आर्टिकल्स कैन नॉट बी यूज्ड एज एविडेंस।
तो मैं तो किसी का नाम अभी भी नहीं बोला हूं।
नहीं, नाम तो
नहीं, और मेरे बारे में मैं जहां बैठा हूं, इस जो है मैं आगे की ज्यादा बात नहीं कहना चाहता, छापते रहते हैं रोज।
हाँ, तो फिर
हमारे एक मिनट, फिर इसलिए मैं उस बात को दोहरा रहा हूं वापस कि स्वामी रामदेव के नाम देश और दुनिया की सारी एजेंसियां तो हिंदुस्तान की मेरे पीछे लगा चुके हैं। सरकार, कोई एजेंसी नहीं बची। 1 इंच जमीन और 1 रुपए, मैं तो कहता हूं ब्लैक तो बात छोड़ो, व्हाइट में बता दो, ब्लैक या व्हाइट, और 1 इंच जमीन ब्लैक या व्हाइट कहीं पर भी बाबा के नाम हो तो जो दुनिया का कोई बड़ा से बड़ा दंड हो वो स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार।
अगर प्रॉपर्टी ओनरशिप कोई क्राइम नहीं है,
नहीं है, मैं करूं, मैं है नहीं ना।
बाबा तो उनके बारे में क्या कहेंगे, उन फौजियों के बारे में क्या कहेंगे जो ड्रिंक करते हैं?
अच्छा ये बताओ, आप अभी शादीशुदा हैं कि बच्चे हो गए कि ना? आपके बच्चे हो जाएंगे तो आप उनको दारू पिलाएंगे?
जब बड़े हो जाएंगे शायद।
नहीं,
उनके साथ शेयर करूंगा ड्रिंक में भी।
नहीं, छोटों को तो नहीं पिलाएंगे।
नहीं।
आपके माँ बाप ने आपको क्या कहा था, बेटा दारू पीना है कि नहीं पीना?
मेरे ऊपर छोड़ दिया था, कॉलेज तक तो नहीं पीने दिया था।
नहीं पीने दिया था। तो जो बड़े होते हैं उनका यही कर्तव्य होता है। सरकार चाहे कितना ही बड़ा मंत्रालय चलाती हो और उससे कितना ही रेवेन्यू लेती हो, एक मद्य निषेध मंत्रालय भी चलाती है। तो मैं मद्य निषेध मंत्रालय का सदस्य हूं। कहने का मेरा तात्पर्य, समाज के जो भी लोग जिनके ऊपर विश्वास करते हैं वो समाज को एक अच्छी धारा में लेकर के जाए। मैं एक दूसरी बात कहता हूं, शराब पीने से देश का कौन सा बहुत बड़ा उद्धार हो जाएगा? तो लोगों को इस बात के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए कि आप, यदि आपको लाइफ को एंटरटेन करना है तो उसके हम दूसरे विकल्प उनको देते हैं। आप योग कीजिए, प्राणायाम कीजिए, ध्यान कीजिए, सत्संग कीजिए, एक्सरसाइज कीजिए, हैं, हंसिए, मुस्कुराइए, और जो है जब युद्ध हो तो दुश्मनों के छक्के छुड़ाइए। तो आप जो है शराब पीने को आप आदर्श कभी भी नहीं मान सकते। ये महात्मा गांधी का देश है।
One quick statement, then we take questions because we're running late.
I think the question is बाबा चॉइस की बात है। अब चॉइस लोगों को आपको देनी है।
यूं कोई पीता है तो बाबा किसी का जाके हाथ थोड़ी पकड़ता है।
नहीं, हमें डर लगता है कि आप पता नहीं क्या कर दोगे, पावर में आ गए तो बंद ही करा दोगे सब कुछ।
क्योंकि चेतन जो कहना चाहते वही है, होमोसेक्सुअलिटी की बात नहीं है, अल्कोहलिज्म की बात नहीं है। अगर आप पावर में आए तो आप क्या इसको, अगर सोच लीजिए आप कल पावर में आ गए, आप क्या प्रोहिबिशन ले आएंगे? आप क्या बोलेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट या हाई कोर्ट गलत है कि बोल रही है कि होमोसेक्सुअलिटी इज ओके, इलीगल नहीं है?
ऐसा है, देखो, कानूनन और गैर कानूनन होना अलग बात है। यहां सब सभ्य लोग बैठे हुए हैं, मैं ये सबके लिए मैं एक प्रश्न छोड़ रहा हूं। कानूनन और गैर कानूनन होना एक अलग बात है, और कोई चीज का नैतिक और अनैतिक होना एक अलग बात।
पर वही तो आप जंप लगा रहे हो ना, आप नैतिकता से कानून की तरफ जा रहे हो। जब आप पॉलिटिक्स में जा रहे हो, देन वी हैव टू कंसीडर दैट।
अब दोनों, अरे मैंने अब बात पूछी, मैं दोनों का उत्तर दे रहा हूं, और दोनों तरफ से जो भी प्रहार आ रहे हैं, नहीं, उनको
बजाल हमारी बाबा,
और उनको पूरी प्रामाणिकता से उत्तर दे रहा हूं। देखो, आप गो हत्या करना या सुअर की हत्या करना, इसको आप नैतिक धरातल पर देखेंगे, धार्मिक आध्यात्मिक धरा पर देखेंगे तो अलग उत्तर आएगा, लीगली देखेंगे तो अलग उत्तर आएगा। इसी तरह से जितने भी ये बातें की जा रही हैं, आप शराब के बारे में बात करें, कोई भी समाज का सभ्य व्यक्ति हिंदुस्तानी परिप्रेक्ष्य में उस बात को, चाहे वो और दूसरी भी नशे हैं, खाली शराब ही क्यों, अफीम भी है, और भी क्यों, आगे क्या बोलते हैं उसको, एक तो हीरोइन होती है, दूसरी क्या होती है,
दूसरी वाली हीरोइन
नहीं।
ठीक है, लेट्स ओपन अप द फ्लोर। बाबा जी, बहुत सारे सवाल भी आएंगे मेरे ख्याल से। द लेडी राइट देयर एट द बैक।
नशे को हमारे समाज ने कभी भी प्रोटेक्ट नहीं किया है। यदि कोई करता भी है तो उसको कहा जाता है कि इससे बाहर निकलो, जिससे कि समाज हमारा ज्यादा सृजनात्मक हो, गुणात्मक हो, सकारात्मक हो, उत्पादक हो।
नमस्कार बाबा, मैं उन अधर्मियों और पापियों में से हूं जो राजनीति में हैं, इसलिए जिम्मेदारी से आपसे ये सवाल पूछ रही हूं। आप एक योग गुरु के रूप में पूरे विश्व में, देश में जाने जाते हैं, आप बहुत पॉपुलर हैं और हजारों करोड़ों आपके अनुयायी हैं। बहुत साल तक आपने समाज कल्याण का काम किया है एंड यू हैव डन अ वेरी गुड जॉब ऑफ इट। कहीं इस पूरी यात्रा में एक भ्रम तो पैदा नहीं हो गया आपके दिमाग में कि ये लाखों करोड़ों लोग जो मेरे अनुयायी हैं, जो मेरे डिसाइपल्स हैं, कल को जब मैं पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बनाऊंगा तो ये मेरा वोट बैंक बनेंगे? कहीं ऐसा तो आपके मन में विचार नहीं आ गया? इसके बारे में हम जानना चाहेंगे। जो कुछ रामलीला मैदान में आपके अनुयायियों के साथ हुआ बहुत खराब था, निंदनीय था। एंड जस्ट वन रिजॉइंडर टू मिस्टर भगत, इफ ही इज पॉपुलर एंड पीपल see him as a role model or they follow him, what's wrong if he wants to join politics? Thank you.
आप वोट बैंक बना रहे कि नहीं? Are you creating a vote bank out of your followers who follow you on yoga?
मैं, वो बहन मेरा समर्थन भी कर रही है, एक प्रश्न भी पूछ रही है, बहुत सहजता से मैं उत्तर दे रहा हूं। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यदि हम इस देश के लोगों को राजनीति के शुद्धिकरण के लिए, उसके पुनर्जन्म के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं, मैं तो नहीं कहता कि सभी जो राजनेता हैं वो पापी अपराधी हैं। तो एक प्रश्न किया मैंने और उत्तर ये था मेरा उसका कि राजनीति में अच्छे लोगों को होना ही चाहिए, और उसके लिए मैं पूरा प्रयास कर रहा हूं। और यदि किसी को मेरी फिजिकल और मेंटल फिटनेस पर कोई ज्यादा ही शक हो रहा हो तो मेडिकल चेकअप करने के लिए ले चलो मुझे, इससे ज्यादा तो मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता। तो मैं कोई भ्रमित नहीं हूं, कोई सिरफिरा नहीं हूं, और बेसिर पैर की बातें नहीं करता हूं। किसी भी बात को मैंने किया तो उसके पीछे साइंटिफिक लॉजिक दिया, और आप करप्शन, ब्लैक मनी और जो हमारे सिस्टम में जो गलत है उसको हमने ठीक करने की बात की। दूसरे जो सोशल इश्यूज हैं उनको भी आप ले तो उसके ऊपर भी मैं बात करूं।
Chetan, the other point is what's wrong? What's wrong in Baba Ramdev going into politics, because you are also writing, you are also coming onto the
I
stage
think it's
today.
good. It's a free country. He can go, but if he wants to win, this is not how it's going to happen. That's all I'm saying. He can go. बिल्कुल जाना चाहिए, कोई भी इस कमरे में जाना चाहे पॉलिटिक्स में जरूर जाना चाहिए, लेकिन जिस तरीके से जा रहे हैं मुझे लगता नहीं है यूथ इनका इतना साथ देगा जितना इनको लग रहा है। पर मैं तो इनको कह रहा हूं, आपको मैं सलाह दे रहा हूं, आप जाइए, बिल्कुल जाइए, अगर अच्छे दिन पर देश कैसे चलता है वो तो सीख लीजिए थोड़ा, बातें करके एंटरटेनिंग स्टेटमेंट्स देके सर।
अब आप लोग जो है होमोसेक्सुअलिटी से देश चलाना चाहते हैं, दारू पिला करके देश चलाना चाहते हैं, ये तर्क दे रहे हैं आप लोग। देखिए ये भी बात समझ में नहीं आती है। क्या पूरे देश के युवाओं को होमोसेक्सुअल बनाना चाहते हैं? नहीं। पूरे देश के युवाओं को शराब पिला करके उससे देश चलाना चाहते हैं? ये भी बात गलत है। इसलिए देखिए मैंने उस चीज को कह दिया जितना कहना था संतुलित वे में। लेकिन आप ये कहना चाहें कि मैं यदि शराब का विरोध करता हूं, कि मैं ये कहता हूं कि लोग जो है, अच्छा यहां इतने लोग बैठे हुए हैं, इनमें यंग्स भी हैं, दूसरे भी हैं, बुजुर्ग भी हैं, कि भाई मैं यदि किसी को नशा न करने की सलाह देता हूं तो क्या मैं गलत करता हूं? अरे बोलो तो सही, ये सामने पूछे।
ठीक है, आप करो, कोशिश करो, फिर देखते हैं क्या होता है।
अच्छा इनको भी नहीं मानते आप।
बात लिबर्टी की है, लिबर्टी इज अबव योर व्यूज।
मैं अगर वही सवाल थोड़ा सा घुमा के,
महात्मा गांधी जी ने शराब का विरोध किया, बिल्कुल, तो क्या महात्मा गांधी गलत थे? यदि बापू गलत नहीं थे तो बाबा कैसे गलत है?
अगर यही सवाल हम थोड़ा सा घुमा के पूछे कि अगर बाबा रामदेव बोले कि प्रोहिबिशन होना चाहिए, बाबा रामदेव टुमारो कम्स इनटू पावर एंड सेज देयर शुड बी प्रोहिबिशन, हाउ मेनी वुड यू से ही इज राइट?
मैंने जब कहा नहीं तो आप अपनी तरफ से क्यों कह रहे हो? मैंने आपको अपना प्रवक्ता कब बनाया था?
तो बाबा रामदेव, जब यही बात हो रही है कि लोग इसी बात से डर रहे हैं कि आज जो
तो आप लोग बैठा रहे हो,
तो आप ये कह रहे हो कि ये जो आप शिविर में कहते हो ये चीजें होनी चाहिए, ये जब पॉलिटिक्स में आओगे इनको इन्फोर्स नहीं करोगे, ये अश्योरेंस है आपसे?
तो मैं कहां इन्फोर्स किया? पहली बात तो ये है कि आप मुझे थोड़ा पूरा सुनने के लिए या तो 7 दिन मेरे शिविर में आ जाइए, और शिविर में नहीं आ सकते तो कम से कम 6-7 दिन मुझे ठीक से सुन लीजिए। आपका ज्ञान अभी अधूरा है, बस अभी पूरा ज्ञान प्राप्त कर लो।
All right. We have a few questions from the web also that are coming in. One question coming in for Chetan from Jamal. Chetan, do you think that Baba Ramdev is at least on the right path to bring in black money because he's made the country aware about black money?
See, बाबा को आज मैं सुबह भी 4:30 बजे मेरे को उठना पड़ा फ्लाइट के लिए, तो जी टीवी पे बाबा आ रहे थे, मैं सुन के आया हूँ 1 घंटा। तो और मेरी मदर यहाँ है, वो भी सुनती हैं आपको, और मेरी सास भी सुनती हैं, जो कि मेरी बात नहीं सुनती, लेकिन आप
सुनती नहीं, वो मानती है, मुझे
मानती भी है,
और आपको भी कहते हैं बेटे उस रास्ते पर आ जाओ।
ठीक है, लेकिन क्या है ना बाबा, कुछ लोगों ने ना मेरे को गलत बना दिया। मैं अपनी सोच के चलता हूँ, तो वो चक्कर है, मैं किसी और की सोच पे नहीं चल सकता, मेरे को अपनी सोच के समझना होता है। तो बात ये sorry, what was the question?
Is he on the right path?
Is he on the,
because he's made the country aware.
See, बाबा, मैंने आपकी इंटेंशंस को कभी डाउट नहीं किया है। जो आपका योगा में आपने प्रचार किया है, जो आपने अपनी ब्रांड बनाई है, जो आपने वो किया है, ह्यूजली आपने एक्सीलेंस अपनी प्रूव करी है। पहली बात तो ये है, आपने एक जो आपकी अच्छी बातें मैं बता दूं, फेस ऑफ बोला था, तो आपने जो अवेयर कराया लोगों को, वो भी अच्छी बात है। मैं तो चाहता ही हूं कि पब्लिक को मॉरल वैल्यूज की याद आए। जिस चीज आज मॉरल वैल्यूज का नाम तो लिया जा रहा है इस देश में, जो मेरा पूरा क्वेस्ट है पूरी लाइफ का, लेकिन आई एम सेइंग इफ यू वांट टू गो फ्रॉम हियर टू द नेक्स्ट लेवल, आपने कुछ चीजें आपको समझनी पड़ेंगी। आप हर चीज अपनी डिफेंड करोगे कि एक बार भी नहीं बोलोगे कि चेतन या आकाश आप शायद सही कह रहे हो, मुझे भी बैठ के थोड़ा सोचना चाहिए, तो फिर आपको आपकी चॉइस है। बट आई एम जस्ट सेइंग कि somebody may be able to help you। कोई सलाह आपको अच्छी भी तो दे सकता है कि आप ही सलाह दोगे पूरी दुनिया को।
ऐसा देखो, मतलब आप पहली बात तो यह है कि इतने बड़े सलाहकार होकर के और फिर पहले तो बिना मांगे सलाह दे रहे हो। नहीं मैं काम है। अच्छा देखो,
ठीक है फिर मत लो।
और जो है मैं आपका स्वागत करूंगा, यदि आपकी कोई फीस होगी तो वो भी पे करूंगा।
आपके पास तो 1 रुपया भी नहीं, आप कहां से दोगे?
मैं अपने अनुयायियों से कह दूंगा, बजाज जी बैठे हैं, बजाज जी आप इनकी पेमेंट कर देना। ये
तो वो भी तो वही होगी ना बात। तो अच्छा एनीवे, सो आई थिंक यू आर ऑन द राइट। सुनो, आई हैव आंसर्ड द क्वेश्चन।
एक मिनट, मैं उत्तर नहीं दूं तो बाबा बोलता क्यों नहीं? किसी बात का उत्तर दूं तो बाबा बोलता क्यों है? फिर अगली बात, जब मैंने योग शुरू किया था ना चेतन, इसमें से ज्यादातर लोग उसके साक्षी हैं, सब लठ लेके मेरे पीछे पड़े हुए थे। बाबा जो कह रहे हैं सब नॉन साइंटिफिक है। मैंने कहा था बीपी क्योर होता है, तो पूरे देश और दुनिया के डॉक्टर जो बुद्धिजीवी माने जाते हैं वो पीछे पड़ गए। बीपी क्योर नहीं हो सकता, अस्थमा क्योर नहीं हो सकता, लीवर ठीक नहीं हो सकता, किडनी ठीक नहीं हो सकती, अर्थराइट, ऐसे एक नहीं हजार, क्योंकि रोग तो बहुत है ना, आज भी मैंने स्वाइन फ्लू के बारे में जब बात की, चिकनगुनिया के बारे में बात की, आज भी मैं बात कर रहा हूं डेंगू के बारे में। 5 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग मरते, मैं कहता हूं मेरे पास इसका समाधान है, मैं करके देता हूं। अब कहो कि सारी चीजों की बाबा मैं उसकी रिजल्ट देता हूं, उसका साइंटिफिक बेस बताता हूं, उसका प्रैक्टिकल प्रयोग करके बताता हूं। अब सारी चीजों का रिसर्च करना हो तो बाबा के पास में चाहिए कम से कम 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा। और बाबा को जितना देश के लोगों ने धन दिया, उससे जो पतंजलि योगपीठ विश्वविद्यालय से लेकर के जो था मैंने लगा दिया। अब हर बात के लिए कहते हो रिसर्च करो रिसर्च करो, सारा रिसर्च कर दूंगा, बीमारियों का भी और ब्लैक मनी का भी। थोड़ा सा मुझे जैसे मैं कर रहा हूं, आप जो आपको लगता है आपकी सलाह का मैं स्वागत करता हूं, आप ऐसा मत, आप यंग हैं, जवानों का मैं सदा सम्मान करता हूं और मैं भी बुढ़ा नहीं हुआ हूं।
Ajay Kumar also has a question. Ajay? Yeah, can we have a mic to Ajay, please? Harinder, I'll come to you after that.
स्वामी जी 2 प्रश्न है मेरे।
भैया
नमस्कार। पहला सवाल, बाबा ब्यूटी पार्लर खोलने की क्या जरूरत पड़ गई है?
देखो, बाबा ब्यूटी पार्लर हेडिंग ये आज तक का है,
लेकिन आपने खोल तो दिया ना, ब्यूटी प्रोडक्ट्स इतने सारे लॉन्च कर दिए, उसकी वजह क्या रही?
यदि सबको ब्यूटी चाहिए, और मैं कहता हूं वो ब्यूटी स्वदेशी से होनी चाहिए। योग से ब्यूटी प्राप्त कीजिए, एलोवेरा से ब्यूटी प्राप्त कीजिए, और अपनी देसी क्रीम लगाइए। फेयर एंड लवली के इतने दीवाने क्यों हो रहे हैं?
तो आप लोगों को फेयर एंड लवली बनाना चाहते हैं।
मैं इतनी सी बात कहता हूं कि ब्यूटी भी पानी है तो स्वदेशी तरीकों से पाओ, और आपको हेल्थ भी पानी है तो स्वदेशी तरीके से पाओ। आपको पीस चाहिए तो अपनी आध्यात्मिकता से पाओ। और स्वदेशी की बात महात्मा गांधी कहते हैं तो राष्ट्रपिता कहलाते हैं। मैं राष्ट्रपुत्र कहलाने का हकदार तो हूं, क्योंकि मैं स्वदेशी को जीता हूं अपने भीतर तक।
चलिए,
Padmaja, running short on time. Yeah.
All right, on the issue of fair and lovely, that's a completely different debate. Let's not go there. Let's shift the focus back to politics. बाबा जी, क्योंकि आप पॉलिटिक्स में एक दिन आना चाहते हैं, आपने अपनी एक छोटी सी पार्टी भी छोड़ी थी,
पर अच्छा करना चाहते।
बिल्कुल। सो 2-3 चीजें हैं जिसमें आपका व्यू जो है क्लियर एक इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे हो जाए कॉन्क्लेव में। पहली बात, इन्वेस्टमेंट में, जो फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट में है, उस पर आपकी क्या सोच है? दूसरा, जो हाल ही में इलेक्शंस हुए थे उसमें कुछ युवा नेता थे जो बहुत बढ़ चढ़ करके आगे उन्होंने कैंपेनिंग की थी, जो हश्र हुआ उनकी पार्टी का हम सब जानते हैं। राहुल गांधी स्पेसिफिकली, उनके बारे में आपका क्या विचार है? और तीसरा, मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूं कि बजट जो कल प्रेजेंट हुआ है उसके बारे में आपका क्या विचार है? इन 3 चीजों के ऊपर मैं आपकी राय जानना चाहूंगी।
डरी हुई सरकार का, जिसको मैंने कहा है डूबता हुआ जहाज है, उसका एक बहुत कमजोर बजट, क्योंकि कोई वो संकट नहीं लेना चाहते थे। इससे देश के जो बेरोजगार लोग हैं, जो किसान लोग हैं, जो यूथ है, जो इंडस्ट्री है, उसमें कुछ खास हासिल होने वाला नहीं है। दूसरी बात आपने पूछी जिन राजनेता के बारे में, उनके बारे में अभी मैं कोई कमेंट नहीं करना चाहता, क्योंकि हारे हुए व्यक्ति को सांत्वना देनी चाहिए, उसकी खिंचाई नहीं करनी चाहिए।
खिंचाई के लिए नहीं कह रही हूं, वो राजनीति है, राजनीति में आप भी आएंगे, आप साफ करना चाहते हैं, बेहतर बनना चाहते हैं।
जो है उनके आमंत्रित करने पर मैं भी गया था उनके पास में, और मैंने उनको कहा था कि भारत की आत्मा को समझने की कोशिश कीजिए। अब गुरुओं की जगह उन्होंने गुरु घंटाल ले लिए, और जैसे भाई चेतन जी मुझे सलाह दे रहे थे, अब उन्होंने तो, वो तो बहुत बड़े आदमी हैं साहब, उन्होंने अपने इवेंट मैनेजमेंट के लोग भी शायद उसके ऊपर करोड़ों रुपए खर्च किए। तीसरी बात, आपने कहा एफडीआई के बारे में। अभी इसी बार हमारे वित्त मंत्री ने कहा कि इससे 30,000 करोड़ रुपए आएगा। 1,40,00,000 रिटेल की करीब हमारे यहां शॉप्स हैं, उसके ऊपर प्रत्यक्ष परोक्ष रूप से इस देश के 20-25 करोड़ लोगों का जीवन टिका हुआ है। हम 30,000 करोड़ रुपए का एफडीआई लेके एक धारा खोलना चाहते हैं, जिससे कि पूरे देश की अर्थव्यवस्था करीब 22,50,000 करोड़ रुपए का ये हमारा रिटेल मार्केट है। हमारे करीब जीडीपी का आधा सेल से आता है। अब इतने बड़े बाजार के ऊपर हम विदेशी कंपनियों को, दुकान हमारी, सामान भी लगभग हम ही बनाते हैं, पैसा भी लगभग हमारा ही होता है, थोड़ा बहुत आता है, बाकी फिर यहां से खींच लेते हैं। ब्रेन हमारा, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारा, कंज्यूमर हमारा, सब कुछ हमारा। तो क्या अपने नाम पर, अपने ब्रांड पर, अपने ऊपर हम भारतीयों को भरोसा नहीं है? मैं चाहता हूं इस देश के अंदर देसी ब्रांड इतने बड़े खड़े हो जाएं कि उनके सामने वॉलमार्ट और टेस्को आदि सब फीके पड़ जाएं। मैं तो इस बात का पक्ष है।
नौकरियां भी हमें ही मिलती हैं।
हरिंदर, लास्ट क्वेश्चन।
नौकरियां बढ़ेंगी बहन, मैं आपको पूरा मैं डेटा लेकर के आया हूं। आप चाहो तो मैं पढ़ाई भी करता हूं, अनपढ़ नहीं हूं। हिंदी जानता हूं, इसका मतलब अनपढ़ नहीं होता है। इस देश के अंदर अंग्रेजी जानने वालों को पढ़ा लिखा माना जाता है, हिंदी जानने वालों को बेवकूफ समझा जाता है, यह भी बहुत गलत बात है। तो मैं आपको पूरा इसका स्टैटिस्टिक्स दे सकता हूं कि किस तरह से हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर इस देश में आई तो 24 लाख रुपए मात्रा लेकर के आई थी। 24 लाख रुपए। आज उस कंपनी का टर्नओवर है करीब 24,000 करोड़ रुपए। आज उस कंपनी का 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए की करीब उसका आर्थिक साम्राज्य इस देश के अंदर है। पैसा लेकर के नहीं आई, पैसा यहां से पैदा किया और यहां अपना आर्थिक साम्राज्य बढ़ाया। ये हाल जो है जिस पहली कंपनी ने हिंदुस्तान का किया था और गुलाम बनाया था, सब ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी के को जानते हैं। कोलगेट पेप्सोडेंट, कोलगेट कंपनी, पेप्सोडेंट तो यूनिलीवर का है, कोलगेट जो है पामोलिव, वो 1.5 लाख रुपए हिंदुस्तान में लेकर के आई थी। आज उसका 2,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का तो टर्नओवर है। तो ये ना तो पैसा लेकर के आती है, ना रोजगार बढ़ाती है, ना निर्यात को बढ़ाती है, ना प्रतिस्पर्धा को बढ़ाती है, ना कोई टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आती है। साबुन, शैम्पू और ये सब क्रीम, पाउडर और अचार, चटनी बनाने में कोई टेक्नोलॉजी लगती है क्या? हिंदुस्तान को बेवकूफ बनाने के लिए ये सत्ताओं की शिकड़ पर बैठे लोग झूठ बोल देते हैं और उनके हम पोषक बन जाते हैं। मैं इस बात को कभी स्वीकार नहीं करता। कोई तर्क कर सकता है मेरे से इस बारे में?
ओके।
My question is for Baba Ramdev. Baba Ramdev जी,
ये आवाज किधर से आ रही है?
एकदम सीधे
पीछे से।
हाँ जी प्रणाम बहन।
ये तो सब मानते हैं कि आपके लाखों करोड़ों समर्थक हैं, मगर आपने एक महिला के कपड़े पहन के रफू चक्कर होने की कोशिश की रामलीला मैदान से, लाठियां आपके सपोर्टर्स को पड़ी। बुरा मत मानिए, पर ऐसा काम क्या भगोड़े नहीं करते हैं?
तो बहन जी, पहली बात तो यह है कि इस बात का मैं पूरा उत्तर तो थोड़ी देर में दूंगा। और माताओं के वस्त्र किसने पहने, हमारे अर्जुन से लेकर के और हमारे भगवानों तक। और माताओं को अपने वस्त्रों पर इतना ज्यादा आत्मग्लानि नहीं होनी चाहिए कि जब वो वस्त्र बहुत घटिया हैं। मैं इससे आगे की टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता। और इनकी मंशा क्या थी, मैं पहले कई बार इसको जाहिर कर चुका हूं। आपने न जाने किस संदर्भ में पूछा है, इसका पूरा जवाब मैं वक्त आने पर दूंगा, क्योंकि मैं इसका बहुत बार जवाब दे चुका हूं। और मैं इधर ही आज आपके सामने बैठा हूं तो कुछ करने के लिए बैठा हूं। और उस दिन बाबा रामदेव खत्म हो जाता, उससे आपको खुशी होती, तो वो खुशी आप आज भी प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, आपको छूट है।
Final.
A final question to you, Chetan. Ramdev ji has managed to monopolize a lot of this session, but you spoke at length about everything that is wrong with politics. You agreed with a few things that Baba Ramdev also said. A lot of people rant about everything that is rotten in politics, everything that's going wrong. But let's just put it out there. What is the right kind of politics? What do people like you really want, and people who support you?
I think we need real leaders, and leadership is about somebody who has some good ideas, somebody who will do the right thing and not look at votes or power or money every day, and somebody who will look at making India that is modern, based on excellence and based on truth. It's not.
That's a very utopian view, don't you think? Dinesh Trivedi thought he was doing something for India.
Yeah, so Dinesh Trivedi thought he has failed in the sense that because of the current, it's the first, I think it's the only country in the world where people get fired for doing a good job. But he has been noticed by the youth. He has been noticed. He's become an overnight star. Why? Because he did the right thing. And there'll be more Dinesh, 10 more after that, and then be 20 more after that, and we'll slowly start voting for these people. And once we start voting for these people who have ideas, who have economic policies, rather than people who do, put on a show or appeal to some of our emotions, then we will get on the right track. I think new people should come to politics. I think he's a welcome addition. In fact, I genuinely believe that he could have done better in terms of his political career based on some of the strategic moves, but maybe he knows what he's doing and I don't. But I do feel it can improve this just this way, by having good leaders who have good character, who are willing to listen to views of everybody, who have a modern outlook. You know, we need a good, honest leader, but we also need a modern leader. Honesty is there for sure, even if I give him that. But we need a modern leader too. I don't want an honest India that is poor. I want an honest India that is rich. That's all.
ममता बनर्जी को बड़ा गुस्सा आता है, योग करना चाहिए उनको?
ऐसा है, देखो, ममता जी के अंदर ममता तो बहुत है, लेकिन वो डूबते हुए के साथ नहीं बैठना चाहती, और आप उसको गुस्सा कहेंगे तो मैं उस गुस्से को कभी खत्म नहीं करना चाहूंगा। दूसरी बात यह है कि आपने जो पहला प्रश्न पूछा उसको पूरा उत्तर देते हुए, इस देश में बहुत बड़ी बहस चल रही है, ब्लैक मनी कितना और कैसे वापस आएगा। मैंने कहा 50 से 100 लाख करोड़ रुपए देश के बाहर है, और उसके पूरे तरीके होते हैं उसको कैलकुलेट करने के। इलीगल माइनिंग में करीब 90% ब्लैक मनी है, और ड्रग्स के अंदर करीब 90% ब्लैक मनी है। इसी तरह से काला बाजारी में और पॉलिटिक्स में और रियल एस्टेट में भी 3 से 4 गुना ब्लैक मनी है। एक बहुत बड़ा विषय है ये, इसको वापस लाने का राइट एंड इफेक्टिव प्रोसीजर अपनाना चाहिए, तो ये हिंदुस्तान वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर बन सकता है, और हम इसको बनाएंगे, चाहे कितने ही वाद विवाद हो, कितना ही तिरस्कार हो। पहले हमने योग को विवादों के बीच में शिखर पर पहुंचाया। ब्लैक मनी, करप्शन एंड करप्ट पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम को चेंज करने की इस प्रक्रिया को भी हम पूरी ताकत लगा करके आगे बढ़ाएंगे, और इस बार मानसून सत्र में लाखों नहीं करोड़ों लोगों की मूवमेंट के साथ इस सरकार को एक सबक सिखाएंगे, या तो अपना संवैधानिक दायित्व निभाओ या सत्ता छोड़ो, और एक राजनीतिक परिवर्तन की आधारशिला 2012 में होगी, आपकी आंखों के सामने होगी। बस इतनी बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं।
Ladies and gentlemen, you might agree or not agree with Baba Ramdev, but one thing is absolutely clear. You can ask him any question and he will answer that, unlike a lot of politicians that we have noticed of late. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Baba Ramdev, and of course for Chetan Bhagat also for this brilliant face-off that we've had.
All right, quite a heated session there. I think everyone would probably want to do some pranayam. Thank you very much, Chetan. Thank you, Baba Ramdev. Can I please now request Mr. Atul Puri, Chairman Mozobair Projects Private Limited, to please come on stage and give a token of our appreciation to both the gentlemen. Can we please again have a round of applause? All right, from talking about pranayam, politics, the history of India, India's culture, let's shift focus now to the future, because that's what our next session is going to be. Everyone please settle down. Can I request everyone to please take their seats, because we're going straight into our next session. For that, I would like to invite Ms. Kalipuri, Chief Operating Officer, India Today Group Digital. Can I please request Ms. Puri to accompany to the stage Mr. Ray Kurzweil for our next session, The Future Lab, Will Computers Exceed Human Intelligence? Can I please again request everyone to settle down? Can this front area be cleared? We'd like to begin our next session now. Ladies and gentlemen, I would really like to request you to cooperate. Can you please clear this area in the front? All right, please put your hands together for Ms. Kalipuri, escorting to the stage Mr. Ray Kurzweil for the session, Future Lab, Will Computers Exceed Human Intelligence?
Good morning, everyone. While I was preparing for this session, I was squatting on some of the quality time I was meant to be spending with my 6-year-old, who dreams of being an inventor. He asked me, "What are you working on?" So I told him I was writing an introduction for a serial inventor who'd invented the idea that Mama never had to die, and she could live forever inside a machine. He was fascinated, and I bought few minutes of peace. Then he came back and he said, "Mama, if you become a computer, I'll buy that. And if you become a TV, I'll buy that. And if you become a fridge, I'll buy that. And if you become an oven, I'll buy that." And I thought, in my next life, I could be a fridge? Wow. And then I started debating, should I be a fridge or should I be an oven? Now, the point of sharing this story with you is that it didn't take me very long to make that jump and start thinking of myself as half machine. Some of you out there might be thinking, she's stretching the point. But tell me, how many of you out there can stay without your phone and not get a nervous twitch? Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Where's my phone? So singularity is here. Singularity is that point where human beings and machines become one, and we become a hybrid civilization. It's that point where artificial intelligence exceeds human intelligence, and we go beyond our biological boundaries. This raises very key questions, and it questions our deepest truths, such as death, aging. In Ray's world, death and aging is just a bug in our biological code, which can be fixed. So, living forever. If you live forever, what is the meaning of your life now? And what about God, souls, karma? What happens to all of that? Ray is one of the best people in predicting the future. And he says immortality is here. So now I would like to ask him to come on the stage to deliver his keynote address and answer some of these fundamental questions. And I'm sure he's going to raise many more. Thank you. Ray?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. India has been very influential on me for almost half a century. I grew up in the 1960s in America. I think that's before many of your time. That was a tumultuous period in the United States, and India was actually very influential. There were two great philosophies of life that still are. This is an oversimplification, but they've both been influential on me. And India today represents the epitome of both, I would say. The perspective that's sometimes called the Western perspective is that The fundamental reality is that the world has matter and energy, and it has undergone evolution, and through this evolutionary process, more and more complex beings have evolved until we get human beings who are conscious, capable of free will, and so on. What became known as the Eastern perspective, and there's many variations of this, but I learned about this actually in the 1960s by reading Indian philosophy and religion. I learned actually an Indian meditation technique, which I still do, is that the fundamental reality is consciousness, and that it is conscious thought of conscious beings like human beings that bring into reality the material world. And I'm writing a book right now on the brain. We actually have both of these philosophies in our minds. My own view is that despite the fact that they're contradictory, they both have to be true. It would be foolish to deny science and evolution and the reality that evolution has created conscious beings. On the other hand, it would be foolish to deny the fundamental reality of consciousness as being the only thing that's really important. What is fundamentally important, if you look at our decisions, is conscious beings like human beings, and material objects exist and are important to the extent to which they can influence the lives of conscious beings. And even though these seem to be contradictory, I think they're both true. And India today represents the epitome of both perspectives. The religious traditions and spiritual and philosophical traditions here continue to deeply influence the world and myself. And India has become a leader in science and mathematics and engineering. I would say maybe a third of the people I work with are either from India or from Indian descent. India has a great tradition of excellence, particularly in mathematics, but in all of these different endeavors. And the purpose of this conference is the Asian century. I think it's undeniable that in Asia has come up in the world economically in an unprecedented way that has never happened before in human history. But I would look at it a little differently. I think it's a phenomena that is affecting everyone, and I'll explain to you why I think that's true. We see progress all over the world, in South America, even in Africa. The tools we have to create disruptive change, to change the world, are in everybody's hands. A kid in Africa today with a smartphone has access to more information and knowledge than the President of the United States or the Prime Minister of India had 15 years ago. These are immensely powerful tools. And we're seeing, in fact, very large growth rates in Africa. India has certainly been the first to embrace these new paradigms and these new routes to wealth, which are not so much based on geography and natural resources. They're much more based on intellectual capital. Most of the jobs that exist today didn't exist 50 years ago. And most of those new jobs, which pay 10 times as much as the old industrial jobs which they replace, have to do with creating intellectual property. And you don't have to be a big corporation or a big government agency or university research lab to change the world. I certainly see that in my country. I know Facebook and Google are popular here. That was started by kids on $1,000 laptops. Zuckerberg was looking for a better way to meet girls. In the United States, you get every year these books which had little pictures of the freshmen. So if you got a blind date with a freshman, you could look up and see what he or she looked like, and would tell you a few things about that person, like volleyball, things in the Glee Club. They were called Facebooks. So he said, hey, we could put these online. He did that with $19,000 of capital. Today they have almost 1 billion users. Same thing with Google. It was a couple of students. It was kind of a late night bet in a dorm room basically a bit of bravado that they could actually reverse the links on the internet. You know, the internet has these web links that go forward. Larry Page said, hey, you know, I could reverse those links and create a search engine so you could find any piece of information. And they basically engaged in a personal duel to see who could do that first. They did that on $1,000 laptops. If any of you are thinking of starting a fashion line, you might want to get this woman, Tavi Gevensen, on your side. She makes and breaks fashion lines all over the world. She was on the cover of Vogue magazine recently. She's 14. She started her blog when she was 11. And there are many other examples like that. I'm mentoring a young woman. She's actually a girl, 17 years old. Laura Deming has a cure for Alzheimer's. She claims to have a cure for Alzheimer's. Looking at the science, it looks quite sound. She's raising $25 million with backing from Peter Thiel, who is the venture capitalist behind Facebook. The point is that we have democratized the tools of creativity. In fact, we've democratized a lot of things. I wrote in the 1980s that the Soviet Union, which was then going strong, would be swept away by the then emerging social network, early forms of email over teletype machines, fax machines. People thought that was crazy, that the mighty Soviet Union, a superpower built to last, is going to get swept away by a few teletype machines, but that's exactly what happened in the 1991 coup against Gorbachev. We saw a rise in political democracies during the 1990s with the rise of the web. We're seeing the effect of social networks today on politics. It's not just political politics. It's really all kinds of relationships. If a woman goes to a doctor with a chronic disease anywhere in the world, she's part of a community and communicating with other people who have that same condition. It might be thousands of people or millions of people. That's gone through 3 phases. The first phase was just to share information so that person would have more knowledge about that disease than the doctor, because the doctor's tracking lots of diseases. It then moved to political activism, where that group will say, that regulatory agency is holding up this drug. That drug looks really promising, and they will actually get that pushed through. If you want a really powerful example of how this kind of collective political action on social networks can be powerful, look, there was a strike recently of Wikipedia and a couple of other sites in the United States against a piece of legislation that had to do with privacy and intellectual property. It's called SOPA. This was sailing towards bipartisan support in the United States, was going to get passed. The users organized and made a strike against it. It was dead within hours. So an organized group of people with this kind of decentralized communication can be very, very powerful. The third really exciting thing is these groups are actually solving the problem now. We have collaborative decision-making. Recently, a group of several hundred mathematicians got together and solved a mathematics problem. About a quarter of that group were Indians. And they solved a problem that had not been solved for centuries and would have been impossible without the collaboration of several hundred mathematicians who had never met each other. But using these new collaborative decision tools, we're able to do it in a matter of weeks. And so now you have groups of patients. You have 1 million patients. They have the motivation, but they also have the skills and the knowledge, and now the collaborative decision-making tools to actually solve that problem. And the phenomena that is enabling all of these changes, I call the law of accelerating returns. And that's what I'd like to talk to you about. It's an exponential growth of information technology, and it's not obvious. It's not intuitive. In fact, we have an intuition about the future. Our intuition about the future is linear, not exponential. You might wonder, well, why do we have brains? We have brains in order to predict the future. So when you and I or our ancestors were walking through the fields 1,000 years ago, we would look up ahead and say, oh, there's an animal going that way. I'm going this way. We're going to meet up there. I don't want to meet that animal. I'm going to go this other way. It was useful for survival. That's why our brains evolved. And those predictors of the future were linear. We assumed that that animal would continue on the same pace. That became hardwired in our brains, making linear predictions of the future. It turns out that the progression of information technology, not every progression, not every trend, but the basic power, capacity, price performance, bandwidth of information technology is exponential. It doubles every period of time. It's approximately once a year. Now you might wonder, well, what difference does that make? Well, if I take 30 steps linearly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's our intuition about the future, I get to 30. If I take 30 steps exponentially, 2, 4, 8, 16, and that's the reality of information, they remain slim, and they got the health benefits of being slim. They didn't get heart disease, they didn't get diabetes, they lived 20% longer, they got the health benefits of eating less while eating more, and they're working with a drug company to bring that to the human market. That's just one of the 23,000 genes we'd like to consider modifying.
So
We've identified genes that are important for cancer to progress, for heart disease to progress, and are reprogramming them. We're learning how to reprogram the cells in our body. For example, half of all heart attack survivors have a damaged heart. My father had this condition. He died of it in 1970. Later on in his life, he could hardly walk because his heart was damaged, and there was nothing you could do about it. Now you can actually get a therapy of taking your own stem cells and putting them in the heart and rejuvenating the heart to actually fix the heart that's been damaged in a heart attack. I'm working with a company where we are growing new lungs using stem cells. There was a controversy, which you may remember, of using embryonic stem cells, which ran into ethical problems because it involved the destruction of embryos. That has been worked around. We can now create induced pluripotent cells, IPCs, that are equivalent to embryonic stem cells but are made from your skin cells. Again, by reprogramming them, adding 4 genes turns them into equivalent of embryonic stem cells, but there's no embryo involved. The ethicists who are opposed to embryonic stem cell research support this idea because there's no embryos. And anyway, if you want a new liver or a new kidney, you'd like to have your DNA, not the DNA of some other embryo. So we could talk for hours about these ideas, but the important point is that health and medicine is now an information technology, whereas it didn't used to be. So it used to progress linearly. That was still useful, but now it's going to go into high gear now that it'll progress at this exponential rate. These technologies will be 1,000 times more powerful than they are today in 10 years, 1,000,000 times more powerful in 20 years.
Ray, could you please tell the audience a little bit about how you reprogrammed your own body and basically reversed your own diabetes, in the same vein that you were just mentioning?
Talk about my diabetes?
Yeah, how you reversed it, how you reprogrammed your body.
Yeah, well, I've written 3 health books about this topic, and we talk about, I have a co-author who's a medical doctor, and we talk about 3 bridges to radical life extension, to dramatic extensions of human longevity. And bridge 1 is what you can do right now. And there's actually a lot you can do in terms of eating the right kind of diet, and exercise and stress management and supplements. I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes 30 years ago, and basically with my own program that I invented was able to overcome diabetes. I've had no indication of diabetes for 25 years, and my numbers are completely normal. I have a genetic disposition to heart disease, which my father died of, but I have perfect numbers and I have no indication of that condition. So there's a lot you can do. That's bridge 1. Bridge 2 is what I've been just talking about, which is reprogramming biology. That's right now in the development phase. Some things are coming out, like I mentioned, you can fix your heart if you had a heart attack. That's something new. But 15 years from now, these will be very mature technologies. So if you can follow bridge 1 for another 10, 15, 20 years, we'll then have the full fruit of what we call biotechnology, the ability to reprogram biology. And then that'll bring us to the third bridge, which is nanotechnology, which I'll get to in a moment, but going beyond biology. Communication technology is very democratizing, as I mentioned. This is the number of bits being moved around on the internet on a logarithmic scale, doubling every year, very smooth exponential growth. And here's that on the left, that's the graph I had of the internet in the 1980s. Had just the first few points when it was called the ARPANET from the Department of Defense in the United States, which tied together a few thousand scientists. That was the predecessor to the internet in the early 80s. And I predicted this will be a World Wide Web connecting hundreds of millions of people by the late 90s. And people thought that was nuts when the entire American defense budget could tie together 2,000 scientists in a year. But I saw that it was growing exponentially, and that's the power of exponential growth, and of course that's what happened. We're shrinking technology. We are another area that used to be linear and not an information technology, but is now becoming an information technology, is the world of physical things. So today I can email you a book or a sound album or a movie. It used to be I'd have to send you a package. Now I can send you an email attachment. But I can also email you a violin. There's a picture of it. That's not an artist's conception. That was actually printed out on this new emerging world of three-dimensional printers. And somebody actually printed out an airplane, one module at a time, and then snapped them together and flew in it. I started a university called Singularity University, and one of our projects is to print out housing for the poor that will be very low cost but very high quality, basically one module at a time and snapping them together, Lego style, using three-dimensional printers. And the scale of precision of three-dimensional printers is getting better at an exponential rate. It's improving at a rate of 100 in 3D volume per decade. The costs are coming down dramatically. It's really right now right before the storm, but over the next decade this will be a mainstream technology. If you go out 20 years, this will totally revolutionize manufacturing. So manufacturing the way it's being done today really will be replaced by this kind of technology. And it's improving at an exponential pace. It's an information technology. And one of the things we'll do, there's a movie of a nanobot, a little blood cell-sized device that'll go inside your bloodstream to keep you healthy. And if that sounds very futuristic, I'd point out there's already 50 experiments of doing that already with the first generation of nano-engineered devices in animals. One scientist cured type 1 diabetes in rats with a blood cell-sized device. That is a robotic red blood cell, which is about 1,000 times more powerful than your biological ones. So if you were to replace a portion of your red blood cells with these little robots called respirocytes, you could do an Olympic sprint for 15 minutes without taking a breath, or sit at the bottom of your pool for 4 hours.
I'm sorry, Ray, we're running a bit late. I've just received a note. I was just wondering if you would like to do more of a Q&A session, because I'm getting many requests for questions from the audience.
Yeah. Well, let me show one more point. And
okay.
Then,
thank you.
I'm writing a book called How to Create a Mind, The Secret of Human Thought Revealed. And basically, we're making exponential gains in understanding human intelligence and being able to apply that to more and more intelligent artificial intelligence systems. But let me show you one graph which is interesting, which is the impact of all of this. There's a common perception, it's maybe not so common here in India because India is making such fantastic progress, but I do run into it in Europe and the United States, that things are getting worse in the world. And I think the reason for that is that our information about what's wrong with the world is getting better. So when there's a battle somewhere in the world or somebody's got a medical emergency, we hear about it, and we have much better ideas of what is going wrong with the world. But let's take a look at actually what has happened. That all those little circles there are countries. That's the year 1800. And the x-axis is the wealth of those nations measured in income per person per year, which was in the hundreds of dollars at that time. And on the y-axis, it's longevity. How long did people live? Which was in the 20s and 30s. Average in 1800 was 37. So did things get better or worse? We're now going through the 19th century. This is the first industrial revolution. Some countries are making some progress. But as we get to the 20th century, the 1900s, you'll see a wind that moves all of these countries towards the upper right-hand corner of the graph. There's a have-not divide. That does not go away. The better countries are still better off than the poorer countries. But the countries that are worst off at the end of this process are much better off than the countries that were best off at the beginning of this process. And it's not stopping. In fact, it's going into high gear. And this will actually move along even more rapidly as we go through this century. Asia has made the most progress if you look at the countries on this graph, but all the countries are improving. And I'll show you one last graph here. This is the progress we've made in longevity so far. Longevity was like 20,000 years ago, 37 in 1800, 48 in 1900. This was from the linear progression of health and medicine before it was an information technology. Now that it's an information technology, starting in about 10, 15 years from now, this is going to go into high gear. According to my models, we'll be adding more than a year every year to your remaining life expectancy in about 15 years. So if you can hang in there for another 15 years, we'll get to see the remarkable century ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Ray, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions. We're a little rushed for time. Just to take off from the last slide that you just showed us, in a situation where we will be able to upload ourselves into a computer and live forever, we in this country believe very strongly in karma. What happens to karma when you can live forever inside a computer?
Well, it's not exactly how I envision things happening. I mean, in my view, this is already part of who I am. It's not inside my body or brain yet, but it might as well be. I'd like it to be, so I wouldn't lose it. When I do lose it, I feel like I've lost part of myself. When there was a strike in the United States of Wikipedia, and I felt like part of my brain had gone on strike. So these are actually already part of who I am. This part, the non-biological part, is backed up. We actually have information in our bodies and brains. It's not a metaphor, and that's not backed up. My view is go out 25 years from now, this will be so small, it'll be the size of a blood cell. It will literally go inside our bodies and brains. I think that's an arbitrary distinction, whether it's inside or outside. It's already part of who I am. We'll still be biological, but we'll have a non-biological part. The non-biological part will be backed up. In my mind, I believe in karma. I think it has to do with the consequences of our actions. When we become adults, we are responsible for what we do, and that follows us forever, and that's karma. And that's not going to go away, but our capabilities will be greater. It's already greater. I mean, I can see it. I've been managing work groups for 45 years. I can have a few people now in a few weeks, and they accomplish what used to take 100 people years. We are smarter and more capable and more productive, and certainly India is a prime example of that because of these physical and mental extenders. But karma, which is basically our responsibility, and we are responsible creatures who have free will, that's only amplified as we sort of amplify our own abilities.
So in your world, what does bad karma look like? You get a virus, or what happens?
Well, you can read any kind of literature, including literature about the future. If you read science futurism literature, there's still consequences of our actions. We are responsible for the well-being of others, and I think it's just inherent. I'm an inventor. What gives me a thrill is to actually create something that has a benefit to people's lives, and that benefit isn't in some other earthly reward. It's just actually experiencing having a positive impact on someone else. In my case, it's as an inventor. It might be a mother with a child or a teacher. That's its own reward. But if you read science futurism, it's just like literature of the past. People do somehow experience the positive and negative consequences of their actions.
And how do you reconcile God with the idea of creating these superhuman beings?
Well, I think there's two spiritual aspects to what I've been talking about. One is that evolution is itself a spiritual process, because if we look at what happens during evolution, if we look at biological evolution and then technological evolution, the evolving entities become more knowledgeable, they become more creative, more intelligent, more beautiful, and they become greater in the very qualities that we ascribe to God. If you look at, there's of course many religious traditions, but they have a lot in common. In my religious upbringing, we actually studied all the different religions of India and everywhere in the world, and noted that all of them describe God in similar ways as being unlimited in those very qualities: intelligence, knowledge, all-knowing, creative, beauty, high-level emotions like love, infinitely loving. Well, that's exactly what we see in evolution. They don't become infinite like God, but they become greater in those qualities, so they become more God-like. So therefore, evolution, while never becoming fully like God, is moving in that direction, and therefore, and becoming more God-like. Therefore, it's a spiritual process. That's the first point. The second one is that what is the ultimate spiritual value? It's what I started my remarks with. It's consciousness. If you have a conscious person, we assume that all human beings are conscious, unless they don't seem to be, because I had too much to drink last night. But if they're, generally speaking, human beings are conscious, and that is the ultimate spiritual quality. If I have some gadget on a table and it's not conscious, it has no value other than to the extent to which it might help a conscious person. If I destroy my property, that's probably okay. If I destroy your property, it's not okay, but not because I'm causing pain and suffering to the property. I'm causing pain and suffering to you, the owner of the property, a conscious person. Our whole moral system and our legal system has to do with the sacred quality of consciousness. And in my view, what a human being is a entity that can be extended, and already has been, through the fruit of our own tools. Ever since we picked up a stick to reach a higher branch, we've extended who we are, made ourselves greater with our tools, physically and now mentally. And so we are expanding who we are through our technology. So the technology enhances our humanity, and it's part of our humanity, part of the sacredness of being a conscious person.
So we're being pulled off air, but I want to ask you one quick question, really quickly, because I see a lot of beautiful women in the audience here, and all of us want to know, have you already found Bridge 1 to anti-aging?
Well, Bridge 1 inherently is not perfect, otherwise we wouldn't need Bridge 2 and Bridge 3. So I, for example, take a lot of supplements, but I also eat a healthy diet.
200 supplements for anyone else out there. 150. It's reduced. 150 supplements.
And that's because our being natural isn't good enough, although these are natural supplements. But if I didn't take some supplements, I would have diabetes, I would have heart disease. So I've reprogrammed my biology away from that. And people say, you think you're going to live hundreds of years because you're taking these pills and eating a right diet and exercising? And the answer is no. The goal of Bridge 1 is just to get to Bridge 2, which I think is only about 15 years away. And it's really a wake-up call for my generation, what we call the baby boomer generation, because, say, my kids who are in their 20s and 30s, they should be in good shape in 15 years from now. But people, I'm 64, people at my age can be in good shape in 15 years. I come out younger on biological aging tests, a good deal younger. So it's not guaranteed I could be hit by a bus tomorrow, but I think I have a good shot at being not only alive, but in good shape 15 years from now when we have Bridge 2. So that's the goal of Bridge 1.
So thank you, Ray. Since both of us may be living forever, I'm hoping I'll see you again in this lifetime.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurzweil. Thank you, Kali. Can I please now request Mr. Rajiv Dubey, Director, Aditya Birla Group, to please come on stage and give a token of our appreciation to Mr. Kurzweil. Ladies and gentlemen, without a break, we are going straight into our next session. Our next session begins now, the World Dialogue. British Prime Minister Mr. David Cameron wanted to be here because Great Britain is the Conclave's country partner, but he was unable to make it, so he has sent a special video address for the India Today Conclave.
I can't be with you in person, but I want to take this opportunity to say what a privilege it is to launch the great campaign at the India Today Conclave. You are the people who will shape the future of India. And my message to you today is simple. Think Great Britain. I'm passionate about the relationship between Britain and India, and I want to do everything I can to make it stronger. People from all parts of India have made their home in Britain. They are a vital and vibrant part of our country. They help strengthen the links between Britain and India and will help Indian people and Indian businesses feel even more welcome when they come to Britain. As India grows, you want a partner that can support your ambition, that can help build the infrastructure you need, to give your businesses unrivaled access to European and global markets, and offer your students the best education in the world. I think Great Britain can do all of those things. We're the 6th largest manufacturer in the world. We're a global hub for science and innovation. We have a culture of enterprise and innovation that's helped us to pioneer the internet and unravel the DNA code. We speak the world's language. We have some of the best universities in the world. And because we want the best Indian students to come to our universities, I'm delighted to announce today the establishment of 60 fully funded master's level scholarships for India. These scholarships will be for students drawn from every corner of the country, and they offer a real opportunity for brilliant students who wouldn't otherwise be able to consider studying in Britain. In short, we're one of the most open and welcoming countries in the world, and we welcome the fact that Indian capital and expertise is helping great British brands like Jaguar and Land Rover conquer the world. So in this special Olympic year for Britain, I say, come and join them. Come to Britain, study in Britain, invest in Britain, be part of this special year in a truly great country, and help us to make the relationship between Britain and India one of the defining relationships of this century. Thank you for your support today, and I wish you all a very successful conclave.
Like you just heard, Mr. David Cameron could not be here, but I'm pleased to inform you that he has nominated Mr. Vince Cable to speak on his behalf. So can I please now request Mr. Dheeraj Nair to escort to the stage Mr. Vince Cable and Union Minister for HRD and Telecom, Mr. Kapil Sibal. Mr. Vince Cable and Mr. Kapil Sibal will be conducting the World Dialogue. Can Capitalism Be Compassionate? The session moderated by India Today's Dheeraj Nair. Please put your hands together for our next two speakers, Mr. Vince Cable and Mr. Kapil Sibal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the World Dialogue. No economic system in history has delivered more prosperity to mankind than capitalism. It has won its major wars. It beat feudalism in the 19th century, it beat communism in the 20th century. But though it wins the wars, there's one battle it hasn't convincingly won and silenced its critics, and that's the battle about equity. Does capitalism benefit the rich disproportionately and hurt the poor? That is a question which needs to be answered. Can capitalism be compassionate? Does it have compassion in its DNA? We have two very eminent speakers to talk on the subject. Dr. Vince Cable is Secretary of State for Business, Innovation and Skills in the UK. Interestingly, he's fighting a brave battle against the excesses of capitalism in the City of London. Mr. Kapil Sibal, the Union Minister for HRD and IT and Communications, is actually fighting the opposite battle here to get rid of the excesses of socialism in the education system and even the remnants of licensed Raj and Telecom. Welcome, gentlemen. I'd like Dr. Vince Cable to address the gathering first.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I first of all thank India Today very warmly for the invitation, very distinguished forum. It's a great pleasure to be here. And maybe I should just go straight to the exam question that you've posed, which is, can capitalism be compassionate? And I'll try to do it by going back 2.5 centuries to the Scottish philosopher Adam Smith, who indeed tried to address this. I think he was probably the first person to do so, though maybe the French would dispute that. He tried to set out in a coherent way, in a book called The Wealth of Nations, the intellectual case for a competitive free trading system of capitalism as being the best way to generate wealth and rising living standards. But actually, he wrote two books. The other, which is less well known, was called The Theory of Moral Sentiments, and it argued that capitalism also must have a moral underpinning, not compassionate in the sense of being sentimental and soft-hearted, but anchored in the rule of law, in honesty, and respect for social values. Now, the intervening period, particularly the 20th century, has seen experiments with a wide variety of alternatives, various forms of socialist communist state planning and nationalistic autarky, and I think it's fair to say that all of them have failed. And with a few pathological exceptions, like North Korea, the modern world has now largely converged on the central argument which Adam Smith advanced all those years ago. Having said that, capitalism comes in many forms. In my own country, as in the United States, we have what's sometimes called Anglo-Saxon capitalism, open, competitive, and with leading companies owned by private shareholders who are institutionally separated from management. But there are many other models. The French is more dirigiste, The Germans have what's sometimes called a Rhenish model, built around a consensus between employers and unions and the state, and depends also on a backbone of middle-sized family-owned companies, the so-called Mittelstand. Elsewhere, the Japanese, since over the last century and a half, have evolved, again, a very different kind of capitalism based on large family companies, the keiretsu, working closely with a somewhat nationalistic state machine. Korea, or South Korea, has produced a variant of that in modern times. And in the last 30 years, we've seen the emergence of a very successful form of capitalism in communist China, which is based on different types of state-owned enterprises alongside first-generation entrepreneurs backed by the state. And perhaps the best way of characterizing that is state capitalism. And probably state capitalism is the best way of describing many of the new emerging economies, especially countries like Russia and Brazil, which are resource intensive or have oil. And of course here in India there is again a very distinctive form of capitalism, very diverse but also very successful, with the big family conglomerates, a large number of highly entrepreneurial middle-sized companies, a vibrant stock exchange in Mumbai, which I think now has more listed companies than any other except possibly New York and London, roughly the same size, and also has a financially sophisticated middle class of savers and investors. So what we call capitalism is extremely diverse. It's also rapidly changing. If we think back a generation ago, it didn't exist in mainland China, though Chinese family businesses were already driving growth across Southeast Asia. A generation ago, as many of you in this room will remember, Indian companies hadn't even begun to become global and were subject to very heavy state regulation. And in the UK, our form of capitalism was largely then British-owned, and it was heavily industrial, but now foreign ownership is the norm. Indeed, our biggest manufacturing company in the UK now is Indian-owned. And again, if we look back at how India has evolved and how India's form of capitalism has changed over the years. I first came here almost half a century ago, and I'm struck by the pace and scale of change every time I come here. When I first came in the mid-1960s, there was no green revolution, let alone an IT revolution. The big Indian houses, Birlas, Tatas, Mafatlals, they were tolerated rather than encouraged, and were very heavily controlled. The middle class was very small and disgruntled, and all the intellectuals I met were entranced by the miracles of Soviet planning or the potential of Maoist revolutions. And I recall vividly when I first visited the factory which my brother-in-law ran just outside what was then Bombay. And his whole life was dominated by getting licenses from bureaucrats and avoiding garaus by his unionized staff. I mean, capitalism was then an endangered species, and it's now anything but that. It's totally and utterly transformed. So in this very, very diverse and rapidly evolving world of different kinds of capitalism, can we describe it meaningfully as compassionate? Well, you know, individual businessmen may well be philanthropists, but is the system compassionate? And that's the question that you've put to us. I think what we can say, without any doubt, is that it has been extraordinarily successful in lifting hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. That's most strikingly the case in China. But in India, rapid growth has had the effect of reducing the proportion of the population in absolute poverty in the last 3 decades from 2/3 to 1/3. That's obviously approximate, but that's the World Bank estimate, and I don't think many of you would challenge that. And in the process, creating, again according to definition, a very large middle class. So this modern globally integrated capitalism with a rapid diffusion of technology and ideas, the opening up of markets, the opportunities it presents for the talented and the ambitious has been extraordinarily successful in lifting people out of poverty. But one has to acknowledge also that it has an ugly side as well. Part of that ugliness is extreme inequality of income and wealth, of entrepreneurial striving, and on the other hand, what he called the darkness which was left behind. But I think my point here was that it doesn't have to be that way. There are countries, certainly in the developed world in Northern Europe, which have demonstrated that you can have highly successful, outward-looking forms of capitalism which coexist with a strong level of social cohesion. And in the developing world, there are very good examples in this country, but also in countries like Brazil, of pro-poor policies. And democracy is an essential part of that. It's giving the poor as well as the rich a voice, as indeed happens here in India. And one lesson I draw from all that is that capitalism is a necessary but not a sufficient condition for development in the widest sense. The other major hazard in modern capitalism has been financial instability. The banking crisis in Scandinavia and Japan were followed a decade ago by the Asian financial crisis, and more recently by the collapse of leading Western banks in 2008, 2009. And I'm a minister in a cabinet, in a government, trying now to deal with the very damaging after effects of a massive financial shock, problems that you have when your banks have been broken and you have disrupted credit supply. And we and other countries have learnt the hard way that financial markets are not self-correcting and that financial capitalism is potentially toxic unless it's properly regulated. Now, I think where we are now in the broad debate about the future of capitalism is that there are very few people on the one hand who will argue for unfettered laissez-faire, for just letting markets rip. But equally, there is a high level of scepticism about government's ability to plan and direct and control. I think very little belief anymore that inward-looking trade and national ownership is a sensible way to proceed. The issues now, I think, are different. One is how governments can intervene optimally to support an emerging knowledge economy through innovation, education, infrastructure. It's the question about how far governments can go to redistribute income and wealth and develop social welfare when they have to balance that against international competitiveness. And it's also about how to maintain a sense of identity which isn't narrow and inward-looking and xenophobic. I mean, those seem to me the core questions which capitalist countries, in their many diverse forms, have to deal with. And on the latter point, one of the bitter lessons from the last major crisis in capitalist economies in the 1930s is that financial crisis feeds recession and depression that can then fuel inward-looking nationalism, protectionism and conflict. And that we have to avoid. And so far, we've done so. The multilateral trade and financial institutions, new groupings like the G20, and indeed informal networking of the kind that you've organized today, have all provided the glue to maintain a framework of cooperation. And perhaps I should just say in conclusion that that is very much the spirit in which I'm visiting India today. In the UK, we think we have something to celebrate this year. We've got the Olympics, the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, and we're celebrating it, as you've just heard from the Prime Minister, through what we call the Great Britain campaign, promoting what we do best, advanced manufacturing, creative industries, world-class universities, and we want to develop as close a partnership as is possible with countries like India. We happen to have historic ties, but that isn't enough, because a modern strategic relationship's got to be based on mutual self-interest, trade, investment, security, and common values. And that's what our great campaign is designed to achieve. And the main message of that campaign is that Britain is indeed a great country, as India is a great country, and that we have a great partnership, past, present, and future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cable. A very interesting talk about the different forms of capitalism and what the future holds. Mr. Kapil Sibal.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Vince talked about Adam Smith, so let me just give you some thoughts of mine on Adam Smith before I start. Just some snippets, and I'll come back to this a little later. This laissez-faire has come apart. The end is here. Rebuild and start. Late Adam Smith cannot provide a recipe to turn the tide. We'll have to go somewhere else to turn the tide. My take on this is that capitalism per se needs a huge transformation if we want to really deliver for the people. And there is an intrinsic tension between capitalism and compassion. Though I believe that perhaps capitalism is the only form of economy that actually can deliver for people. So it's really a necessary evil in a sense, because capitalism, however, what it does is it divides riches unequally. And socialism divides poverty equally. And so we naturally have to move away from socialism, because there's no point in distributing poverty. And at the same time, we cannot accept the fact that capitalism as a system, when it works, tends to bridge the gap, increase the gap between the rich and the poor. So how can capitalism become compassionate? I doubt very much that capitalism will ever be compassionate. Unless, of course, the entrepreneurs who are the front runners in capitalism realize at some stage that it is in their interest to actually work for the good of the people and ensure that the profit motive is not the prime factor in ensuring their own prosperity, and that profit, when distributed, in fact increases their prosperity. And that's the transformation that I think is required to take place as we move forward. The fact of the matter is that that the market is not a magic wand. The fact of the matter is that markets don't necessarily go forward in a rational fashion. The global crisis has demonstrated that in inadequate measure. And so what do we need to do? And I think each country, as Vince rightly pointed out, has different forms of capitalism, and each country needs to find its own solutions. But I think globally, there is a global trend that's happening, and that we need to recognize. And that global trend is that the information technology revolution has brought information to the doorsteps of millions of people that had no access to information before. What has that done? It's changed the attitude of people towards governments. It has also changed the attitude of people towards business. It's also changed the attitude of business towards the aspirations of people. And I think that the driving force in the transformation of capitalism, at the heart of that is the information technology revolution. And I think that once we recognize that fact, and you see that happening already in industry and in business, that businesses are realizing more and more that it is in their interest to actually distribute the wealth in adequate measure, to increase levels of prosperity around them, which in turn gives the consumer a greater purchasing power, which in turn fuels the economy, and which in turn increases prosperity. That's the cycle that I'd like to see happen as we move forward. But that's easier said than done. Take India, for example. If you really look at since 1991 to 2012, our GDP rate is pretty good. Even in the worst of years, our GDP would be 6.9%. The last 2 years it was 8.4%, the last two fiscals. But has it brought succor to the poor? Have 500 to 700 million people benefited from an 8.4% GDP? Has that prosperity trickled down to ordinary folks? And the answer is no. So is that an index of happiness? Is that the way that capitalism should move forward? Or is there something else that we need to do? And it's in that context, ever since 1991, Indian democracy has been moving towards an experiment that has never taken place anywhere else in the world. And that experiment is in the form of our economic policy when we use the phrase inclusive growth. And I think at the heart of this concept of inclusive growth is what I called inter se equity. In other words, unless you have equity inter se communities, unless you have equity inter se business, government, and the consumer, you're not going to reach anywhere. And I think at the heart of inclusive growth is to achieve that inter se equity. And at the heart of achieving that inter se equity is what I call equal opportunity meritocracy. And that's very fundamental. You can have a system of capitalism which does not provide equal opportunity to people, and that capitalism is bound to it will never survive. But if you are able to provide your people with equal opportunity meritocracy, in other words, give schooling to every child, ensure that every child has health care, ensure that when children move up to higher education, they are entitled to loans, ensure that every family has a roof over their head, ensure that transportation is cheap, ensure that every family has access to water, ensure that every family has access to sanitation. In the absence of that, in the absence of all these fundamentals, you'll not be able to create the equal opportunity meritocracy, which is fundamental, I think, to any form of capitalism that has to be successful. And that's really at the heart of the problem. And India is grappling with that. And that's the reason why, even in the last budget, you see the finance minister actually continuing on the programs which involve a lot of expenditure, because it is that inter se equity that we have to realize for our people, for the purposes of providing the equal opportunity meritocracy to all citizens of India. And that's no easy task, because while you do that and your expenditure increases, you at the same time have to generate growth, because you have to ultimately, all this comes from taxes. And unless you give incentives to the rich and to industry, you'll not be able to get the growth to provide the money for the kind of changes that we want to be able to achieve that equal opportunity meritocracy. So this is a very difficult task to perform. And I guess each country has its own problems in this context. To look at, for example, the Eurozone. What's happened in the Eurozone? Why did the whole concept of the European market come into being? because suddenly it was realized that countries were too small to be able to take advantage of the limited markets that they had. And therefore, to provide equity to themselves as nations, they had to extend the market so that they have greater access to larger markets, so that they can in turn bring about prosperity not only to themselves, but also distribute prosperity. But of course, that experiment is an enormous experiment, but how far it's going to be successful is something that we've yet to see, because of the nature of the European economies and the way people have overspent, both in Europe as well as in the United States of America. I mean, if capitalism means living beyond your means, what it does is that it lives off other people's money. You borrow money from the bank, and you pay 1/50th the installment, and you say, this is my house. Well, the fact of the matter is, it's not your house. It belongs to the bank, and it'll take you 30 years to pay off. And if the whole economy functions on borrowed capital, then you're going to see the kind of crisis that we have seen both in the United States of America and in Europe. And therefore, what do you do at the end? You have to act responsibly. Who will make you act responsibly? Not those whose only aim in life is to make a profit. So what are the interventions that are required? Who decides on the interventions? What kind of interventions should take place? What kind of regulations should take place? Is the government the right forum for doing that? Or is there any other self-mechanism that will allow that to happen? All these are fundamental questions that all of us have yet to answer. I think there is an enormous tension between compassion and capitalism. We can't do without capitalism, and of course, compassion is central to everything in life. So let me end by something I had written about the global meltdown in a minute, and that's how I'll end my intervention. The world has changed since Bretton Woods. The world has changed since Bretton Woods. Finance is meant for global good. Our Wall Street czars must tread with care, for Main Street is the real player. Regulation provides the key, coupled with real transparency. Investment banks attempt to lure their profit motive distilled and pure. Financial structures, when put in place, need to display a human face. Rich must prosper, so must the poor. Our thoughts alone will not ensure. New global banks must help sustain those afflicted by financial strain, prevent collapse and devastation, financial systems aberration. The corporate world, and some of you are sitting here, must take the lead, seek wealth without avarice and greed. Dupe not holders of equity. The key word is integrity. Values, ethics must underscore the desire to acquire more. Revamp, reform, inspire trust, make sure the system is robust.
Thank you, Mr. Sibal, for reading your poetry as well and talking about the inherent tension between capitalism and compassion. We'll now open the session for Q&A. I'll just take the liberty of asking the first one since I'm in the chair. I understand your point, Mr. Sibal, about the inherent tension. And of course, you said that growth is necessary to finance the equal opportunities you spoke about. But there is a view that the Congress party and some of your allies are all compassion and no capitalism at all, which will eventually drive us to low growth and bankruptcy, and you'll end up distributing the poverty you were saying we shouldn't redistribute.
Well, you know, if you talk, you know, the numbers say otherwise. I mean, if you look at UPA 1, you had 9% growth in 3 fiscals. If you look at UPA 2, despite the global crisis, we had 8.4% in the last 2 fiscals. So nobody can say it's all compassion and no capitalism. There's a lot of capitalism and there's a lot of compassion, but there's a tension between the two.
But are you happy with the pace of economic reform or free market reform?
No, you're never absolutely happy. Are you happy with the media? No. We're not absolutely happy. We can't be. There's so much more to be done. So much more we want to do, but there are compulsions. and you are aware of the compulsions. And I don't want to make news this afternoon, so.
Dr. Cable, Britain has, of course, been, as you said, a model of Anglo-Saxon economics, which is more open than, say, the continental European economies. Do you see blowback of any kind from the financial crisis? Is the state coming back as Big Brother?
Well, certainly in the financial sector, that is the case. And there was an enormous amount of hubris in the banking system, producing very complex products that the bankers themselves didn't understand, shadow banking that threatened the whole system. And what's now happening is that, you use the phrase blowback, but there certainly is a mood in all the major Western countries that were affected, and particularly in Britain and the United States, to have a more regulated banking and financial system. One of the major reforms that my government has put through, and it involved my working with the Chancellor, is actually splitting the big global banks through what we call ring fencing, so that you separate traditional banking, lending to business, lending to consumers, separating that from what we sometimes call the casinos, the investment banking operations. So it's done in a different way in the UK from the US and in Europe, but we have learnt lessons from the crisis, and we'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Right. Questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, my name is Vineet Taneja from Delhi. My question is for Mr. Sibal. You spoke about compassion and capitalism perhaps being not really tenable together, but a point to be considered. I wonder if you're aware that there is a movement emerging of late called the conscious capitalism movement. And it talks about the tenets of higher purpose, stakeholder alignment, conscious culture, and conscious leadership. And I personally feel that that movement has a lot to do with our ancient traditional wisdom practices and is rooted in them. And although it's emerging in the US, I believe we have an opportunity in India to be able to embrace something like that. I would like to hear your comments on that.
No, in fact, I was part of that movement. In fact, I went to Bombay. There was a huge, all those people, leaders in the US for conscious capitalism came to me, and I entirely support that. But, this is like, it's like managing science and spirituality. It's difficult to do that. Conscious capitalism is a great thing, but conscience and capitalism are also very difficult to manage, between the two, just as science and spirituality. That's the way forward, but the frailty of human beings and the human mind is such that sometimes you can't bring about the kind of equities you want with the hope that people are going to embrace conscious capitalism as a form of life. I doubt it very much.
Dr. Cable, can capitalists self-regulate?
In many ways, it can self-regulate, and there are great dangers when government tries to control every aspect of business. In fact, I'm simultaneously in my own government trying to achieve quite a difficult balance, because there are clearly some areas of activities where government regulation is necessary. I've just mentioned the banking system. There is clearly a necessity to have basic regulation to protect the environment, the consumer, and workers. But what has very often happened, certainly in the UK, and I think probably even more in India, is that a great deal of what we call red tape has grown up around these regulations, which is excessive. And what I'm trying to do with my colleagues is we've got a list of 22,000 government regulations that have accumulated over recent years, and we're working through the list and asking business, is this a problem? And if the regulators can't make a good case for that regulation, we get rid of it. So we're simultaneously trying to have smart regulation in areas where it's necessary, as in banking, while getting rid of a lot of the accumulated bureaucracy that has grown up around regulation in the past.
Ladies and gentlemen, this conclave is being webcast live on the web as well at www.indiatodayconclave.com. We're getting a lot of questions from the web. There's one question I have here from Vidushi in London, and both of you can answer that. Won't the compassionate face of capitalism, she asks, kill the instinct of competitiveness that drives entrepreneurship?
Well, that's the tension I was talking about. Well, here's the tension being reflected in that question. I mean, if you really look at capitalism and the growth of capitalism and the way that it went forward, you look at the colonial era. That was capitalism, a different form of capitalism. Where was the compassion? Where was the consciousness? Look at 21st century capitalism as practiced, remember this, when you talk about education and you talk about patents, the West is far ahead of us, miles ahead of us. And the West is looking for markets, and ultimately patents and access to markets and knowledge which is concentrated in the West makes it very difficult for us to compete, right? So there's a tension there as well. Now, how do you resolve that tension? That comes through dialogue. And I think what we need is intergenerational dialogue, with dialogue across boundaries, so that we can actually come to some kind of sense of balance.
Dr. Gable, you're the Minister for Business, Innovations and Skills. Does compassion inhibit competitiveness?
Well, it can do. I mean, let me just try to get away from abstractions to a very concrete problem. If you have extremely rich people in society, what rate do you tax them in order to ensure that they pay their share to public services or to redistribution to poor people? What is the sensible rate of taxation which doesn't then destroy enterprise? That's a practical question all governments have got. In the UK, we have a very vigorous debate as to whether the marginal rate of income tax should be 50%, which it is at the moment, or 40%. Where is a sensible level? In France, Monsieur Hollande, the opposition socialist, is saying it should be 80%. I don't know what it is in India, but when we talk about a tension between the negative disincentive effects of compassion and enterprise, we're dealing with very practical things of that kind. What is the best marginal rate of tax?
But of course the question that can arise is that if you tax them at 60 or 70%, the private entrepreneur will say, the rich will say, look, in my hands that money is much better served because I will in turn invest it and bring about greater growth. In your hands, it'll be spent, it'll be misspent, so it's better leaving it with me than taxing it. So there's that debate.
There's a related question on compassion, Mr. Sibal. There's the whole question of the way, at least in India, the government delivers public services, or what you would call social safety nets, the compassionate side of capitalism. Isn't there a serious problem there?
Absolutely, absolutely. Very serious problem, because the targeted subsidies never reach the people. So that's exactly why we have the Aadhaar. That's why we are moving towards a cash delivery system. And so what you need to do is bring systems of transparency, put them in place, don't regulate or over-regulate, but ensure that the transparency systems actually allow people to self-regulate. And in the event there is an aberration there, then you intervene. But that, of course, requires us to understand what business needs, what business to understand what government needs. That kind of dialogue, in-depth dialogue, has not happened. It should happen.
But do you think corruption, which is a big issue now, dents the image of both capitalism, people talk about crony capitalism, and of compassion, because people talk about money being looted? And both sides get dented when...
It's a big issue. It's a big issue, and we need to address it. I mean, the other day I went to the net and looked at 19th century UK and the US, and when I read through what I read, it was exactly similar to what's happening here today. So we are moving, there's a transition taking place in India, and I'm glad that we are addressing these problems, and I'm glad that these issues have come to light.
Any further questions from the audience? Yes, at the back. Can you get the mic at the back?
Good afternoon. Sir, we've heard a lot about compassion between the rich and the poor. But don't you think that we're missing a point here? What happens to the compassion towards our Mother Earth? I mean, the way capitalism is fueling consumption, this per capita increase in consumption, where is it going to lead us? Are we going to be left with our Mother Earth?
Yeah,
if there's no earth, there is no rich, no poor.
Yeah.
No, but that's why I talked about intergenerational equity. I use that expression only in the context of the planet. What are we here for? Why are we here? What are you going to leave behind? These are questions that capitalism must answer. Because that's the future of capitalism depends on the answers to those questions.
Dr. Cable, the resources debate. Yeah.
Well, sustainable development has got to involve growth if you're in a poor country. I mean, it seems self-evident that if you've got very large numbers of people who are extremely poor, then they're going to have to consume more. Of course, more food, more calories, and it's absolutely legitimate that if people are in a bicycle culture that they will want to have a moped or a car. What is wrong with that? That's not immoral, and it can be made sustainable if you have sensible policies which capture the environmental costs. And I think most countries are now have got that message.
John Elliott, I think, last question.
This is a question, perhaps inevitably, about coalition governments and compassion. Could you tell us how much compassion you think, Mr. Cable, you've been able to inject into the British government's policies? And for Kapil Sibal, do you think compassion is railway fare increases for all or just for the rich?
Well, it is one thing our two countries now have in common. We're trying to manage coalition. In the UK, this was unexpected. We've never had a coalition in peacetime since well before I was born. I hate the phrase that I'm personally trying to inject compassion. That sounds very pious and self-righteous, and I don't like that language. What I am trying to inject into our coalition is what I would call a social democratic perspective to balance some of the more free market views of my conservative colleagues. And I think we are succeeding. This government's only been in for 2 years, but we have provided stability. We're making very, very tough decisions about the budget. My own department, we've had to cut spending by 25%. That's not easy. A third of my civil servants have had to go. The kind of harsh decisions that businesses often have to face, but we've done it, and we've done it hopefully in a, well, compassionate way, but we've still had to make tough decisions. And I think Mr. Sibal had it absolutely right, that what we're talking about here is an inherent tension between a system that is businesslike and unleashes the forces of entrepreneurship, but also maintains a sense of decency and social solidarity. And if I'm helping with that in my own government, I'm pleased.
And as far as your question to me is concerned, you're really not being compassionate in asking me that question.
On that note, thank you, Dr. Cable. Thank you, Mr. Sibal. A wonderful discussion. I think we all agree that capitalism is the best system to allocate resources, but there is an inherent tension with the distributional aspects. Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can I please request Mr. C.S. Verma, Chairman, Steel Authority of India Limited, to please come on stage and give a token of appreciation to both the speakers. Mr. C.S. Verma. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for lunch. We're going to be reassembling at 2:30. I would request you all to please come back here at 2:30. We are running on a very tight schedule. I'm sure you'll appreciate that fact. 2:45, we're going to begin our next session. So please take your seats by 2:30. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
This was my first time speaking at the India Today Conclave, and really thrilled to be here. Just the energy and the excitement was just tangible and visible to see. It was great to meet with leaders from industry, business, public lives, and hear their insights as well as share my perspective. And on the topic that Rajan and I were talking about, who will win the web, it really is an exciting time in the evolution of the web in India, and we at Facebook firmly believe that the single biggest principle that will help win the web is putting people at the center. Also, really to complete that by winning in the mobile experience and breaking the language barrier. We are at the very beginning of what we can do with the web in India, and I look forward to realizing the potential. We are focused on our mission of making the world more open and connected, and to that end, we are just very excited about the things that we're doing for developers. We announced a bunch of innovations in the F8 Developer Conference a few months ago, whether it was Timeline, whether it was Sticker, whether it was Open Graph. And then a few weeks ago, we had an event for marketers, our first ever event for marketers, where we talked about the evolution from ads to stories. That's really our singular focus. How can we help
corporate sector to the intellectuals, journalists, and all sections of people to sort of get views of all those who matter. What does voter expect from a politician is something which is the root of democracy. If you see the emergence of China and India along with South Korea, I think more and more the world is looking at Asia with a much greater interest. Not only because of the size of the population, but the economic growth, which when every other country in Europe and other areas is on a declining trend, India has been able to keep its head above waters. And similarly, China, of course, has its own problems. But the very fact that the Asian countries fought the recession in a much better way than the Europe or the America is by itself is the reason why people are looking at Asia.
Well, it was a great honor and a privilege to be here.
to start the session. All our guests, Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Nitin Gadkari and Sanjeev Goenka are here. Mr. Jaipal Reddy will be joining us in just a few moments.
Do I introduce them from there or here? From here, no? Good afternoon, everyone. Lunch is done, so we're back to business with an extremely high-powered panel. And also, the budget hullabaloo is over and done with, but the problems afflicting the economy remain. There are structural problems that the economy faces, and these are things that no magic wand can deal with overnight. Recently in Bali, when the Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao met the Indian Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, he was very candid when he immediately after the meeting spoke to media and said that the world is big enough for both China and India. That comparison, unfortunately, is a cross that we have to bear. And despite several years of phenomenal growth, in fact, for about 3 or 4 years, we actually had gangbuster growth of beyond 9%. But that growth trajectory seems to have tapered off in the recent past. And while we still may be doing better than the rest of the world, it isn't the way it was, say, 3 or 4 years ago. So what ails the economy? How do you right this economy? Is this growth despite the government? Because there are many, including Mr. Bajaj here, who has always maintained that the growth comes despite the government. So what is required? Because we remain a capital deficit nation, we remain a power deficit nation, and we remain an infrastructure deficit nation. So I have an extremely distinguished panel, like I said, all involved in the process of righting the economy at different levels. We have 2 politicians. One of them will join us very shortly, Mr. Jaipal Reddy. Mr. Gadkari is here, the president of the principal opposition party, the BJP. And we have a key member of the dream team of 1991 and somebody who's been involved with the journey of reforms over the last 21 years, a planner, Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, and of course, one of the top industrialists in the country, Sanjeev Goenka, who actually fixed the power problem in Calcutta, and something that I lived through, so I remember that distinctly. So we'll start with Mr. Goenka. As I said, I lived in Calcutta in the early 80s, and I lived through 16-hour power cuts, and I never, ever believed that things would get better. Mr. Goenka took on a company called CESC, turned it around, and of course now Calcutta and West Bengal is actually power surplus. So if those dark days are now history, credit should go to him. Today, CESC bears a completely new look and is a flagship company of the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. His strong entrepreneurial streak, hard work, and the searing ambition to succeed against all odds, which he values highly, have driven this turnaround of CESC and propelled this $3 billion diversified group, which includes power, infrastructure, carbon black, and of course retail, media, and entertainment. So I would like to invite Mr. Goenka to set the ball rolling as far as righting the economy is concerned. Mr. Goenka.
Thank you, and good afternoon. It's a real honor for me to be here today. Clearly, the best conclave in India, being organized by a man whom I and my family admire and respect tremendously, Arun Puri. A panel which is extraordinarily distinguished, but for me, Mr. Gadkari, a man of immense clarity of vision, Mr. Ahluwalia, one of the greatest thought leaders of India. Writing the economy, to my mind, it means growing the economy. It means facilitating the growth of the economy, making it more lucrative for investments by Indians and by the world. Let me confess, the limitless freedom of expression that we Indians are blessed with is mostly spent in answering questions on who have already wronged this wonderful economy and how our self-inflicted wounds have weakened our competitive strength. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, we bury the past and create an environment where every Indian can actively contribute to create an incomparable India. We have to learn to speak and work as one nation. We have to learn to work together. We have to believe in ourselves. Let us not forget that each one of us has a vested interest in India succeeding. It is about time we set about working a national consensus on the Indian economy, on economic policy formulation. It is about time that we depoliticized the process of economic policy making. We created an economic and fiscal policy which was stable in the long term, irrespective of which party was in power. It is imperative that we create an atmosphere of trust and harmony, not where one or the other stakeholder feels guilty. The issue is, how do we stimulate investments? One, interest rates need to be reduced as fast as possible. Land acquisition needs to be made simpler, quicker, and depoliticized. Environment clearances need to be expedited. Two, infrastructure industries like power, highways, aviation need to be focused upon. For example, and I will take the example of power, that's something that I'm involved with. Fuel should be allocated expeditiously. Environment clearances must come fast. And monopoly like Coal India must be either regulated or competition brought in so that prices of power do not go up unduly for the common man. Three, we need to open up FDI in employment-generative sectors like retail, civil aviation. Four, create rapid action committees for various key areas. China already does it. And set up core groups to monitor the progress and development of these sectors. That is, lay down policies and follow implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, writing the economy of India is a mind-blowing task. If politicians, planners, businessmen, and the Aam Janta of India unite on a common program, there is no reason why the forthcoming Asian century will not be as much ours as China's. And we can certainly do it. And frankly, I'm confident that we shall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goenka. Several things that Mr. Goenka listed are anathema to the present government, probably, which often takes refuge behind the coalition dharma. But we have the principal opposition party president right here with us, Mr. Gadkari, who is not just, a consummate politician, but what is perhaps less known about him is the fact that he is an intrepid reformist as well, and a businessman in his own right, and a very successful businessman at that. Well before one had heard of the Golden Quadrilateral, and I'm saying this from personal experience because I was there in Maharashtra when Mr. Gadkari took it upon himself to change the face of infrastructure in Maharashtra. Mr. Gadkari had already made waves in building expressways, and in many ways he was the man who built the Pune-Mumbai expressway, which is considered a real piece of art, as it were, because they actually blasted through tunnels, etc., and built this fantastic road which reduced travel time by as much as 2.5 hours. So he was the public works minister in the BJP Sena government. He was also the chairman of the Maharashtra State Road Development Corporation at that time. There were many surprised faces, of course, when he was appointed the president of the BJP. And I think, if I'm not wrong, he was the youngest president of the BJP at that point in time. Today, there is talk that the party may even change its constitution, and Mr. Gadkari will get a second term. We will probably get an answer to that question when he speaks. I give you Mr. Nitin Gadkari.
Respectable dignitaries, friends and sisters. Our economy is really in the problem. We are facing a lot of problems. I don't want to talk about the politics, but as far as our national interest is concerned, it is one of the important factors for us. The main challenges with the country is poverty, unemployment, hunger, and also the inflation is very high. I feel that the most two important sectors which related with the country are very important. One is agriculture and other is industry. The industries need water, power, transport and communication. As far as the power sector is concerned, we are facing a lot of problems. Because on small level, I am also in power sector. I am generating power from biomass. I have my 5 projects and 3 sugar mills. I am working as a social entrepreneur. The problem is that a lot of decisions taken by the central government as for the reformation in the power sector, but the state government are still not ready to listen it. The availability of coal is a big problem. The caloric value of the coal in India is very less and contain more than 40% ash percentage. The imported coal price are increased. I don't know exactly, but there is a, probably in due course of time, there will be a big NPA in power sector because all power companies are facing a lot of problems. The important sector is road sector. There is also the speed is very less. One thing which I am very much confident about it, that for power, for infrastructure in many sectors, we can talk the public-private entrepreneurship for that. I have experience in as a minister, I raised 4,000 crores from the capital market and complete the work of 8,000 crores with taking only 5 crore equity from the government. I feel that in power sector, in particularly infra road sector, tourism, health services, our country have a lot of potential. The economic viability is there. In many sectors, particularly related with the tourism, there is an internal rate of return is more than 14, 15 also. If government allow people to work with their public-private initiative, it can increase the more employment potential, per capita income, GDP and growth rate. I particularly working in agriculture, we are facing a lot of problems. Last 5 years, the prices of the fertilizer increases 4 times. I don't know exactly what is the problem with the government, but there no new industry, the government is not able to give the permission for that. Presently there is some study group and some decision has been taken. But agriculture, we are facing a lot of problem because of fertilizer. And the main important thing is irrigation. And water is very essential. The Supreme Court has already delivered a decision related with the river connectivity. In Gujarat, the government executed the river connectivity with 14 rivers. The result is agriculture growth rate is up to 14%. Water is very essential for the agriculture and power is same important for that. In the rural area in many states, there is 12 hours to 14-hour power shortage is there. So the important thing is that the power and irrigation, and particularly water management, drip and sprinkler, they are very essential for our agriculture production. We have lost every year the rotten food grain, which cost 58,000 crores. And when fruits, vegetables, loss of 1,10,000 crores. We have no gold-down facilities, no pre-cooling plant and cold storage. Even I am also working in ethanol, biofuels. There is a lot of potential. But I don't know what the reason is that government is importing the crude of more than 3,70,000 crores, but not taking a decision to encourage the biofuel in the country. I feel that diversification of agriculture towards energy and power sector is very important. I know one thing that you can donate eye, but you cannot donate vision. The lack of vision, commitment, development-oriented approach, constructive thinking, fast-track decision-making process is very essential for the country. And we have got all potential. We are a rich nation with a poor population. Our industrialists, our people from different areas, they have a capability to work in many sectors of the society. The government role is only to support them. If you can support them, definitely it is going to be result to be increasing more employment potential. The tourism sector, where 49% of the capital investment is used for the employment potential. We have to increase the per capita income, GDP, agriculture growth rate. We have to encourage the public-private investment. We have to encourage particularly the development in the agriculture field and rural area. Today, the country is facing a lot of problems. We have to change our economic policies. One thing is very clear that I am a president of the principal opposition party. But we are committed for the progress of this country. For the economic issues, if government need cooperation for us, we are always ready for that. But it's time for the government to think about it, because the FDI is not coming now. The FDI which was in the country is taking back. And the most serious thing is that the many Indian industrialists, they are preferably investing their money abroad. They don't want to invest in India. That is also a very serious thing. I am not using all these things only to criticize the ruling party or the government, because this country belongs to all of us. We are all committed for the progress and development. And particularly as far as my ideas and vision is concerned, I never think about what is going to happen in the politics. Whether you want to lead the people or lead the other people, the first important thing is that we have to lead this country. We have to protect the interests of the poor people. Eradication of poverty, increasing employment potential, increasing the GDP, the growth rate, per capita income, and increase the production, which is definitely going to boost this country. I feel that this is a very important thing for our country, and we have got a lot of potential. We are a rich country with a poor population, but our policies can make India strong. And I definitely, in this conclave, the people, lot of people who are very much linked with many industries, those who are very much interested in the progress of this country, your thinking, your ideas about the development, they are definitely very useful for the country. It's a great pleasure for me. I will listen to all of you, which is definitely a good thing for me to listen something from you. We are very much committed for the progress and development of this country. Eradication of poverty is our basic challenge, and that is the mission of the politics. First of all, I want to clear it, whether it makes no difference whether X party is there or Y party is there. I am not a politician like other people. I have strong conviction for this country. If anything needed for this country, we are ready to sacrifice for that. I am not going to bother about what it happens to the politician or the political party. The victory is not the ultimate success. But a socio-economic transformation is ultimately a mission of politicians. And politics is an instrument of socio-economic reform. And this socio-economic transformation is the mission of our life. I am new to Delhi. I know I don't have any PR. I am not going to bother about anybody. I have my own hard conviction. My way is very fixed. I am not going to bother what people feel about it, what our opposition feel about it. I want to go with my own path, which I am selected. I feel that this country belongs to all of us. We have to think about it, and we have to definitely take essential steps how we can transform this socio-economic transformation which presently country needs. Thank you very much.
Well, you've heard Mr. Gadkari many times as a politician. I think this is probably the first economic speech that Mr. Gadkari has given to an audience of this size and magnitude. Mr. Gadkari said one very important thing. India is a rich nation with a poor population. And I think those socio-economic indicators are what we are trying to write over the last so many years. And despite 21 years of reform, while we may have got to our goal, the bigger goal is still very far away on the horizon. Our next speaker, I have great personal regard for Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, who made a name for himself as a pro-reform economist in extremely hostile surroundings, because I think in those times, being labeled pro-reform was the equivalent of hurling a vile epithet. In fact, he made things even more difficult for himself at that time with his World Bank background, perhaps. But again, those were challenging times, and he stayed the course, first as Commerce Secretary, where he was instrumental in bringing the trade liberalization regime, and then, of course, he worked very closely with Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was the Finance Minister. It was natural that he should be a key member of then Finance Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh's team, and now Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh's team. If the reforms process has come to stay and is the reason for India to be now close to a $2 trillion economy, then Dr. Ahluwalia, now Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission, should definitely take some of the credit. Dr. Ahluwalia.
Thank you, Sandeep and friends. Good afternoon to everybody. Actually, I wasn't really very sure what the subject of this discussion was going to be, because it was somewhat unusually described as righting the economy. So I asked the organizers, does this mean righting as opposed to lefting, or does it mean setting it right? And it sort of looks a little bit more as if we're going to talk about more or less the economic agenda. So we have very limited time, and it's very difficult to say anything that, differs from what you'd expect me to say. So let me make a few disconnected points. First point is something that Sandeep touched upon, which is kind of at the back of everybody's mind, that, is the economy now growing rapidly and is going to grow rapidly? Hopefully that has improved things. I don't know if it has. It's going to grow rapidly no matter what the government does. That's an important issue because it relates to what's the role of government, since this is, after all, a much more private sector-led economy, as indeed is the case all over the world. Now, before the financial crisis led to the growth rate slowing down, many of my friends would tell me, we've really taken off. We're on a 9% growth path, whatever you fellows do. Now, of course, post the financial crisis with the slowing down, the mood has changed quite a bit. So everyone now feels that whatever slowdown has occurred, and incidentally, the Indian economy's growth rate, although slower than before 2009, is still amongst the highest in the world, maybe the second highest. They feel that this is something that government should set right. And I think they're right. I think the things that have happened, which we need to respond to, some of that is external, but even to respond to external developments, it's the job of the government to respond to them. So that puts a particular burden on setting things right. The second thing is that, the the extended period of 9% growth, and actually the rise of ambition about 9% growth, has made us much more aware of some of the constraints to sustaining that kind of growth rate. And I mean, everybody agrees that infrastructure, more investment in education, and I think two of the critical areas which Mr. Gadkari mentioned, energy certainly and water certainly, are going to be very important constraints. So we need to chart a path where the economy can get back to 9%, but what it means is that we know how to meet the energy needs of 9% growth, and we also know how to meet the water needs of 9% growth. And that is a very big task which isn't going to be performed simply leaving everything to the system. In fact, that's what the government, that's one of the big things, and it's sort of infrastructure that the government really has to do. The other very important thing that the government has to do is to actually make sure that this growth is inclusive. Because it's not true that left to itself, the growth will necessarily be inclusive. And there are many things about growth which need to be put in place to make sure that you have the right kind of growth. And what I mean by that is that inclusive growth should not be viewed as growth to which you tag on a few inclusive things. It's more like trying to get the kind of growth that would actually be more inclusive. I mean, the simplest part of this is you do need to have a much faster growth rate in agriculture. Although actually agriculture, as far as GDP is concerned, is now a shrinking part of the economy. It's only about 17 or 18% of GDP that comes from agriculture. So when we say we have achieved, probably in the 11th plan, we have been able to raise the agricultural growth rate from maybe 2.2% to about 3.4%. And that's below the target, and the target was 6%. But if agriculture is less than 1/5 of GDP, then going from 2.2 to, or rather 3.4, let's say, to 4 is adding 0.6%. And if you give that a weight of less than 1/5, what it actually adds to GDP growth is not that huge. But what it does to the incomes of very large numbers of people is very huge. So you need to pay very special attention to what is happening in agriculture. You need to make sure that, for example, small and medium industry, which is much more labor intensive, that has an environment and a milieu which can grow. And I mean, I could keep multiplying these examples. I think that's really what we need. We need an environment in which investment can be buoyant, and quite frankly, the experience of the past several years suggests that there is enough interest both in Indian investors and in foreign investors in putting money into India. That's proposition number one. Proposition number two is that there's enough within the system that will create a certain amount of dynamism. You do need to do a lot more on the skill development side, on the education side, and I mentioned agriculture, which requires some special action. You need a lot on infrastructure, because I think our system is actually quite capable of generating the infrastructure you need for 6 or 7% growth. It's quite a challenge to do the infrastructure needed for 9% growth. And that is a major step, not just a challenge for the central government, it's a challenge for both the central government and the state governments. So, I mean, it's a broad-based agenda on which we actually have to act. I think if we look at the slowdown that has occurred right now, to my mind, we have to recognize the fact that the global economy will transmit less growth impulses. I mean, that's not just a problem for India, it's a fact for everybody. That the global transmission of growth impulses, certainly from the industrialized world, are going to be a lot weaker. I mean, everybody here gets very upset that we are growing at 7% and next year the Finance Ministry's projection is 7.6%, which is pretty good. You know, the projection for the industrialized countries is about 1.5%. So we have to accept the fact that at least for the next 2 years or so, growth rates in the industrialized countries will be very low. And therefore, if we are going to have a growth, it's going to have to be a growth that is led and fed to a much greater extent by internal factors. And clearly a revival of investment, both public and public-private partnership, has to play a very big role in that. So I think stepping back, we need to look at what is it that's holding up those investments. And I think that in the public perception, there's altogether too much focus, in my view, on the details of the budget or the monetary policy, and all very important things. But the most important thing, I think, is to identify some critical sectors in the real economy where there is a perception that implementation problems are holding up forward movement. I think we're doing that. The government has taken a number of steps to try to identify what are the impediments to faster implementation of existing projects in power and coal and gas, etc. And I think if the steps that we are taking are seen to eliminate bottlenecks over the next 3 to 4 months, I think we will have a very different investment climate. Of course, all this must be grounded in a macroeconomics which is inherently sustainable. And I think the budget has given, to my mind, a very honest and a realistic macroeconomic time path. They've recognized that in the year that's just about to end, we've exceeded the fiscal deficit. Now, you know, some people sort of say, well, isn't that a bad thing? But the fact of the matter is that all over the world, there's been global slowdown, and in a period of slowdown, fiscal deficits do go up. What is more interesting is that the budget now quite clearly lays down the path of transition, getting back to fiscal consolidation. It's actually quite an honest statement because it doesn't say we are going back to what we said we would be in the year 2012, 2013. I mean, the projected level of the deficit a year ago for 2012, 2013 was something like 4.1%. It's actually going to be 5.1%. But the point is, it's going to be a significant improvement from the year that's just about to end. And I think as the budget documents make clear, it is going to bring about a reduction in the debt to GDP ratio. And quite honestly, those who worry about inflation, and that's a very important issue, those who worry about inflation should recognize that reduction in the fiscal deficit is a critical precondition for being able to tackle inflation. If we fail to reduce the fiscal deficit, then it's very difficult to do other things. And that combined with a stimulus on the supply side, and when I say stimulus, I don't mean tax concessions. I think what's holding up supply at the moment are supply side bottlenecks, and they need to be addressed directly. So those two things combined should enable us to bring the growth rate back up again, and that by itself, hopefully, will revive investor sentiment. I think most people agree that India has the preconditions, the fundamentals, the institutional requirement, enough of a dispersed private sector is not concentrated now in any one city or one part of the country, to actually be able to bring about a reasonably broad-based revival in growth, if these problems can be tackled. I didn't say very much about energy and water, but I mean in the planning process, when we look at the 12th plan, I think there are three big areas that we need to address. One is clearly energy, because whatever you do, if we're going to grow at the growth rates we are targeting, and we achieve improvement over the reduction in energy intensity that we've already seen. So energy intensity has been falling, and even if we allow for it to fall faster, and that requires a lot of steps, the the actual growth in energy supply that we need will outstrip the available domestic supply. So we will end up being more import dependent. We must accept that fact. And this wouldn't matter very much if this was happening in a world where everybody was projecting a collapse in energy prices. But I'm not aware that anyone is projecting energy prices do go down. Gas prices in the US have fallen sharply. But overall, we should be assuming that energy prices will remain high. And this basically means that we'll be importing a high-priced item, and therefore there's a very strong case for doing what the finance minister said in his budget speech, which is sort of bringing about a phased elimination of energy subsidies. Very difficult to do, and all the people who criticize the budget for not being very specific would not have been very enthusiastic if he had made specific proposals. But frankly, this is an unavoidable. It's not just for India. It's true for China, it's true for Indonesia, and it's happening around the world. Water is going to be an even bigger problem than energy for the simple reason that the amount of water we have is pretty much fixed. India has 4% of the world's supply of fresh water and 16% of the world's population. China, which is our neighbor, has about 7% of the world's supply of fresh water and 20% of the world's population. So the fact is that India is more water scarce than our neighbor to the north. So what are we going to be able to do to bring about water use efficiency? That's a very big part of the agenda. Mr. Gadkari mentioned interlinking of rivers, and that's sort of been on the drawing board. It's less easy to do, by the way, than many people think. One interlinking project, which is in the process of being processed, is the Ken-Betwa link in Madhya Pradesh and a bit of UP. It is still to get all the environmental clearances needed. Linking rivers is, when it can be done, if it's environmentally feasible, can really make a big difference. But whether we can find environmentally sustainable ways of doing it, and also whether we can get agreement in the states to share the waters, is not an easy thing at all. So let us not assume that they are easy solutions. They're actually enormously difficult. And frankly, we will need a cross-state political consensus on how to handle the rational allocation of waters in the country. And I see this as a 10-year agenda. And it will have to involve all the states and obviously by definition all the political parties. If there isn't a consensus on this, it can get stalled extremely easily. And the last structural transformation that we need to address relates to the process of urbanization. India has been very slow in urbanizing, but with the transition to rapid growth, this is expected to change. And we expect a much faster pace of urbanization in the next 20 years. Now, one very simple, I'm probably taking too long. Should I shut up or do I have another 2 minutes? One very simple, I'm tempted to say this because Jaipalji was looking after the urban sector until recently. He's now looking after petroleum. So in a way, I'm only setting the ground for you. The fact is that today, we have about 360 million people in what we call urban areas. And it's probably true that only half of them have what I would call the infrastructure which, according to our present standards, is adequate. So that basically means there are 180 million people in urban areas in India today who are not adequately served with urban infrastructure. By the year 2030, which is about 29 years away, or 19 years away, we expect to have something of the order of 600 million people. So we're going to add 240 million people, and we've got an existing backlog of 180 million people, which basically means we are currently meeting the needs of 180 million. In 20 years, we have to meet the needs of 420 million people in order to provide urban infrastructure at present levels and standards. Now, quite frankly, this can be done. But in order for it to be done, there has to be a national recognition that this is a major national challenge. The problem is, urban governance is the responsible of cities and nagarpalikas and municipalities and whatever. And in our system, almost none of them is empowered to do anything. So it is going to require a major change in the devolution of resources at the state level, from the states to city governance. And it also will require the empowerment of these city governments. That's a big, big politico-social transformation. And I'm not talking about a 20-year horizon. These are the main things. If we are really talking about righting the economy, I wouldn't worry too much about this year or even next year. I would really ask ourselves, how much closer are we getting to addressing these longer-term challenges? Thank you very much.
Well, it's not often that you get a debate on the economy where the opposition, the treasury, the nation's top planner and a top industrialist sit together. What emerges from what one has heard till now is that there is a bipartisan approach to some extent, because I think treasury and the planner, opposition and the planner are on the same page as far as energy is concerned, as far as water is concerned, as far as agriculture is concerned. So the key thing here is the environment, as Dr. Ahluwalia said. How do you right that environment more than the economy so that investment is buoyant? We'll now hear it from the next speaker. Again, a very interesting person. Mr. Reddy is admired not just for being an artful politician, but he's also a skillful troubleshooter and an extremely persuasive speaker. He's worn many hats, among them the Information and Broadcasting Minister, the Urban Development Minister, as Dr. Ahluwalia just said, when he tried to clear the clutter on the Delhi Master Plan, and now, of course, in an extremely powerful position as the Petroleum and Natural Gas Minister, when, among other things, he must find ways to deal with a host of issues. The price hike, deregulation of other petroleum products like diesel, like LPG, like SKO, which is kerosene, the stake sale of PSU oil companies. We've just seen the ONGC offer for sale, which didn't go down very well, incidentally. And of course, the Iran case in India's energy needs. So not the least of his roles has also been one of a troubleshooter in his own state, now Telangana, or what may happen in the future. When he took charge of the ministry, he said something very interesting. He said, I am a new minister in an old government. It would be unfair to expect me to bring in new policy. Mr. Reddy has certainly done enough to set his stamp on one of India's most watched ministries, because he manages extremely powerful business interests in that ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jaipal Reddy.
Friends, as we all know, economy does not perform in a political void. Therefore, everybody talks of political economy. The conventional wisdom is that coalition politics has become a major constraint. However, without denying the truth of that proposition, historical evidence does not bear it out. We tend to forget that for the last 23 years, India has not had any single ruling party or combination or leader which commanded full majority in both houses of parliament. Sri Rajiv Gandhi was the last Prime Minister of India who had full majority, absolute majority, in both houses of parliament. However, it was during the last 23 years, reforms have been introduced, major reforms have been carried out, thanks to pioneers like Dr. Manmohan Singh and Sri Pranab Mukherjee and Dr. Mantek Singh. They have also been implemented to a fairly successful degree. Today, reformism, I'm afraid, has been replaced by new ideology. I may describe that as populism. Often, we who are ministers in the central government are asked questions about economic issues and conditions. But India is a federal system. I was inquiring with Nitinji as to how many states in which his party is in power. He was telling me, he was whispering into my ears in a rare display of humility that his party is in power only in 9 states, while Congress party is in power in 6 states. So in a federal system, it's difficult to say as to which is the ruling party. I wish to emphasize this fact because every chief minister of every party, including those of the party to which I belong, has been increasingly practicing populism. Reformism has been replaced by populism as the consensus. Mantek ji in his presentation was referring to political consensus. I think that consensus is never more required than today. In the last 23 years, we have had governments headed by Congress party, UF left, NDA, and again Congress-led UPA. Whoever was in power was following the same set of policies. When they come into opposition, they keep opposing, if not subtly obstructing. So there is a paramount need for development of or evolution of multi-partisan consensus. As has been mentioned, I am handling this difficult ministry for petroleum and natural gas. No sector in the country is more troubled than this sector. You are facing double jeopardy, increasing prices at the global level, increasing depreciation of rupee, As a consequence, in the outgoing fiscal year, our under-recoveries are of the order of 1,48,000 crores of rupees. This figure is easier stated than put down in numbers through zeros. Do we have any way of solving this problem? Yesterday, the finance minister in his budget offered me rupees 45,000 crore. The figure mentioned in the budget was 60,000 crore for 65,000 crore. After that, 20,000 crores had been carried forward from the previous year. Actually, we have received only rupees 45,000 crore. And where do I get this remaining amount of rupees 1,05,000 crore? You will all say, going by economic reasoning, that you raise the prices. Even if I do, I will only be able to take care of the future problems. The problem I've already accumulated is not going to vanish. How will we be able to persuade the opposition to look at these things rationally? When India was in power, fortunately for a long time, the international prices were low. They took a very healthy decision of dismantling the APM, Administrative Price Mechanism, in the oil sector. When we came back, when the prices went up, we had to go back to APM. As a consequence, this problem has arisen. Why I am referring to this factor is not because I am minister. I think economy is facing more urgent threat from this sector than any other. So the need for consensus is urgent, not only paramount. This is recognized by everybody. When I talk to members of parliament belong to various parties in the inner lobbies of parliament, they all agree with me only more vehemently. Even so, we are unable to arrive at a consensual decision. I would like to take this opportunity to appeal to everybody to rise above the political parties, agree to what all of us have been doing when we were in office. Until this approach is evolved patiently, many of our economic problems, in my view, will not be solved. Such problems arise even in advanced polity like America. We have heard of stories of gridlock between the two houses of Congress, sometimes between the White House and the Congress. So gridlocks do take place. But in India now, we need to address ourselves to this particular oil gridlock. In addition, we have this problem of Iran. Well, Iran has been one of the big oil suppliers to us. Our dependence is crucial. However, we can't also ignore the international environment. We are trying to steer clear of extreme options. I would like to utilize this opportunity to assure one thing: there will be no problem in supplying the oil commodities. Just as in the case of oil sector, the same would be true of energy sector. All the state governments are run by all political parties are vying with one another in populist policies. As a consequence, state power utilities are completely bankrupt. Therefore, in India, we are no longer searching for the best policy. We should concentrate on good politics. That's the only way to solve our economic problems at the current stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaipalji. Couple of interesting things that Mr. Reddy just said, which set me thinking. Should there be a political consensus on reforms is a question which is often asked. But I think there's another question that needs to be asked. More importantly, at this particular juncture, as far as our politics and economics is concerned, should there be a political consensus on populism? I now throw the floor open, and people can ask questions of the panel. Please.
My question is to Honorable Jaipal Reddy ji. I am Shivraj Singh, National Secretary of Janata Dal United. I hail from Bihar. And first of all, I would like to congratulate you that as a minister from the ruling party, you had the guts to say that all the political parties are indulging in populist measures. In the same way, I would also dare to say that when it comes to populism, the regional parties indulge in it much and more than the national parties. So, sir, I wanted to know, as you also said that there is a threat to economy, I think that Indian economy on its own, it's very good. There are a lot of natural resources and human resources and everything. But the biggest threat to Indian economy is from Indian politics. So can't the national parties take a lead in building a consensus that the political parties will not indulge in populist measures, which is also en masse bribing measures to the electorate to take care of the economy of the country?
I know you yourself said that you represent JDU. I don't call you a regional party because I believe, as a student of politics, regional parties can be divided into two categories. Regional parties and parties of lower caste. And JDU, in my view, belongs to the latter category. Therefore, you should have a national perspective. You may have regional presence, but you should have a national perspective. As for populism, this is a temptation because, in every state, parties are winning or losing by very small margin. When Mayawati ji won 5 years ago, she won by a margin of only 4% or 4.5%. Now Mulayam Singh ji's party won only by a margin of 3.5%. So it is this stiff competition which is sharpening populism. Well, of course, it's easy to say evolve a consensus, but very difficult, and it should be the effort of all the national parties, left parties, BJP and Congress party. I think arithmetic does not vary with politics. Therefore, I agree with you, we should all try and evolve and strengthen consensus. No. There is a proposal, of course, in the course of session, I will try to reach out to all the opposition parties to develop a consensus on the oil sector in the first place.
Mr. Bajaj. Actually, Mr. Gadkari.
The politics, either you like it, may not like it, but the success story is very important. Because if you get majority, you can do something. This is the ground reality of the politics. But as far as in the national interest, social interest, for economic policies, foreign policies, policies for our internal national security, there is no problem. We can make some common program, common decision on that. But I am very sorry to say that from last 2 years I am a president of the principal opposition party. I never get an opportunity to discuss with what are the problems with the ruling party. Never I invited, never anyone discussed with me. Only my experience, Pranab Mukherjee, 2 times I meet with him. He has got a nice approach. He always think about country and economic policies. I will always assure him that we will cooperate you. But the cooperation in the parliament is a problem because here the people from media is also present. If we cooperate to the ruling party for national interest, they immediately give breaking news that the opposition party is managed by the ruling party. So I suggest Pranab Mukherjee ji that you call meeting to your house, or it should not be open to the media, and you prepare an agenda and you just ask what are the basic problems which you need in the interest of the country. I will be the first man who is committed for the country, then party, then me. So we are ready to cooperate with you. But I will request Jaipal ji also. He is also a very senior and very sensible minister. If you need anywhere, we should increase the dialogue between the ruling party and opposition party. Now there is not that much dialogue. So this dialogue will improve the understanding, and which will be definitely benefited for deciding many crucial issues. From our side, I am very much positive. There are some reservations. Many times we may cooperate them. Sometimes we have political problem. Suppose there is a price rise in petroleum products, and if you ask me the cooperation for that, it will be politically difficult for me. I am very much frank about it. But in certain issues related with national interests and policies, they are the crucial issues. Though whatever the popular politics may be, we will cooperate him. So we know our limitation, we know their limitation, but for this economic crisis, in the interest of the country, we have to increase dialogue, and we have to settle the issues on common things for the benefit of the people and the country. I am very much positive about it.
Mr. Bajaj.
Thank you. Mr. Gadkari, the question is to you. You talked about socio-economic transformation. How far do you think both the budgets, railway and the main budget, will address the issues which you were talking about and solve the problems? What would you have done differently or more than what Pranab Babu did if you were the finance minister, given the coalition constraints? I'm very happy to listen to what you just now said, and that gives me hope that a lot of reforms will be passed. Mr. Reddy, it's your responsibility to see that the dialogue happens. As you said, some of the things are politically difficult, but most of the things which you would have passed if you were in the ruling party, at least that you should accept, and then we can hope for a better future for the country. Thank you.
I feel that we should give first priority to the rural and agriculture sector. And water is the key of success. I am from a rural area. I am working in agriculture related with the sugar cane, sugar industry, ethanol, biodiesel, biomethanization, cogeneration power. I am a social entrepreneur. And the situation in the rural area is very bad. The problem is that if you want to purchase Mercedes car, the interest rate is some 11% or 12%. But you want to purchase tractor, the interest rate is 15%. So regarding the fertilizer prices, It's related with Jaipal Reddy ji. From last 5 years, the prices of fertilizer increased by 3 times. I don't know what the reason why government is not giving permission to other factories. I don't know what the constraint about it. But there is a black market of fertilizer in the rural area because shortage of fertilizer is there. So these are the small things where we can help to the poor people. The important thing is the power sector. Mr. Goenka is from the power sector. We need an integrated approach for this environment. When I was a minister, when I constructed Mumbai-Pune Express Highway, at that time I was easily giving one comment that it is easy to construct express highway, but it is more difficult to get environment and forest clearance for that. Even that Worli-Bandra sealing project, I experienced that. We need environment, we want development, we should have an integrated approach for that. Any eccentric thinking for it, it creates problem for the country. Now, I am with the opinion of Montek Singh ji that we need coal mines. There is a shortage of coal is there. The Indonesian coal, Australian coal, or coal from South Africa, the cost is very high. That cannot compete to our rate. And the Indian scenario, everywhere if anyone coal ministry giving permission, the other ministry are just waiting and taking stop, go slow, and they stop it. This type of approach will not help for our development. We have got the potential of hydro project. I don't know in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, everywhere, many projects have stopped by this Forest and Environment Ministry, at least for our development. Jaipal ji related with this forest and environment approach. We want forest, we want environment, at the same time we want development. We have to change our law because without power we cannot progress. There are a lot of things related with public-private investment also. Many things there are, we can make cooperation for that. And as far as our party is concerned, in our own state government, we have a good governance cell. We are trying our level best to how we can improve the good governance of our state governments. But the one thing in the politics is that those who are capable and good, they have less elective merit. And those who have elective merit, I don't want to elaborate about it, but this is a political dilemma. So we have to increase the quality material in the Indian politics, those who can understand industry, economics, infrastructure, power, administration, IT, everything. We are trying our level best to make a training college for training of ministers, chief ministers, MLA and MPs. We have already done this program. We have given training to 30,000 people. We are selected faculty for that. We want to going to discuss the economic problem, other things. It's a very difficult task. It's a big challenge. Now the present politics and all political party, the leaders, they are very much talking about nation, society, but my experience is they are only limited to their self. That is not the problem with BJP or Congress, all political party. From last 3 days, I was so fed up that there are more than 400 people meet me for their Rajya Sabha nominee. I so disturbed, so I take the car and going to somewhere in the road of the Delhi and say, I don't want to come to house now. I am so much fed up. Everyone want ticket, everyone want ministry, everyone want to become MLA. These are the problems. We have to change this. These are the problems not with any political party, but this is a problem with Indian politics. And we have to change it. These are a lot of things are there. And as a Congress party, as a BJP and other party with the cooperation, we have to make some qualitative change in the system, ultimately which is going to help the poor people in the country. We are sincere, but our challenge is very big, our task is very hard. We are trying our level best to do it.
One last question. The gentleman there.
My name is Vinayak Dalmia, and my question is for Mr. Nitin Gadkari. Probably 3 parts to the question.
If you could keep your question short because we're running out of time. One question, please. And so that...
All right. Rahul Gandhi and UP, what went wrong according to you?
I have one principle. In any non-political program, I will never make any political comments. I am sorry for that.
We'll take one last question.
I don't think the performance of any individual leader, be it Rahul Gandhi or Nitin Gadkari be judged in terms of election results of one state. At any rate, we must all remember our society is also going through transformation. Lower caste groups are asserting themselves, which is not a negative sign, a positive sign. Therefore, if results in each state are to be credited or debited to the account of individuals, nobody would ever lead the campaign. All the presidents of political parties would be offering resignations in one election after another. It's a process. We need to understand that.
Mr. Gadkari, this is Ashish from Aaj Tak. Major issue has been in the hands of the opposition is that there have been major corruption cases against the government. But at the same time, opposition parties ruling the states, especially the BJP in Karnataka and other states, many issues have come up. Now you have nominated 2 more people into the Rajya Sabha. It is yesterday evening that you did, Phaggan Singh Kulaste and Mr. Sancheti. Both, one in cash for vote scam and another in another society scam. How do you see that?
First of all, I want to clear it that both the people are not involved in any scandals. I am sorry to say that we should need a good media. If you have any evidence against anybody, you should write it. Otherwise, only on the basis of the information to publish it and write it is not correct. So I will request you to verify the things. The second thing, as far as the corruption is concerned, it is not the problem with any political party. It is a problem with the society. No philosophy can be taught to empty stomach. So I always suggest my political leaders that first you earn money, you create own employment for yourself, and then you make the service for the country. If you are not capable to survive your house, your family, then you cannot survive the country and give good service to the society. So first of all, no philosophy can be taught to empty stomach. And we need the workers and politicians first, they have to stand on their own. Now there are a lot of problems because of the Indian politics. The material which is available with the political party, it is because it's difficult for me to explain it, but one example I know. The student who passed in merit, he became IS officer. The student who passed first class, he became chief engineer. And the student who fails 3 times, he became a minister. So sometime, this is not the case with Jaipalji or other people. He's a very intelligent man. The problem is that the good and capable people who are educated in the society, they don't want to join politics. Even also, this is a problem with me also. So many times we need the good people like Montek Singh ji and Jaipal ji and many other people. Many times I ask my friends, if you don't want to join BJP, you are a capable man, go to Congress party. Because though all political parties need good and capable people. So this is a crisis. We have to find out the solution and we have to make our people more capable by giving them training. But all are not juniors. This is a political problem in Indian democracy, which is the raw material which is available with us. We cannot elaborate it frankly because it's not very appropriate. But we have to train them, we have to increase their potentials, we have to increase their administrative ability, we have to develop their vision, we have to develop their commitment. This is a training process. We are trying our level best. It is a big task, it's a big challenge. So this is the ground level situation, is their ground reality is known to everybody. But at the last, we have to improve the thing from that. And that is the process. We are trying our level best for that.
We'll have one last question. Padmaja will ask.
Mr. Gadkari, I would like to take this opportunity to ask a question which several people in the audience also had on their minds. About your party's opposition to FDI and multi-brand retail. In fact, as a media group, we also went out and we spoke to farmers. Interesting because you spoke about how you want to better a lot of farmers, agriculturalists, you want them to get a better deal. And we spoke to farmers in Punjab, in Uttar Pradesh, a state where your party leader Umar Bharti said that you would burn down stores if FDI in retail was allowed. Why did your party block a move which in 2002 it itself had tried to further when it was in power?
As far as the capital investment, the proportion of that in FDI, at the time of the NDA, something 26% has already been cleared. For more than that, we are facing the problem that there is a lot of unemployment, particularly the small traders and other people. I have one cooperative store. I am a chairman of that store. Now I am not the chairman, but it belongs to our group, having one store turnover of 15 crores per year. But the problem is that because of that, lot of small shops have closed. So there is a lot of problem related with the small traders and businessmen. So that is one of the reasons why which our party has taken that stand. But ultimately for 26%, 27%, there is no problem. But if it is 100% or more than that, there is some reservation. And there are a lot of reasons for that. Some political reasons are also there. So it will not be easy to give the answer of every question correctly, because politics is a game of political compulsions. And as a politician, though I'm interested to take many decisions, I'm interested, but sometimes the situation not permit me. So there are a lot of problems into taking decision related with many other problems.
We'd like to thank the eminent panel, and some of the answers were most candid. Some of the positions taken were most candid, both by Treasury and by the opposition, and of course from the planner and Mr. Goenka as well. Thank you so much for being here and speaking to us.
Can I now take a moment and ask Mr. Dev Bhattacharya, Business Head and Group Executive President, Corporate Strategy, Aditya Birla Group, to please come on stage and give a token of appreciation to all the esteemed panelists. Can you please have a round of applause for all the panelists and Mr. Dev Bhattacharya? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd request all of you to please stay on your seats, because we have a surprise announcement and you don't want to miss this one. It'll just take a couple of moments, but stay right there on your seats. There's a surprise in store for you. Yesterday it was Mr. Dinesh Trivedi. Today the surprise gets even bigger and better, so stay right here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we broadcast live as Sachin Tendulkar scored his 100th century and became the greatest living cricketer ever. And today, the Master Blaster has recorded a special message for all the delegates participants here at the India Today Conclave. It's a special message that we are getting to you and is going to be in a few moments from now, in just half an hour from now. Right now, we are breaking for tea. Please join us for English cream tea at Shah Jahan Hall, but come very soon after that at 4:10 actually, we'll be meeting again at the Darbar Hall. Please be on your seats in time at 4:10 so that we can get you that special message by Sachin Tendulkar. Thank you. Please keep your mobile phones on silent. I hope we won't have any phones ringing in the middle of the session. It's the rapid fire session. For the first time, we're having it in two parts, half an hour each. In the first session, we'll be having Mr. Siddharth Malya and Deep Kalra talking about My India, My Today, and the session is moderated by Headlines Today's executive editor, Rahul Kamal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin our next session, the rapid fire session, My India, My Today. Please welcome on stage Mr. Deep Kalra and Siddharth Malya, the session being moderated by Rahul Kamal.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Those who can inherit, those who can't must build. Is building far tougher than inheriting? And do inheritors have it easy? Build anew or inherit? That's the focus for the India Today Next Generation Rapid Fire session. And I'm privileged to welcome to the India Today Conclave Siddharth Malya, Director of Royal Challengers Bangalore, and Deep Kalra, Founder and CEO of MakeMyTrip.com, one of India's largest travel companies. At first glance, they are as different as chalk and cheese. Deep hasn't always had it easy. He burnt his fingers during the dot-com boom and then bounced back with a cracker of an idea. He works tirelessly at creating a business he has built from scratch. Siddharth Malya, on the other hand, is the envy of most young men across the country. He roams arm in arm with the nation's most beautiful women, jet sets across the world, attends Formula One races, and he even owns a cricket team. As far as boys and their toys go, he's got them all. But are things quite as easy as they seem to be from the outside? I would like to begin this rapid-fire session by asking Siddharth Malya if things indeed are as easy as they seem. Siddharth.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I want to start by saying, it's a great honor for me to be here today, and I'd like to thank everyone for having me here, and, hope I make some sense to you all. Inherit versus building on your own. This is a topic that everyone seems to be very interested in nowadays, especially the way that society is going and the way that the economy is such. It's very easy now for people to set up businesses. And necessarily gone are the days when inheritance dominates and people who came into businesses which they inherit, dominate the market. But I think inheriting versus building on your own, they really go hand in hand. And if one does inherit, they've got to make sure that they build upon what they've been given. There's no good inheriting something and leaving it stagnated. You must take it forward and build it with times. The business must grow, and if you don't build on what you inherit, you end up getting left behind. And of course, there's a lot of pros of inheriting as well. You already have a platform, you have a business and a product to work with. And in this competitive environment, you know, having something already there does make it easier to grow upon, as opposed to starting something up from scratch. And of course, all the professional networks and contacts and connections are already in place. But you know, there are a lot of cons of inheritance as well. And I was talking to a friend the other day about this as well. And when I said there are cons of inheritance, I looked like he was about to slap me. But the truth is there are as well. At the end of the day, you've got to deal with what you're given. It comes with a lot of baggage as well, and businesses are usually set very deep in their ways. And if you inherit something, you're getting given something which has been started and formed by someone else. And if you want to take it in a new direction, or if you want to, you know, sort of inject your own ideologies, it becomes a lot more difficult when things are set in their own ways. Hence making the, you know, the direction of an organization difficult to change. In sort of conclusion to this as well, you've got to make sure at the end of the day, whatever you do, you make it your own. Whether you start up from scratch, whether you inherit, make it your own and take it in the direction that you feel is what's most suited to what you want to do. But then there shouldn't also be that expectation that because someone is in a family which has a business that they should inherit necessarily. And I do also believe that people, maybe in my position and people like me as well, who have a business, should also look at other opportunities of moving away and doing other things as well. So that's about it from me. Now I'll pass you on to someone more experienced.
Good evening, everyone. It's an absolute delight to be speaking at a place which I love coming to hear other people speak. So thank you very much for calling me here, India Today. I think the topic of to inherit or build anew is a little bit, it's a little bit of a conundrum because, you know, you really don't have technically much of a choice when it comes to inheriting. Statistics say that 1 in 10 million people will inherit a sizable business when they're born. So Sid, you're clearly very, very lucky. So technically, you've got to be very lucky to be born in a way that you'll inherit a big business. And obviously, as we all know, you technically or practically have no say in determining if you will be indeed to the manner born or to the driver born. None of us have any say in that. So if you are in the position that you do end up inheriting an interesting business, I think Sid's put it very well. It can be very hard from one point of view, but it can also be very interesting. And I think it can be very hard and frustrating, and I have some friends that have inherited very good businesses. And what they find very hard is to break out of the shadow of very often a very strong patriarch or a matriarch. And it becomes really difficult to get to do that no matter how well you're doing. And I think it can be very frustrating because very often you've achieved something and you've done something really well, but people will turn around and say, but, you know, you got it on a platter. You know, my humble recommendation out there is for people like Sid who are lucky to be born in this situation and many others out here and you know, everywhere in the world, I think what you really need to do is to use what you've got as a foundation stone, as a foundation block. I think it's really critical that you work outside your company, preferably outside the borders, you know, again, in Sid's case, probably outside the borders of India itself, in a professional setup. You learn from your company, you learn from outside. And then if I can use the notion of private equity, perhaps even take private equity from the founding firm from your parents and actually set up something with a distinct identity of its own. And I'll come to the reason why that's so critical. I think it's only then that you'll be able to feel completely satisfied that you have indeed built something which is your baby and not necessarily just got it again on a platter. Turning the other side, and I think the odds are clearly much easier. So you only have to be one of those 99.999% of people who are not lucky enough to be to the manner born, starting off to build something anew. So the starting off is definitely easier. The journey after that, I wish I could say it's very easy. It is undoubtedly a very difficult journey. My company, Make My Trip, is now 12 years old. I can say honestly that for the first 5 years, we didn't know whether we'll survive or not. We went through a lot of tough times, a lot of friends out here, lots of family out here. I think people are aware of that. And today when you look back and you realize what you went through those 5 very difficult years of survival, of tapasya, are actually really very important years and formative years in self-development, in character building, and finally the satisfaction that you get when you build something which is entirely your own baby or child, I think is unmatched. And I think there's perhaps no greater professional joy to build something anew, to build something from scratch. So again, it's a tough one to say which way to take it. And I think there's some great examples. I was trying to think about this for the last few days and finally penned my thoughts down, like I have a bad habit of doing, on the journey out here on a piece of paper. And I was just looking around and saying, so who are the people in India who have actually done a great job of inheriting and taking it to the next level? And there were so many people who came to mind. There was a time when everyone said that JRD is the last word in the Tata Empire. And then we all know what Ratan Tata has done to the Tata Empire, taken it to a totally different level. You look around and you see Mukesh Ambani. You see what both Pawan and Sunil Munjal have done. Much closer to my generation. I think it's great to see what both my friend Shivi as well as Malvinder have done. I think they've taken their business to a fantastic level, another dimension, opening up a lot of new vistas. And if you look at Rajiv Bajaj, I was fortunate enough to be chatting outside with his father, and I wanted to tell him that I do plan to use that in the speech. I mean, it's just tremendous how he's taken the business to a totally different dimension. And he actually shared with us at another forum how he actually thought of the whole motorcycle revolution in the country and how it was an imperative for their company to get onto that and what all he did to get there. So I think there are tons of examples around where people, have clearly taken it to another level. On professional services, and I think that's another very difficult firm to do this because, again, I think the lineage becomes so important. I have a great example in another friend, Rajiv Memani, and I see Mr. Memani right here. And Rajiv's done the same thing. I think he's taken the firm Ernst & Young to another level despite having inherited something wonderful from his dad. And I think that there is a formula out there. And all these people, there's one common thing. I think, there was no substitute for hard work. There was no substitute for perseverance. And at the right point of time, whether it was 5, 10 or 15 years into working for their fathers or working for their family businesses, they took a very serious and conscious decision to branch out and to build something of their very own. And I think you have to give full credit also to the parents here who actually were ready to let go. A lot of parents in these scenarios are not ready to let go. It becomes very difficult to break out because, most patriarchs do end up suffering from that malady. And I think it's been fantastic how some of these people have done it. So in conclusion, my very humble recommendation, if I can give one to this august audience, would be, if you can, inherit values, inherit principles, inherit work ethic. I think that's the most important thing all of us can inherit from our parents and from people around. And then go out and at the right point of time, use that as the founding block for your business that you'll build, however big or small. Make it a good business, make it a clean business, make it a business you're very proud of, and you can wear and walk around proudly. Thank you very much.
So what we're also going to do is throw it open to the audience for questions. and I'll ask a couple of my own. So I'll ask Siddhartha first. Do you think, Siddhartha, it's always a challenge for someone like you to establish yourself in the company, in the empire, with people who worked with your father? And do you think that to establish your credibility as a business leader in your own right is a huge challenge for you? And how do you work around people much older than you and try and win their trust? Because they might perceive that you got it too easy, and do you even deserve to be telling them what to do?
Of course, there's a lot of pre-mindsets that come along with this, but I think the only way, and I think with anywhere in life, the only way to sort of answer questions that are posed like that is through performance at the end of the day. And once you perform, I think people will see that, you're the real deal, and you're there, and you're not just the son of someone. And they may say it's easy that, I got there because of being the son of someone else, but then to sustain that is also a lot harder than if I wasn't the son of someone else. And I just think by performance is the way to sort of, really prove your worth.
Mm-hmm. Because the one thing about the Kingfisher Group, and I'm sure everyone over here is dying to ask that question, so I must put it to you. The one feeling and the one thing that a lot of people speak about, especially with the airline now, is how much of this has to do with your father, the manner in which the business is run. Do you believe that people who believe that you've brought it upon yourself, that it wasn't well managed to begin with, and the woes are of the making of the management? What do you want to tell all those naysayers and the Cassandras?
Everyone's got their own opinion of when things are going great, everyone's happy and they're laughing, but when things aren't going so great for you, everyone's quick to point the finger and pull the trigger at the end of the day. But you've also got to remember how the business is in the position it is today. The airline is just one part of what we do. Everything else is thriving, everything else is booming. And, obviously the management can't be that bad if today we are the world's largest spirits company by volume.
And how much of a challenge has it been over the last few weeks with the slew of negative publicity that the family, the group, the company has received? How tough has it been personally and for the family?
Well, obviously it's tough. Obviously you don't want to pick up a newspaper or read online something that's going to be negative about you, mentioning your father, mentioning your business. Of course it's tough, but as you say, is that you've just got to ride the storm and sort of shut out all the negativity, focus on the positive aspects and move forward based on that. You're not going to get anywhere by being negative in life and by dwelling on all the sort of negative publicity that one gets. You've got to, be positive, focus on the positives as well and move forwards. The airline's been around for 6 years and this negative publicity hasn't been going on since the start.
Deep, as someone who saw the dot-com boom go kaput the first time, what were the lessons that you sort of picked up from the failures you saw around you? And what is it that you believe you've been able to do to make your new enterprise click and succeed as fabulously as it has?
Thanks, Rahul. I think the dot-com bust, and we really were founded in the cusp of the dot-com bust hitting the Indian shores. And clearly it was bad timing because we started the company in 2000. 2001 was 9/11. After that, we were hit with the SARS epidemic, and there were a host of other things which were going terribly wrong for the aviation world. I think our biggest learning at that point of time was to not labor on in a market and try to get customer mindset to change overnight. And I'll explain that. So when we launched in 2000, October 2000, we launched both in India as well as in the US among the non-resident Indian audience. Within 3 months of launch in both markets, we looked at our web analytics and we looked at the numbers. And in India, we were getting a terrific conversion rate. In the US, we were getting a terrific conversion rate in terms of lookers to bookers. But in India, we were actually at a very abysmal level. And these were clearly early days. People weren't trusting the internet. They weren't ready to drop their credit card online. They were curious, but they were not bold enough to make the move. I think one of the smartest things we did in hindsight was to shut down the India business in terms of marketing completely. We kept the site going, but we didn't really market anymore. We focused on the US business. When I look back, I think it was the single most important and sensible decision we made, and because that kept us going through this tough time, riding the storm, to use the phrase used by Sid, which was because non-resident Indians were coming back for visiting friends and relatives. Kids were being born, parents were getting ill, and there were all kinds of family tragedies and good things happening, and people were moving back and forth despite all of this. Indians were clearly the least scared of SARS. They said, you know, what the hell, it's another kind of cold. So people kept coming, and I think that kept us going, and there was a conviction that there is light at the end of the tunnel. The conviction was based on analytics. We did see our revenue line intersect with the cost line at some point of time, which wasn't too far away. And I think we were also a little stubborn and a little crazy, and there was a lot of self-pride. So I think there was a burning desire to succeed. And I'm glad that the Indian market opened up in 2004 with low-cost carriers, with Indian Railways showing the way for people to buy online. And we seized that opportunity with both hands.
Siddhartha, when he spoke, talked about a vision for the empire, and the inheritor must have a plan for what he intends to do. Would you like to share with this audience your plans for where you intend to take the group and how you intend to do it?
As I said when I spoke, you have to take things upwards and forwards, and you've got to build on what you have. At the moment, you know, we ventured into, from what started as an alcohol business, you know, beer primarily, is now into the international whiskey business. We're into aviation, into sport, into a lot of different sectors. But I think the one area where I still think there is obviously room for growth is in the premiumization of the spirits business, especially abroad and even in India today. You know, I don't know if you're aware, but we managed to sell the world's most expensive ever bottle of whiskey last year, which sold for £150,000. And so obviously there's a market for people to buy expensive whiskies, expensive spirits. So I think, you know, moving forwards, one must focus on the premiumization. People do have a lot more disposable income nowadays, and they are willing to spend more on luxury. And so that's the sort of direction that I'd like to take it.
All right, let's take some questions from the audience. Okay, the gentleman right at the back, I think it's Akash.
Sid, besides, of course, inheriting a business, do you think it's a double challenge when you inherit a business which is labeled as the king of good times? Saying what you said, taking it forward, besides spirits, when you take the business forward, would you, as the inheritor, like to keep the tag king of good times, because when the going is not good, that takes the double amount of beating, as is happening in Kingfisher, saying that these guys say they're the king of good times, but look at them.
Yeah, but when the times are good, the times are even better as well. You know, the king of good times is very interesting that you've mentioned that, because that obviously started with the beer, and nowadays it's linked to everything, and I think it's a great marketing tool, to be honest. I think one must live their brand and, you know, be the king of good times. That's how it is. You know, Richard Branson today is so successful because he lives his brand. He is the virgin brand, albeit he's about as far away from a virgin as you can be. You know, you've got to live your brand, be the king of good times. But as you said, of course, negatively, it's going to be that much more to take as well. But, you know, no, I wouldn't go away from the tag, no.
Thank you. My name is Mathur Bajaj. I have a feeling that both of you really had no choice but to be in the business which you inherited. Siddharth, for example, if you wanted to be an actor, there are two reasons why I think you couldn't have done that. One is being the only son, your responsibility to take your father's business forward, one. And secondly, you were grown in an environment where you couldn't think of any diversification like being an actor. And since I know that family, but I don't know you. You also would agree with me or not, or some other reason for inheriting?
Mr. Bajaj, I would actually humbly disagree. So fortunately or unfortunately, I didn't inherit a business, but I did inherit everything else which I needed to set up my own business. I did have a good career. I worked with some very good companies like ABN AMRO and GE Capital. You know, giving up a good corporate career to start your own thing in India is still perhaps, I think it's getting cooler and sexier, if I may say so, but it was pretty hard to do in 2000. A lot of people around me thought I was crazy. Fortunately for me, the closest people around me, you know, supported me in that decision. And, I remember my wife telling me, whatever you do, just come home happy. I don't want you coming home unhappy, so whatever you like doing. So I think there were a lot of choices, which makes it tougher in a sense. I think it's much easier when you don't have all these choices. So if you're armed with a good, good education and a good degree, it actually makes it very hard to give up. Just the opportunity cost is so much higher. Banks tend to tie you down in the, well-known proverbial golden cage. So it's pretty hard to break out of those shackles. But, I'm just so glad I did. So I obviously can't speak for Sid, but I think there were plenty of choices. And I think I'm glad I took the road less traveled. Yeah.
Sid, did you ever think, let's be a cricketer, Formula One driver, why be a businessman? Sorry? Did you ever think that you want to do something apart from inheriting the business and growing it?
Oh, yes, of course. Obviously, as you mentioned, that when you're growing up in a business and being an only child growing up as well, your focus is on your business as well. And that's, I guess, what's sort of embedded into your mind, what you want to do. But my father has always said to me, similar to what your wife said to you, that at the end of the day, I just want to see you happy. And if that means doing your own thing away from the business, then that's what you should do. I think Steve Jobs put it the best. Incidentally, the Raw Challengers coach, Ray Jennings, used to use a lot of Steve Jobs' motivational talks before matches. And he said, you're never going to be the best at what you do unless you love what you do. And I think that if I ever get to a stage where I'm not loving what I'm doing and I'm only doing it because I happen to be born into the family, then I'm not doing justice to the business nor to myself. And I think that's the stage to, sort of look elsewhere.
The gentleman over there.
This question is for young Mr. Malia. The Kutchi Gujaratis, who are India's first industrial group, have a saying that the first generation builds, the second generation enjoys, and the third generation destroys. You're at that very dangerous stage of the third generation. How would you deal with it?
I just have to make sure I don't destroy it. No, I've heard that before as well, actually. A friend of mine at university used to joke around with me about that as well. But I've always said it's about growing, and you have to grow. And I have no plans of destroying anything and just taking it forwards and upwards, as I've said.
The gentleman over there.
If you don't want to destroy, then why don't you take the bull by the horn and take over as the CEO of the Kingfisher Airlines and get it out of the woods?
Do for Kingfisher what Rahul Gandhi is being asked to do for the Congress.
No, but it should not be counterproductive like what happened to Rahul. But
so you're saying why shouldn't I take over?
No, I'm following up with the question he asked of destroying. I said, why don't you take the bull by the horns and replace Sanjay Agarwal and be the CEO and run Kingfisher Airlines?
Well, because truth be told, I don't believe I'm qualified to do that. I'm 24 years old, and I'm not going to lie to you. At the age of 24, I don't think I will be able to bring any value to a business, or, well, not enough value to an organization, be it Kingfisher or any business as a CEO. So, yeah, I'm completely underqualified at this stage.
I want to say something, Rahul. So, when Sid and I were talking outside, Sid was saying his title is Director of RCB. And we obviously work very closely with his father's airline. And he was saying, I really hope I'm not going to be asked too many questions about the airline. And I said, yeah, it's really not fair. Because, again, like he had no hand to play in where he will be born, he had no hand to play in the fact that, Kingfisher Airlines will be either great or not so great as they're going through right now. So, I'm sorry, Sid, but...
Thanks.
All right, we'll take one final question from the gentleman over there, then we'll begin the next session.
A little emotional question for you, Siddharth. If I correctly remember, Kingfisher was a birthday gift to you. Seeing going down, how do you feel about it?
Very happy you've asked that question, because I can now clarify that for you. Kingfisher Airlines was not a birthday gift for me. I I've been given some pretty extravagant gifts in my life. I think this would have taken it a little over the top to be given an airline. It so happened, just to answer your question, that Kingfisher, they wanted to launch it in the first week of May 2005. By pure coincidence, the first Saturday of May happened to be the 7th, which was my 18th birthday, so it was seen as an auspicious day, and it was launched on that day. So the airline was not a birthday gift to me. So I hope that answers that.
Deep Kalran, Siddharth Amalia, you've done very well. Thank you very much for joining us on the Next Generation Rapid Fire round here at the India Today Conclave. Thank you very much. Can I invite Abhay Deol and Kangana? Yes. Thank you very much. Does a superstar have to be an actor? Or if we reverse that thought and ask, can an actor be a superstar? Many would argue that Salman Khan is a superstar, but not much of an actor. Some would say the same can be said about Shah Rukh Khan. Nasiruddin Shah and Irfan Khan are great actors, but they're not superstars. Can one be both? Is Amitabh Bachchan both? We have with us at the India Today Conclave two fascinating actors. He's Dharampaji's nephew and Sunny Deol's cousin. He was confused about whether he wanted to be a journalist, philosopher, painter, or an actor. But in the end, he decided to go beyond the traditional Deol dishum dishum and didn't mind getting emotional about it. Our second guest this afternoon had every single thing stacked against her. She comes from a sleepy mountain village and reached maximum city without a godfather to bank on. But Kangana Ranaut has shown, if you've got the talent, you can rise, even if you have no friends in the industry. So let's start this session by asking Abhay Deol if you can be a superstar without being an actor.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I was kind of hoping you'd let me sit there because I don't have a speech prepared. But I'm just really happy to be here, and it's not something I can really give a speech about. I think it's more easier for me personally to do this as a Q&A thing because there are no clear-cut answers. I have seen, you do have to have talent if you're going to be a star, and that talent doesn't have to be acting. And it's just a crazy world, yeah. And today the media and the competition, the markets opened 20 years ago. We've changed so much in the past 20 years. And the economy has one of the biggest roles to play as a result of that. With television going 24 hours, with the internet booming, with foreign companies coming in. I'm not digressing from stardom. I'm just trying to say that the scenario is very different from what it was 20 years ago. We had superstars 20 years back as well. We have them today, but they're very different. It's a whole different animal now, and that has a lot to do with our environment. I don't think I can go on about this as a speech. Like I said, I think I'd make space for Kangana because she has actually one prepared, and I will just be here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I do have a speech, but I'm not prepared. So, okay, I've been given a suggestion to just read it out. Does one need to know how to act to be a star? This is an eternal debate, and I don't want to answer this as though I were debating to convince you of a particular point of view. I would like to give you my thoughts on this and then we can discuss. When I think of the lives of stars, the first thing that occurs to me is that throughout the history of filmmaking, and now even more so with this huge flux of media and various channels of communication, the stars have always been criticized for their choice of scripts or cinema or lives or marriages or the way they dress up, they speak. There is no exception to this rule. I don't know if you've watched this movie called The History of the World, Mel Brooks' movie. It's a comic take on, well, the history of the world, where the film begins with a shot of a caveman painting a mural on the wall with an audience amazed and in awe of the whole mural. And the voiceover says, so the first artist was born. And there comes another guy in next shot, pees all over the wall, and the voiceover says, so was the first critic born. So art is subjective, and what one person loves, another might just hate. I started my career at the age of 17, and I was fortunate enough to get my first break with Mahesh Bhatt, who, according to me, is one of the finest teacher of the art. What I realized is acting is just like any other skill, like learning music, like you can learn to play guitar or sing or paint. You can learn to act. But what leads to the box office success and what creates the star appeal, nobody really knows. You can have 20/20 hindsight and say it was the script or the music or the combination of stars that led to the film being a hit. But I believe while acting is a skill, stardom is a phenomenon. You don't have to be a great actor to be a star, but you could be. Thank you.
So you didn't answer the question, actually. So let's get Abhay to answer that first. Do you think you're a star or do you think you're an actor?
Do you think
Which one would you like to be?
I think anyone you ask that to will say they'd be an actor, I suppose.
Not necessarily.
See, that's not something for me to decide. That's for the people to say, you know. You are different things to different people. Some people say you're such a good actor. Some people say, oh my God, you're such a big star. Some people think I'm not a star at all. So it's up to people. They make you what you are, I suppose.
Kangana, what would you rather be, an actor or a star?
I want to be very, very honest. I must admit that artists are not valued in this country. And, you know, it's not just actors, painters, dancers, classical singers, everywhere. I think artists are really, really underrated. And they're not even paid well. I started my career with theater, where my guru kept telling me, if you just want to live in poverty, pursue theater. But if you want to have a happy life, just try something else. I want to be a star. I want to make money as well.
Abhay somehow doesn't. It seems at times that you don't want to be a star because you don't do the diol, dishum. You go off, do courses in carpentry, in welding.
I think he doesn't care about Dior and Gucci.
I think he said Diol, not Dior. Yeah. Do I not care about it? It's, you know, I grew up in the film world, and so I've seen it up close. And a lot of people thought that, you know, you have a red carpet entry if you're from the industry, which is not true because you're pitted against people immediately as soon as you enter. You know, you have to compete against them. People expect you to do exactly what they did, and if you don't, you're a failure almost. So there are different challenges, and I just wanted to stay away from people around you who will just be around you because you're doing well and probably disappear if you're not. I didn't want to chase the media either because, you know, if when the going is good, they're around, and when it's not, they put you down. So I wanted to strike that balance. I knew stardom has its cons for sure. I mean, there's a huge responsibility. you're looked at very closely. Do I really want that? You'll have to confirm, you'll have to do certain types of movies. Do I really want to do that? So I thought that if I have to do these things, if this is what it takes to be a star, and that is not me naturally, then I'd rather not be a star. And
but in that sense, taking from what Kangana just said, do you have it easy? That you have the choice to decide that you don't want to be a star. Anybody who comes from a non-filmy background doesn't really have that choice. He, as Kangana said, he has to make ends meet. Being in theatre isn't an option. So in that sense, you have the luxury of having the option to decide whether you wish to be an actor or a star.
You wouldn't get that luxury not because you're an outsider. You wouldn't have the luxury if you have to do all sorts of jobs to put a roof above your head. So that would be true for anybody who's struggling to make ends meet, that yeah, you probably have it very difficult. But if you're an outsider, but you do have a roof over your head, you don't have to worry about putting food on the table, you also have that choice to do the kind of films you want to do. And like I said, there's pros and cons. So there were pros for being from the industry, and yet there were cons as well. And that goes even from people who come from the outside, because they have the advantage of not having the baggage of living up to a family, an image, a role. You know, and also people empathize with them more easily. They think, oh, you must have had it tough because you're from outside, and you must have had it really easy because you're from the inside. So again, pros and cons, you know. It's not something you go too deep into.
How much is the difference between somebody who comes from outside the industry without a forefather, without, you know, a godfather, and somebody who comes in without knowing anyone and has to make a mark for herself? Because so many come to Mumbai, they go back heartbroken. Yet you came in from the hills and actually succeeded and made Mumbai your own.
Yes, the obvious answer would be that, yeah, it's really difficult and it's the most impossible thing. But the truth is that really doesn't matter. Once your film releases, it's hard to get that first break, but once your film releases, it's up to the audiences. And so many of them have been rejected, no matter where you come from. You come from mountains like me, or you come from California, really doesn't matter. You know, it's just people who decide, and nothing can, you know, nothing really matters then. So I think each one has their own struggle to go through.
So we got some questions from the website as well. One person wants to know from you, why is it that you always pick these conflicted roles, these traumatic roles where, you know, there's all this conflict in your acting? And he wants to know, is that also the sort of person you are?
The question is for me?
Of course.
Okay. Because I don't have my father as a producer or a superstar boyfriend, so I don't have choice. I'm at the receiving end, you see. So I get what I'm offered. But somehow my first break was, you know, the way I was launched was with more like a traumatic and which was very well accepted. And I think that's the reason I keep getting these roles. But I had this film called Tanu Veds Manu, which was a good change. And since then I've been getting a lot of different options as offers. So let's see. Yeah, I want to definitely do different things.
You spoke of girls with superstar boyfriends. Do you think it's okay to have a superstar boyfriend, use him to get to the top?
It's perfectly okay. There's nothing wrong in this.
All right, let's take some questions from the audience. Yes.
Hi, my name is Aditya and my question is for Abhay. I've seen those few films of yours where you managed to get into the skin of the character. Now, I'm just trying to understand how you go about doing that so convincingly, and respect to you for that. So say, for example, Dave D. Did you actually show up on the sets inebriated?
Well, there was one day that I did have a drink while I was shooting, and Anurag was like, yes, I want you to drink. By the end of these 2 months, I want your liver destroyed. You know, I want you to go for it, feel it, be it. And as soon as he said, I want your liver destroyed, my brain just said, oh, that's right. I mean, you know, it's very hard. You shoot 8 to 10 to 12 to 16 hours a day. It could be anything. And it gets hard. If you start drinking, you'll just be passed out after 3 hours, you know, especially with the lights and the whatnot. So no, I think I drank maybe 2 or 3 times during the making of that movie, just to get a feel of it. And then I just took it from there and then sort of played it up. I mean, after all, it's acting, and you have to act. So yeah.
Does Kangana also like to get drunk to get a feel of doing those scenes?
Well, I was also suggesting the same thing, but I didn't have to. I had quite a lot of experience with that.
Okay, that lady over there. Yes, please, ma'am.
Hi, my question is to you, Abhay. In Zindagi Milegi Na Dobara, you have proved that you are not only a star or an actor, but you are a singer also. So can you please hum 2 lines for us?
It's like I'm promoting my movie again. You want to join me?
I'm not a singer.
मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, आओ पास तुम मेरे. That's 2 lines. It's all technical. You see, they've changed and tweaked the voice. That's what you're listening to on the player.
Okay, the gentleman over there. You want to ask a question?
No one wants to actually ask about stardom and acting. Are they related? Looks like.
What's that?
No one really cares.
No, of course they do. Yes, please.
Uh-oh. I provoked you.
Okay, talking about stardom, I've noticed a kind of an artificial wall between the television and the main screen. I don't know why that happens. And therefore, my question would be that if both of you were offered roles, nowadays there are so many serials which are there, would you take a role in the serial on television, at the same time continue with roles in the main films? Would you do that?
Well, in India, we have TV and films as 2 different industries, you know. And I personally feel why we cannot really, like Hollywood and like other countries, why we can't really shuffle between 2, because the soaps here are very, very demanding, like soap operas, you know, so very demanding. So people continue shooting for 365 days a year, and they're really committed to those. So I'm not sure if you can do movies, but in movies we have assignments. Once one project is over, you know, in 3-4 months, we can have our own break. And so I think that's the main reason why film actors can't work in TV. But there are other shows, like reality shows, which are not so demanding, you know, like other actors been doing, a lot of them. So that way, I think it's somewhere there's a connect.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take the name of a person, and you're going to tell us whether he's an actor or a star.
You want me to answer this question?
Yes, please.
No, honestly, the television here in this country is really bad. And I keep asking people who I know, you know, why are our soaps, you know, because you'll have that ta-dang, you'll have... I really wanted to appeal to an intelligent audience. The belief in the industry was that, you know, there is no such thing as an intelligent audience, you know. They just want entertainment, escapist fare, and that's all. And I was like, no, let me appeal. So if I was really insecure, I would go and just play to the lowest common denominator, you know, build my body, dance like a dream. And I haven't done that. So but I think my security is going down a bit. You might just see me doing that soon. You won't get to survive otherwise. How intelligent do you think the audience is?
Token of appreciation yet. We're going to grill them a little bit more.
So let's take some of the questions that we've got on the website. There's this person from Orcha, Abdul Jafri, and he's asking about the insecurities of being a superstar and how different are stars in their real life as compared to real life. Kangana.
Well, insecurities of being a star are very, very obvious because you don't know why are you loved, you know. It's just that you know that there are better looking people, more talented, better human beings, and they're not stars. And if you are a star, you will never know why are you loved. And if one fine day you wake up and you're not loved anymore, you wouldn't know what has changed, and that has happened in the past to most of the stars. Just one day stardom just decides to leave you. So I think everybody must be feeling that way when they are experiencing something without knowing why they are experiencing So these are the insecurities I think every star must be going through.
This is a question that goes to all four of you. I think it mixes both the topics that we are talking about, having a godfather or not. In business, in movies, they all say that अगर कोई नहीं है जान पहचान का, you can't make it. So can we have it very short from all four of you? How important is it to really have a godfather, somebody watching over you, or inheriting? All four of you. Sit.
Of course, I can speak from my experience. It gives you the platform, but also having that someone watching over you is great, but it also puts the
in that interaction of you know, doing something pretty much from, you know, her background is very different. I mean, she could have done many things, and that's the question I asked her: why did you choose films? And you know, it was just a burning desire. So I think it's tougher, but the fruit is sweeter.
You know, this is Denzel again, and my question is to all four of you, and this takes from where deep actually left off, and that's oh, lucky way. It's always said that there is an equal balance between the amount of luck that you have, the amount of perseverance that you have, and the fact that one day you're going to make it somewhere. All of us have perseverance, at least a large number of us. But a lot of us don't make it. Circumstance, you're saying, does not play a role. Is that true?
It's a great point, Denzel. So I'm a firm believer that luck favors the brave, not for any other it's a well-known adage or a proverb. It's because the brave, or in your words, the persevering, try much harder. They knock on many, many more doors, and your probability, and therefore analytics, your probability of some doors opening up are just higher. So keep working harder and some door will open up. It's as simple as that.
The gentleman over there. You know what? I'm not a believer in luck, and actually this luck favors the brave. I see this destroys luck itself, because if you're brave, you will get lucky, but then if you're brave, that's probably what's getting you there, right? So I don't believe in luck. No.
All right, this question is for Kangana. Kangana, you've been appreciated as an actor, but do you think you will travel this hard to keep up with the star image in terms of working in your diction, putting your look together, and would you or have you gone under the knife to keep up with the star image?
Well, the thing is this, that when you are criticized, like I said, I was 17 when I started. I could hardly finish my school before I got here. And when you're criticized, there are two ways you can look at it. Either you can say that, okay, everybody is wrong and I don't care, or you can improve, so that's what I did. When I came here, I didn't know English. I still don't much of it, but I try to learn about styling or about acting or diction. I'm still working on it. I'm still working on my my skill. I'm learning dancing. I'm learning singing. So that's the spirit one should have. One should not feel bad if the criticism is coming from the right place, and you should have that instinct to know if criticism criticism is coming from the right place, because most of the people just would want you to feel like shit for just because you are, just because you are who you are. But then there are people who are very, very genuine, and if they criticize you, you must take it in the right spirit. The gentleman over there. Yes, please.
My name is Björn from Denmark again. Even I have seen your Zindagi movie. I liked it. Thank you. And it's a nice session. I must say I don't believe in the premise that being a star and being a good actor exclusive attributes. And I must also say that I don't agree with the style of asking all the female actresses if they would do an orgasm scene, but not asking any of the men. But my question is not going to be that. I would like to ask all four of you, now not all of you are actors, but within your chosen field, and apart from what you have already said, you are advised to somebody who already believes that they are good at what they do, but have not achieved stardom yet. And they would like that stardom to be long-lasting and not just 1 or 2 days or 1 or 2 movies. What is your advice to them, or to any one of you who want to answer that one, please? I think it's the oldest first this time. Okay. I tell young entrepreneurs the little bit that I've learned, that when you're getting into this new business, whether it's the internet or any new business, do try to get in for the right reasons. Don't focus too much on the
ephemeral pot of gold. It may or may not come. Get in for the long haul. In India, typically businesses take much longer to build than they do in Silicon Valley or other parts of the world. Probably double the time, maybe even triple the time. So it links to actually what Sid had said. You really must enjoy what you're doing. You've got to try to find your mojo very quickly. What makes you take very quickly in life. And then after that it's a dream. Because then those hours don't matter, those nights don't matter, and the long haul doesn't matter, the marathon race doesn't matter. And if you focus too much on exits and stuff like that, which has become pretty popular in the dot-com world, it'll probably never come. So focus on building a credible business. Focus on solving real customer problems, and I think the rest can fall into place. Also focus on building a really good team. I think too many good entrepreneurs make a mistake of doing everything themselves. I can say hand on heart that we wouldn't be where we are today without the kind of guys I've got around me. They're just an A-grade team. And it's because of that I can, be here wasting my time, spending, having a great time, while that's Freudian, sorry. But while folks are, hard at work, even on a Saturday, so, I think you have to build a good team, very different from the profession that we have right here, where it's really the individual. So that's it from me.
So your question was, if you love what you do, and you're doing well, how do I translate that to stardom? Is that what you're asking? Like, how do you I think the essential thing is that you love what you do. I've noticed with me, every time I've chased something, it's always eluded me. So, as soon as I've said, right, okay, I'm not going to chase anymore. I'm just going to get absorbed into my work and do it because I love it. And then everything just started to fall into place by itself. I think that's the best thing to do is like you should just be thankful that you're doing what you love, and that should be the reward in itself. And everything else will come.
Siddhartha Malia, Kangana Ranaut, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us at the Ideate Conclave. Thank you. Can I request you to just stay on for a minute? Can I request Mr. Jan CEO Birla Sun Life to please come on stage and give all the panelists a token of appreciation.
shots of them with the red curtain at the back. Okay. So, thanks. Just can you just pause for one shot? Please, we need it for the paper. Thank you very much, everyone. And now I would like to announce the beginning of our next session. The people versus the establishment round table is activism the only way to
please settle down. Our panelists are already on stage. We would like to begin our next session. The people versus establishment round table. Ladies and gentlemen, please cooperate. People by the door, can I please request you to settle down? Please come back to your seats. We're starting our next session now. Anna Hazare, the gentleman who was here with us yesterday. And for 13 days he sat on a fast in Jantar Mantar, first, and then after that in Ramlila Maidan, everyone suddenly thought it was very cool to be an activist. It became the new buzzword. People on the street started saying, "Ab to sara desh hai Anna." That was the new slogan that was coined at that time. But what happens later? It's been a year since then. A lot of debates were sparked at that time about activism and the scope that it has in a robust democracy like India. even destructive. That is what we're going to be talking about, and for that, without taking up any more time, can I request our first panelist to please step up, Mr. Binayak Sen. Dr. Binayak Sen was jailed. He was charged with sedition. His family and his wife fought a long, hard fight, and finally it was the Supreme Court which gave him bail. Dr. Sen.
Good evening, everybody. It's very good to be here before you. The Indian people have enjoyed many of the appurtenances of a functioning federal parliamentary democracy for over 60 years, with local self-government for over 40. Large sections of the Indian people have sanctified these processes with their participation. And I am able to stand here before you because our Supreme Court granted me bail after I was convicted of sedition, rich medieval word, by the trial court, and after the Chhattisgarh High Court refused to grant me bail. Yet when we look around at the vast masses of our own people, it seems that all these political instrumentalities provide no recourse, no remedy. I would like to place
examples before you to illustrate this bitter truth. The first concerns hunger. Going by the government surveys of anthropometric data, such as the body mass index, large sections of our people are living through a chronic, stable famine. Releasing a report on childhood malnutrition, Dr. Manmohan Singh called it a quote, national shame, unquote. That close to half our children are malnourished by objective internationally accepted criteria. What many do not know is that 37% of our adult population, men and women, have a body mass index below 18.5, which signifies chronic undernutrition. This 37% includes over 50% of scheduled tribes, over 60% of scheduled castes, and large proportions of our minority populations. Such high levels of chronic undernutrition form a deadly toxic combination with infectious diseases like tuberculosis and malaria because of the reduction in the levels of nutrition that these people enjoy, because of the levels of the reduction in the levels of immunity that these people enjoy from other infections.
deadly toxic combination with infectious diseases like tuberculosis and malaria, and makes childbearing a hazardous prospect. The World Health Organization says that any community that has more than 40% of its members with a body mass index below 18.5 should be considered a community in famine. When this reflects back onto the data that we already have from the National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau, which is the government organization, vast sections of the people of India are living permanently in a state of famine. What is more, the latest National Sample Survey data, NSS data from 2009-2010 series, show that over time, grain consumption is declining. Grain consumption that poor people are able to afford, the amount of grain that they consume is declining over time. So we not only have a famine on our hands, but the famine is getting worse as the days pass by. In response to this, I belong to the People's Union for Civil Liberties. The People's Union of Civil Liberties is in turn a member of the Right to Food campaign, which is a coalition, national coalition of organizations that is trying to bring about changes in the policies regarding food and nutrition over our that cover our country. have been asking for the universalization of the public distribution system. Instead, in fact, the public distribution system itself is the current shape is the product of a 10-year rich that is being heard in the Supreme Court. PUCL versus Union of India, which the Union of India, the lawyers representing Union of India have decided to fight in non-confrontational manner, so that both the sides are actually trying to get an improvement in the current situation. And a lot of the current public distribution system policies are a result of the Supreme Court judgment, the interim judgments of the Supreme Court in this People's Union PUCL case. So we have reached a certain position in the public distribution system. Now we have a food security bill that takes us several steps backward from where we have already reached. Instead of improving the situation, the food security bill, the proposed food security bill, which is now before the Standing Committee of Parliament, takes us back. And when on the 14th of December there was a cabinet meeting regarding the food security bill to be introduced in Parliament, Mr. Sharad Pawar is reported to have said, in response to this demand for universalization of PDS, is reported to have said in the press that the government could not take
responsibility for feeding every mouth in the event of a famine. This is tantamount to Marie Antoinette. Let the meat cake. I mean, it's just as bad. On the other hand, the Planning Commission has submitted an affidavit to the Supreme Court in the same PUCL case, stating that the ICMR, Indian Council for Medical Research, their recommendations, 2,400 calories per day for ordinary people, 2,100 calories per day for people leading sedentary lives, which have, these are the norms that have held till now. Those norms no longer hold, and the Planning Commission is going to be regarding 1,800 calories per day, which is a starvation diet in my opinion, as the normal recommended dietary intake for the day. These deprived communities, these communities which are leading, which have these low levels of caloric intake, which are living in a state of permanent state of famine. These deprived communities are able to survive because of their access to common property resources, to an ecological niche that they occupy. Resistance to displacement is the key to survival, and across the country, under the doctrine of eminent domain, natural resources are being expropriated by corporate hegemonic elites, with the state as guarantor. and the resistance to displacement is quelled under a huge panoply of laws, sedition and AFSPA, Armed Forces Special Powers Act, among them, specially designed to circumscribe and restrict the civil liberties guaranteed to us under our Constitution. Thousands of men and women, even their numbers are not known properly, are languishing in prisons across the country. Their voices unheard. Those responsible for jailing them protected under absolute impunity. This phenomenon has many names today. Kulam, Jaipur, Moscow, Vedanta, and almost the entire Northeast. I just like to tell you a little bit about the Northeast. At a time when the critique of large dam construction has been proved correct even in relatively seismically stable areas. And worse yet, there is strong evidence that storage lakes can produce earthquakes in seismologically active areas. How can such a demented, vast program of hydropower construction be imposed from the center? The center is imposing hundreds of dams on the Northeast, destroying the this will not only displace huge populations, but huge areas of forest are going to be destroyed in the Northeast. Resources. This phenomenon has many names: Kulam, Jaipur, Moscow, Vedanta, and almost the entire Northeast among them. Resources resources enough for all our needs, but never enough for anyone's greed. The practice of democracy is too important to be outsourced to one set of people every so many years. Even if one-third of them didn't have to face major criminal charges, even if all of them, barring a few, weren't millionaires, the sovereignty of citizens cannot be delegated, except for certain limited purposes, such as for the convenience of governance. Democracy has to mean, and has to be made to mean, governance by common consent, governance by consent of the common citizen. Anything less, and we will have a catastrophe on our hands. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ms. Maliha Lodhi. She is the former Pakistan ambassador to the United States and also the former Pakistan High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. But that's not the only hat that she wears. She is also a journalist, a professor, an academician, and an author. And in fact, she's also written about how the middle class in Pakistan perhaps holds the key in resolving the situation that Pakistan finds itself in. It is citizen activism that she advocates across the border. Maliha Lodhi. Thank you for that introduction. It's a great pleasure to be here. I want to thank India Today
for inviting me. It's the first time I've attended and spoken at the conclave, and I hope it won't be the last. So let me say that obviously this panel is about India, but I will speak about my country, Pakistan. And let me start by saying that this is a time of great challenge for Pakistan. There are many daunting problems that the country faces as it navigates a critical transition from military rule to civilian democracy. But as it navigates these very complex challenges, it is also a moment of exciting political change in Pakistan. We are witnessing a rebalancing of power between different state institutions as democratization gathers pace and as different political actors and state institutions seek to find their place in this transition. There is not so much a clash between institutions going on in Pakistan as the headlines would have you believe, but more a renegotiation and reconfiguration of power within the political system. And this is happening in a very transparent way. But let me turn to the real topic of this panel, which is that in Pakistan, the old power structure, the civilian and military establishment is under challenge. It is under challenge from the emergence of several countervailing forces and activist judiciary
free and energetic media, and a growing civil society. And this new environment is recasting the relationship between state and citizen, between the citizen and the way the government governs. It is changing the expectations people have of their government. This political landscape is in a fluid condition, and it is opening up space and offering unprecedented opportunities for citizen activism. The new political terrain is also marked by the rise of a larger, more assertive urban middle class, which wants a bigger political voice, and it wants a more efficient, transparent, and responsive state. I think, and I've written about this, the Imran Khan phenomena reflects this and explains his emergence as a symbol of hope for many Pakistanis. But as he's not here, I don't speak on his behalf, so let me carry on. I think the confluence of some of these factors that I've just described, together with the rapid expansion of television networks and the advent of the digital age, is triggering the kind of dynamics that are making possible efforts to limit the exercise of executive power or the excesses of executive power. This is strengthening the structures of democratic accountability, and it also holds out the prospect of I think, as we heard so eloquently yesterday from Anwar Ibrahim, democracy is denuded of substance if it is not anchored in the rule of law. If it doesn't have the checks and balances that makes rulers accountable to the ruled. And democracy is as much about what happens between elections than what happens on election day. In Pakistan, some of these dynamics that I have just described first express themselves in a politically significant way in the lawyers' movement 4 years ago, which also foreshadowed new forms of citizen engagement in political action. We remember from the last few years that the lawyers' movement saw months of sustained demonstrations, street action by citizens, and by members of civil society, and of course unprecedented media coverage in support of the judges who had been ousted by President Musharraf. 4 months of protest by this coalition, informal coalition of groups and citizens, became a movement to advance, defend, and advocate the rule of law. This led the Supreme Court to rule that the sacked judges should be restored. And then we saw a second phase of this movement, which forced President Zardari to reinstate the Chief Justice and his colleagues. And although this campaign had a single point agenda, it reflected wider liberal democratic aspirations and was spearheaded by middle-class professionals
following, not leading this urban upsurge. I think the stars of successful political activism were well and truly aligned. And in many respects, this set the stage for the citizen activism that we are witnessing today. The interplay or the intersection between a newly empowered judiciary, a vigorous media, and citizen activism is one filling a void in existing formal systems of accountability, forcing a reluctant establishment and political elite to be more transparent in the way they govern the country. And secondly, this is compensating for inaction by status quo-oriented political parties. I think what this is doing in a very mutually reinforcing way is to encourage the emergence of a new form of democratic politics, or what can be called citizen accountability. A virtuous cycle has been coming into play, with citizens taking their case to the media, often media mounting pressure on the judiciary, and then the judiciary's willingness to take quick action or at times suo motu action, which in turn is encouraging others to mount similar challenges. In a way, all of this has been made possible by technology, which has empowered individual citizens and made society more connected. I think the social media, 24/7 television, digital technology have all generated a new sense of public awareness in Pakistan In a way, public mobilization has gone viral. So no longer does an incident of injustice at the hands of a local landlord or the police in some remote part of the country remain local. It often tends to get covered by the media, or there is a citizen action that takes place and the court responds. Let me cite 3 or 4 very recent examples to illustrate the point. And they all show, one way or the other, how the establishment or members of the establishment are being brought to heel. The latest involved a member of the ruling party from an influential feudal family in Sindh, who was contesting a by-election to the provincial assembly. A citizen and the media captured the candidate slapping and assaulting a female polling officer with the police just standing by and looking, not daring to stop this person in deference to her local influence. But the moment this video was broadcast, there was a fierce public outcry. A citizen filed a petition. The Supreme Court acted, and the Election Commission was obliged to annul the results of this by-election, and also to disqualify the candidate from holding elected office for 2 years. This instant justice left the ruling party, which was reluctant to act against this person. In fact, one member of the ruling party even said on television, "This happens all the time. You know, there's a lot of slapping that goes on at polling stations." Well, this was a slap too far. And this led to the kind of I think is going to be an example to others. It's a powerful signal that has been sent to others. Another recent incident involved the cold-blooded shooting by paramilitary personnel in Karachi's restless streets when a group of criminals were rounded up. But again, it was the media and a bystander together took a video from their cell phone, took it to the media, it was shown on television, and of course, there was again a public outcry. The justices of the Supreme Court insisted that the head of the Rangers make himself available in court to explain this conduct, and this led to the punishment of the perpetrators of this atrocity. A third case. Now, these are cases of just the last 2 or 3 months involved a female parliamentarian of the ruling party in Pakistan's largest province, the Punjab. Again, this was caught on CCTV. She was using a stolen credit card to buy jewelry. She was exposed. The ruling, the party of the Punjab was reluctant to take any action, but was forced to do that, and she also lost her seat in the assembly. And the more recent case, just a few days ago, was of a former MPA at whose behest a local school teacher was beaten up. Again, this was exposed and action was taken very quickly. Now, in all these cases, frankly, nothing would have happened if it hadn't been for citizen activism, the media's exposure, and the omnipresence of an
service judiciary. And I have to say these are not isolated incidents. I have just chosen these of the last 2 or 3 months. They're among a growing number that are putting the establishment under pressure and creating a new form of citizen-driven accountability. Among the many cases going on right now as I speak, in the Supreme Court is how an intelligence agency distributed public funds to politicians to influence elections back in 1990. This would have gone unheard. In fact, it did go by any stretch of the imagination that these trends are about to dislodge the current, present, existing political establishment and military establishment from their entrenched positions. But they're putting them on notice and signaling that it can no longer be business as usual. And it's opening up opportunities to realign governance with public purpose. It is shaking traditional elites out of their smug, accountable to no one postures, forcing faded and jaded political parties to respond to public aspirations. And of course, it is strengthening the structures of democratic accountability. It's also exposing the increasing mismatch between patronage-based stagnant politics and the demands of a changing and a dynamic society for modern, efficient, and accountable governance. I think this is making Pakistan part of a global trend. It's nothing unusual. This is happening across the world. As we go through an era transparency, which is being brought about by the revolution in information communication technology. This, as we know, is generating what some people have called global angst. Popular disenchantment with elites across the world. We witnessed this in the Occupy Wall Street movement in the US, the Arab Spring in many ways reflects this, the protests in Russia and elsewhere, protests against the status quo. And I think what I heard for the first time from Anna Hazare yesterday gives me a sense of what is happening in your country. So really, this is now a worldwide phenomenon where citizens are saying it's not enough to elect those we put in power, but we want to know what they deliver to us, the people. So let me end by saying that the question is whether the new forms of political activism and citizen accountability in Pakistan can assume a more organized shape and coalesce with other emerging trends to become a vehicle and a catalyst for wide-ranging and much-needed systemic reform in Pakistan. In other words, can these changes create the basis for my country to govern itself better? I think the real test of whether this will have a transformational impact is if it is able to change the patronage basis of politics and move it away from family, clan, dynasties, hereditary politics, towards what the citizens of Pakistan increasingly want: genuine empowerment, a system based and a system which also professionalizes government decision making and delivers to the people what their aspirations are. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lowry. Can I please request our next speaker on to the lectern now, Ms. Brinda Karat. She is a CPM Politburo member. She's been a politician for 40 years, like she just disclosed, but also she's been a very active activist. She again has played a variety of roles. It's not just labor unions that she's worked with, but she's also spoken out very strongly for women's rights when the question of the women's reservation bill came up. She was one of the leading faces in Parliament to push for the bill, and she's worked on issues as diverse as accompanying the grandparents of two children who were held back by the Norwegian child care authorities. She took them to the president. She went from door to door asking that those children be brought back. So a variety of issues that she has agitated on. Ms. Brinda Karat, can I please request to come here? Thank you so much. Fellow panelists and ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here and to be given this opportunity to share a few thoughts on what I think is a very relevant issue in this discussion today. I mean, when we think about the nation's century,
very ambitious idea. And we look at our own country and the possibilities of India really developing into a very significant power, not in the sense of power, in a negative sense, but the power for the people of this country. Then there are, I think, certain issues which do need to be cleansed. And I think that the role of citizens in the cleansing process is very critical. I think it's very few people today would question the role of citizen activism, particularly after the last year's experience in the campaign against corruption. So I don't really think there can be much disagreement on the role of citizen activism. The only thing is that in our country, I'm not sure whether those in power recognize that or not. Because what we have seen in the last year, just on the issue of corruption and the role of the government, the central government in dealing or addressing the issues which were raised. I think that there is a non-recognition of the rights of citizens of this country to speak. I mean, today if we talk about, and we are proud that we have a strong parliamentary democratic system. But if today it is
in Parliament. And if citizens outside India want to intervene in the process of what that law should consist of, and if they organize dharnas or strikes or hunger strikes, then that in a way is seen as pitting citizens against Parliament. I think that weakens democracy and our democratic system. And it narrows it down to the 542 honorable members of Parliament. So I think the attitude towards citizens' activism, I think we do still need a much further clarity on that as far as the government, and also many parliamentarians. I mean, if we feel, I was in Parliament at that time, and I know that there was real anger among a section of parliamentarians that who are these people trying to tell us what we know best, which is how to make laws? I mean, I'm sure they, you know, they may know best, but the fact is that there are also other people who have their own opinions, and they have every right to be on the streets. So, and we saw that even more recently in the Kudam incident, where, I mean, I was surprised and also I was a bit saddened by the fact that the Prime Minister of the country thought it necessary to make accusations against those who were involved in that struggle, accusing them of being agents of this is a government which is including FDI and every single sphere, but you know, if there's a coincidence of views between certain environmental groups in America and anti-nuclear power activists in India, I hardly think that it's a very democratic way to accuse them of taking money. I mean, I personally am against, you know, the non-transparency as far as foreign-funded NGOs are concerned. But my point is that where there is citizens' activism, and if those in power do not recognize it as being part of a democratic process, then I do believe that Indian democracy itself is weak. The second point that I would like to make is that I'm not sure I agree with the understanding that it is only citizens' activism which can clean up India. I mean, even if you look at corruption, and you know, I was really struck by many of the examples given by Maliha, because you know there are so many parallels here. Just very recently in some of our elections also we found a lot of this going on, and that was also exposed by the TV cameras. But what the point that I want to make is that when you look at corruption, it is of course easy to say all politicians are corrupt, and here are the examples of A, B, C, D. And this has a sort of resonance among a section of people, and particularly middle class who have their own ideas of what politics should be. And certainly, I think this has just become a sort of a brush on all politics and all politicians, but who benefits by this? Who benefits and what is the way out if you're going to say that all politics and all politicians are corrupt? But what are we looking at then? Are we looking at a dictatorship? Or are we looking at an authoritarian regime? So the politics is essential to clean up society. You need clean politics to clean up society. And any ideology which seeks to pit a very, very honest civil society or citizens with a bracket of corrupt politicians. I don't think we're going to clean up much. I do believe that we have had some very major advances precisely because of the very popular and very effective struggles led by Anna Hazare. And I salute that struggle. But I certainly don't agree by using that platform to promote an idea that politics has no place, or politicians have no place in taking this country forward. I also believe that individual. And of course you must. You know, if A, B, or C are known to have made crores and crores of rupees looting this country's resources, and as evidence of it, most definitely they have to go to jail, and that has to be the focus, and that is what we have been fighting for, the fact that governments don't act, and you have to wait for the courts to act. So that is important. But by just limiting a struggle to just 1 or 2 or 10 or 12 corrupt people, what is it? What are the policies which are driving that corruption? What are the policies which create an environment that ये सब ठीक है, सब चलता है? I believe that there is a very disturbing trend in Indian politics today. And I know many of you belong to corporates or run very successful businesses most honestly. So I am not talking about all businesses or all corporates, but certainly there is a very strong trend today of a sort of, I mean, like a toxic nexus between corporates, a section of bureaucracy, and those in power, some of those in power. And unless we look at the kind of policies and politics which are we used to talk about the corruption of the licensed Rajans, say, अरे ये तो लाइसेंस के लिए ये सूटकेस भर के लेकर आते हैं. But today, I mean, whole ministries are being sold. And they're being sold in the name of a non-licensed liberalized society. So you do have to look and see that in the desire to promote the so-called democracy of the market, are we not also creating an environment with these politics? So we must have citizenship, we must have a transparent citizen activism. But unless that is linked to and joined with clean politics and good politics and political parties, I think it is going to be a limited endeavor, a good endeavor, a very good necessary endeavor, but it is going to be limited because you are not looking at the basic policy issue. And my final point is that when we talk about the Asian century and we talk about cleansing India, I mean, I associate myself with what Dr. Benaik Sen has said about fighting inequalities and cleansing India of these obscene inequalities that we see today. But I also would like to share with you some of the experiences that I have had in, say, the issue of caste. We feel proud to say that we are so classes disappeared. This is all propaganda against India. When some Dalit activists went to the UN and wanted to raise the issue of Dalit oppression and discrimination, they were told that, you know, this just doesn't happen. This is all hearsay. Our government representative there said this is all hearsay. So we cannot accept it. But it's real. It's true. Even now, Roti and Beti. Now, Roti ka to फिर भी कुछ हम आगे बढ़े हैं. अभी तो सब जाके फोटो कैमरा लेकर हम लोग जाके बैठते हैं और दलितों के घर में खाना वाना खा के आ जाते हैं. तो ये तो है. रोटी का फिर भी कुछ आगे बढ़े हैं, लेकिन बेटी का कहीं नहीं बढ़े. And I tell you, and I feel so about this, that the most educated people, I can tell you the kind of violence that child faces. And it's in Delhi, and it's all around Delhi. And it's not just these crazy cup panchayats, because you can just brush it aside and say, "Arey, ye to cup panchayat hai." But it's there. It's real. It's true. We have documented something like 142 different types of discrimination against Dalits. And one of the most astounding things which was documented in one a Dalit lane, one a non-Dalit lane. And in the Dalit lane, they had male dogs. And the male dogs used to cross over and go to the non-Dalit areas, and they used to, mate, and little puppies were born. And this was considered a highly insulting practice. And therefore, for the last so many years in that area, in those lanes, no Dalit household is allowed to have a male dog. I mean, why am giving you this? Because it's symbolic of what is real in India today. And if you, and if those who have an education, unless we become vocal and fight this out, we are into this thing about reservation and jobs, and, look at what the reality is. How can you cleanse India unless you cleanse India of this evil which exists? We have to. And this is linked to so many other areas of women's oppression. Caste is a very critical factor. If we talk about a nation's century, you have to get rid of this. And to get rid of this, you need much more activism on it. And I'm sorry to say that today which do need to be voiced. And I'm sure, I'm positive that there are more voices, especially among young people who experience these things too, who will really stand up and help to cleanse India and our society of these various inequalities which exist. I thank you again for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Karat, giving plenty of food for thought about how Jan Lokpal is not the only issue before civil society where activism is needed. There are plenty more and more serious things that need immediate attention. And finally, I would like to request Mr. Salman Khurshid, you know him as the Minister for Law and Justice and also for Minority Affairs, but you also know him as someone who was the face of the government during the Jan Lokpal deliberations.
Good afternoon to all of you, very distinguished panelists. I go last, and that's usually a disadvantage. It's an advantage, of course, because I have a chance to respond to what my colleagues have just said. I want to begin with a caveat as far as although I speak on my own behalf, but since I'm part of government, I can't entirely separate myself from the responsibility that I have in government, but I say very categorically, I think, on behalf of government as well as on my own behalf, a caveat that as far as we are concerned, we have no hesitation and no reservation in accepting that there is an exceptionally important legitimate role for civil society in a democracy. It may be discomforting for us from time to time. It may be questioning our motives. It may be questioning our capacity, questioning our integrity, but I think that's part, that's an essential part of democracy. If it makes democracy stronger, it makes democracy more enlightened, makes democracy more effective, and increases the outreach of democracy and the depth of democracy. It means little that it is to us in some way not personally beneficial or collectively beneficial. But of course, it doesn't mean that there's a carte blanche that we would give to anyone in any matter. These are all issues of dialogue, negotiated dialogue, presentation of one's own experience and understanding, and from thesis and antithesis and the emergence of synthesis in due course. And it's not that it would be just one government that does it. A succession of governments would do it. And at what point of time would you be able to feel that you have actually succeeded in achieving a milestone is something that you will judge periodically every year here at the India Today Conclave. Dr. Vinayak Sen made, I believe, a very interesting, very sensitive, and a very insightful presentation on his understanding and his experience of what I call the other side of the mountain. Very important other side of the mountain. But let me just say one very significant thing, because he spoke of his being here today, because he has bail from the Supreme Court. Let me just take that theme up for a moment. Also link it with what Malia Lodhi said about the remarkable role that the judiciary has played in her country, and certainly to underscore the remarkable role that the judiciary has played in our country in many forms. There may be many issues that one feels a little uncomfortable about, institutional structural issues, not conceptual issues necessarily. But we do want to underscore the point, and I had the good fortune to speak to Dr. Vinayak Sen when we were waiting to come in here, and I said to him that people have generally that I have spoken to missed a very, very significant part of the judgment that gave him his liberty. And I think he reflected for a moment to regurgitates that judgment, and that judgment, although only about interim bail and not conclusive, it's not final, but for those who have watched the Supreme Court carefully and have studied the work of the Supreme Court carefully, and who might even have felt periodically disappointed that the Supreme Court, after some historic judgments on liberty, coming after the last era of disquiet Supreme Court felt during the emergency, hasn't given us an outstanding judgment on conceptual judgment on liberty, releasing somebody from prison and giving somebody bail is nothing unusual for a court. Leave aside the Supreme Court. But in his case, if I remember correctly, the Supreme Court specifically said that you cannot punish a person for their thoughts. Now that, for those common lawyers here, is a very simple thought. It's something that you've grown up on, that you cannot punish a person for their thoughts. Indeed, in a growing democracy, you should encourage people for their thoughts, not punish them for their thoughts. But it took the Supreme Court a very, very important case against the trend that one had seen all the way from the High Court. It took the Supreme Court a very important case to make this pronouncement. Very soon thereafter, in another area that has become extremely clouded with both conviction prejudices, lack of information, political disquiet, political disagreements in the bail matter in the 2G series of cases. It was Justice Datu's judgment in the Supreme Court, where going back to the root of the judgments given in the time of Justice Bhagwati and Justice Krishna Iyer, Justice Dattu on behalf of the Supreme Court said that bail is the rule and jail is the exception. And bail, then he explained, is only for the purposes of ensuring that the person who is placed on trial or charged or is to answer charges is available for trial. That's all. He said very categorically that incarceration punishment before trial is unacceptable in the Indian system. And this judgment, I believe, is again a landmark judgment, except that it pursues and follows many judgments given for 30 years, and it took the Supreme Court several months before the Supreme Court could actually give this judgment to the country. How this judgment is then applied by a series of courts across the country is another matter. Why am I saying this? I'm saying, one, to recognize that in our country, everything is not dark and everything is not to be condemned, that in the very institutions that somehow you at times feel distressed about are these sparks of genius and sparks of enormous foresight and enormous that give us a tremendous sense of satisfaction. But the issue essentially is a problem of conceptual clarity. And that's what I link with the role of civil society in our country. One is conceptual clarity, and conceptual clarity as far as civil society, or for that matter, any institution or any wing of government or any part of our society is concerned, must go back essentially to the root of conceptual clarity about democracy. There is disagreement on every issue in our country today. There would be a disagreement on many issues here in your gathering. And disagreement is part of democracy. Dissent is essential to good democracy. But in every democracy, there are rules for resolving disagreement and rules for taking into account and factoring in dissent, and then providing for dissent, and then turning dissent into a synthesis or into an agreement. There are disagreements in courts as well. People often say that far-reaching, far-sighted dissents of yesterday become the leading judgments of today. And I was saying very outside that we have a judgment that a lot of people consider to be extremely retrograde judgment of some of the best judges of this country. And that's the judgment of SDM Jabalpur. That's the habeas corpus judgment during the emergency. The President's Supreme Court, outside the Supreme Court, those very outstanding judges, including one, two of them who went on to become Chief Justices, and one in very recent years, after reaching very, very advanced age of perhaps 85, another soon after retirement from the Supreme Court, had said that they felt that they had given the wrong judgment. But today, sitting judges of the Supreme Court have said that the Supreme Court, too, by its judgments, can violate fundamental rights of the Indian citizen. Now, that kind of jurisprudence is not seen anywhere in the world. Those judgments have not been reversed yet. Just as I said, the judgment of Lady Chatterley's lover has not been reversed by the Supreme Court. But talk to any Supreme Court judge and they'll probably tell you that that's a wrong judgment. Now, can you, when you have a Supreme Court where people are trained and understand what disagreements are, and also know how to move from disagreements, those of you who are not familiar with the Indian Supreme Court, and I think Malia Lodi ji, you will be interested in this. Every court, highest court in the country, in the world, has power to review its judgments. They were bound by precedents in the UK 30 years ago. They said in exceptional cases we will not follow precedents, we can depart from precedents. Indian Supreme Court is the only Supreme Court that not only provides for provision of review, but also provides for something called a curative petition, where a larger bench of 5 judges who've given the judgment in the first place come together to decide whether the law as decided by the court should be reversed, changed, or modified. Therefore, if we have, even in the highest court of the land, scope for disagreement, and disagreement of such an extreme kind, and rules for disagreement, do we not need rules for disagreement in a democracy as well? Is it that in democracy only the Supreme Court judges can make mistakes, but civil society cannot make mistakes? Is it that parliamentarians cannot make mistakes? Is it that ministers cannot make mistakes? Mistakes that are made can and should be reviewed, can and should be modified, can and should be overruled, but there must be some rules to do this. And the question that we face today is particularly when Binda Karaji says that we haven't learned the establishment to which I consider her to be part of the establishment, even if it's on the left side of the establishment. But the establishment hasn't learned from the experience of the anti-corruption movement last year is not true. We have learned. We've learned a lot, but there's possibly a lot to learn. The only question is, has the anti-corruption movement also learned something? Something for them to learn, to understand how existing systems work and how rules of disagreement, if they don't exist, have to be created. It's very important, because go back to democracy. Please reflect for a moment. Democracy is not only about even if you can explain that of the total percentage of people who are entitled to vote, a very good vote takes you to 70% of those people voting, and less than 30% are the people who vote for somebody who comes into power. And the person or the government or the people who come into power, the party that comes into power, then gives an impression that they've actually swept with 90% to 95% of people supporting them. I call this, and I call this a wrong and inaccurate approximation of people's preferences. And I also add to this the idea of celebration of people's preferences that are taken for granted. In celebration, you increase impression that you have from 30% to 90% of the support of the people, whereas even a landslide victory gives you only 30% of the support of the people. Often, a larger number of people continue to oppose you when you just come as heroes, saying that I have swept the polls. At that time also, a majority of people are opposing you. So the question then remains that our inputs into the establishment, are they being prevented by our insensitivity towards civil society, our inability to understand the role of civil society, our inability and incapacity to adjust to the changing methodology of civil society, the technology of civil that is now available to civil society, or is there a fundamental flaw in our electoral system? If we had proportional representation in the country would we be better off than first past the post? If we had followed the South African example, where the problem of first past the post would have led into a new kind of apartheid in South Africa, and therefore they moved to proportional representation that over 114 countries in the world have. Would we have been better off? It's not an easy answer. They're very, very difficult questions. Our founding fathers must have considered it, and we can research this issue and then come to a conclusion that this is not an easy answer for a country like India, but I do believe that some of the questions about inability to factor in what marginalized people, their leaders, that activists, social activists feel being left out of the system, would it not be better addressed if we have a different system? Now, we don't have that system, and we also don't have the system of referendum. And in an election, there are two kinds of preferences. In any exercise of preferences, there are two kinds of preferences. One preference is what you call an internal preference. I want something for myself, and that's my preference. If largest number of voters agree with what I want, and they want the same thing, then we have a majority, and we get that subject, of course, to the rights that we've given to the minority in the Constitution of India. But there are also things called external preferences, and those of you who traveled during the discount days on American Airlines know some tickets were sold with an assurance that they would be more expensive than the other discounted tickets, but the assurance given to you was that you would not be sitting next to a passenger who got a discounted ticket. And this works in the American economy. Now, external preferences are not things that you want for yourself, but things you don't want the other person to have. Now, in Indian democracy, there are a lot of people who vote to say others must not have this, and a lot of people who vote to say we must have this. And how do you factor those two in terms of what the people's preference is? And this also holds good for civil society. At least in an institutionalized system, you have a chance through parliament, you have a chance through committees of parliament, you have a chance through debates of this kind to somehow shift the external preference from an internal preference. But when you come to civil society, how do you shift the internal preference from an external preference? How do you take one civil society group to be more important than another civil society group? And the more we rely upon civil society groups as we must and we need to, we will end up with conflict between civil society groups. Conflict resolution rules will be required there as well. Dissent, disagreement rules will be required there as well. I can only think of from my days of college, an outstanding American professor called Jon Huntsman, who's no longer alive, who worked sit down and work on rules that would be the best rational rules for society that you will finally go and live in. The rich and the poor will not know what their outcomes will be in society. The majority and minority would not know what their outcomes in society would be. People would not know what their attributes would be. People would not know what their talents will be. And then if you sit in society, he says, if you sit in original position in a dark room, cut off from the rest of the world, you will end up with two basic principles of justice in which he puts liberty on a very high scale, but says that liberty can be curtailed or be exchanged for the least advantaged people, that you can curtail liberty only where the curtailment of liberty will give the maximum advantage to the least advantaged people in society. There may be other tests as well. This is just in passing one such test. But there may be other similar tests as well. And so when we speak of judiciary, we speak of media, we speak of civil society, changing perceptions as they are in Pakistan, and I believe in our country as well. So when Malia Lodi speaks of Pakistan, she is not speaking of Pakistan alone, because no man is an island by himself. You speak for India just as much, and when we speak of India, we speak just as much of Pakistan, because there are shared institutions. Our experiences may have been different. Our limits of toleration may be different, but we share experiences, and there is much to learn from you, as indeed I hope that there is something for us to teach you, but judiciary has some rules of accountability, disagreement and disengagement. What does the media and civil society have? How are we going to work on those rules that will ensure that that there isn't a mismatch in expectations and institutional stability. Now, of course, there are some very important issues of development and livelihood. Their traditional lives and lives that change because there are larger national goals. There are issues about how much are you prepared to give for your society. People who lay down their life fighting on the border, and then we fight for 15 days or 30 days, and then we get together on a round table, and then we make peace. What about their parents? What about their children? Do they say that did we fight and give our lives because you would then be able to come in a 5-star hotel and discuss peace? Has anybody, any soldier on either side of the border ever said this? Ever any mother of a soldier ever said this? No, because that's the sacrifice they make for greater good of their society, of their country, of their people, and we, in gratitude, say that they gave their lives so that we can live and our children can live in peace. But those are very, very fundamental questions. Very easy to stand up and say you have no business to make peace when I have lost we say let's get on because he would not have wanted more people to lose their lives. So there are rules of conflict resolution, there are rules of review, there are rules of absorption, there are rules of disengagement, and I think all this is something that, frankly, civil society and media have to take into account as they become participants in the larger game of democracy, which truly, I agree, must be just as much between elections, in fact, more between elections than it is during election time. People often say that revolution eats its children, and we've known that happen many times over in the world. My worry is not about revolution eating its children, but my recent experience in India of revolutions of the kind that we have seen. Of course, there haven't been sweeping revolutions that we've read about in history, but my worry and greater worry is the children eating the revolution. Very soon after revolution takes place and we celebrate it, we begin to take pieces of that resolution, and we see very little left of that revolution. So the important thing is accountability. There are societies that can withstand challenge. Occupy Wall Street, Arab Spring maybe, the Russian episodes, Green the emergence of the green movement and anti-nuclear movement in the United States, in the United States of America and in Europe. Does it intrinsically and equally effectively apply to us? And I must say that it's an interesting convergence of new ideologies, just as there is a convergence in modern politics of new feudalism. There is also convergence of new ideologies that the Indian NGO and the American NGO has a common cause, but Indian political parties and American political parties must not have a common cause. That's interesting development, but I think we will have to see that as we go along. And lastly, the whole issue of social mobility. We are the ones who have to answer, politicians have to answer this most often. Social mobility and even the civil society questions us on lack of social mobility and opening up, and our leaders, my young leader, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, is often spoken of the Congress needing to open its doors to young people, new generations, new people who've not thought of politics or governance or public life. Open the doors to them so that they can come and make a career in serving the nation. And certainly many of us and all of us are trapped in the issue of social mobility. But it's a larger question, surely. It's not just a question of lack of social mobility in politics. It's a same about law, is the same about sports, is the same about the media, is the same about Bollywood, is the same about the medical profession, is the same about accountancy, probably the same about India today. That we do go from generation to generation as a consequence of how India has developed in the decades since independence. Possibly, this is only the first phase of maturity of our political economy. Possibly, the next stage will be different. Possibly from within ourselves, there will be revolutionaries born that will reject what the previous generation holds out to them. Possibly, we will see greater social mobility. But while we have what we have, let's make the most of it. Let's use the best that we have available to reach out to those who are out in the streets saying, we want some difference, we want some change, and I think that it's important that we respond to them. So, my bottom line is that this is a very, very significant movement that we see in our country. Movement, the social movement, but not all of it is good. Some of it can be extremely dangerous, but rules of engagement or rules of disengagement or rules of conflict resolution or rules of review and such other rules as are necessary of accountability and transparency. I I believe will have to be developed. Whether they are developed by Parliament or by People's Parliament is a question that I leave open. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm afraid we're a little, in fact, we're a lot behind schedule, and we have a really, really packed schedule today. Ms. Karat also has to go for a meeting. So, although a lot of you would love to ask questions to our panel, we will not be having a Q&A session in this particular discussion. We'll try and see if some of the panelists can take your questions outside, but we'll be ending the session now. Can I please request Mr. Anil Mehra, Managing Director in your Today Group, to please come on stage and give a token of appreciation to all the panelists. Can you please have a round of applause for all our speakers? Mr. Salman Khurshid, Dr. Vinayak Sen, Ms. Maliha Lodhi, and Ms. Brinda Karat. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please step up here for a photograph? All right. Now that this session is over, around an hour ago, I had promised a surprise to you. It is here. Well, it is a surprise package from Bangladesh. Yesterday, all of us had applauded the achievement of Sachin Tendulkar, the best living cricketer ever, the greatest ever. He made his 100th yesterday, and today, especially for the conclave, we have a message from the man himself, the best, the cricketer of the century, Sachin Tendulkar. He's joining us via satellite from Dhaka. Meet the man who made history yesterday. Can you please put your hands together for Sachin Tendulkar?
there'll be various things discussed, and it's going to be a wonderful event. All the very best.
आपको एक perfection कहें तो गलत नहीं होगा. आपने तमाम कीर्तिमान अपने नाम के और आपने जो ये महाशतक लगाया वो तो इम्पॉसिबल है. आप देश को क्या संदेश देना चाहते हैं इस 100 के थ्रू?
First of all, nobody is perfect. You keep making mistakes, and that's how you get better in life. You make mistakes, and that's when you learn more. So for me, it's about being a student of cricket. I'm a cricketer, so I can only speak for cricketers, but generally I feel in life as long as you're open-minded to learning things and grasping things, that's when you get better in life. And the same thing applies here in cricket. I've been around now for 22 years, but I still keep making mistakes, and the important thing is that you got to have that ability to accept that you've made a mistake and get better. And that's something which was taught to me by my coach, Mr. Rajrekar. When I was 11 or 12-year-old child that time, he told me that you are always a student of this game. The moment you start thinking that you're bigger than this sport, that is when your downfall will start. And that's such a simple advice, and a basic thing which you just need to follow. And I've done that in my life. I've had a brilliant support team. I call it a support team, which is my family, my close we have achieved whatever I've been able to achieve. Not to forget that the entire nation who's wished well for me, prayed for me, and also the Indian cricket followers across the globe. They're all good wishes have really helped me, and personally speaking, I feel really honored to be here on this program, and it's a great occasion.
आप मिस्टेक्स की बात कर रहे हैं, मिस्टेक से सीखना आप जैसे खिलाड़ी के लिए बहुत आपने मिस्टेक से सीखा है, हर कोई मिस्टेक से नहीं सीखता, लेकिन जो यंगस्टर्स हैं जो आपको रोल मॉडल मानते हैं, और सिर्फ वो ही लोग नहीं जो क्रिकेट खेलना चाहते हैं, बल्कि जो हम जैसे लोग भी जो आपको एक रोल मॉडल के तौर पर देखते हैं, आप हमें क्या एडवाइस करेंगे कि हम अपनी फील्ड में एक्सेल करें?
See, in life, you always have a dream. As a child, my dream was to play cricket for India, and similarly, if you take 10 children, they'll have 10 various ambitions in life, and they need to just follow their ambition of what they want to be in life, and which are the areas where you can excel in life.
Thank you very much. How's that for a surprise? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into our next session, the South Asia Brainstorm. Is dynasty a burden or a boon? Can I request Saurabh Shukla, Foreign Affairs Editor, Headlines Today, to escort to the stage the speakers. Number Rajpakshe, Saji Wazir, and Kalikesh Singh Deo. Can you please have a round of applause for our next panel?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the session, the South Asia Brainstorm. On the topic, is dynasty a burden or a boon? The role of dynasty in politics has been a subject of a debate for many years. Dynasty in politics are intertwined, and this is a phenomenon which is not unique to South Asia. We've had dynasties in the US, the Kennedys, the Bushes. We had it in Japan and in South Asia. We have the Nehru Gandhi family in India. Then we have the Rajpakshes, Sheikh Hasina's family in Bangladesh. And as we begin the South Asia brainstorm, there are some critical questions that come to the fore. The issue has become even more topical in the aftermath of elections in India's biggest state, Uttar Pradesh. These elections have come as a game changer of sorts. The question is the time up for political dynasties? With the voters giving a thumbs required more than a dynasty to endear a voter, or is dynasty a glue that binds a political party together? Is a famous surname a fast track to political success, or does it require something more than that? Did Akhilesh Yadav win in UP only because he had the support of a family surname, or did he reinvent the political wheel? Would Namal Rajpak say would have made it to the political office without the Rajpaksa family name? Or has my friend Sajib made a bad decision by advising his mother from Washington, being a consultant and not joining active politics? Or would Akhilesh done better as an investment banker? And to answer this, we have a very young panel of political leaders who represent the future of South Asia. Let me quickly introduce them. Our first speaker is Namal Rajpaksa. He became the youngest MP in Sri Lanka in 2010. Namal is the eldest son of Mahendra Rajpaksa, the president of Sri Lanka. His grandfather was a minister in Sri Lanka, and several of his uncles hold key cabinet portfolios in Sri Lanka. Namal is a professional rugby player and is now at the forefront of many foreign policy initiatives of the Sri Lankan government. I must let out a secret here, Namal, if you permit me to do that. When we want to go for a movie, we usually go to a cinema hall. When Namal wants to watch a movie, he calls Bollywood home. When he wanted to watch, a lot of Bollywood stars, he told his friend Salman Khan to get IFA awards organized in Colombo. Welcome to Conclave, Namal. Our second speaker is Sajib Wazir, a young leader from Bangladesh. Joy, as he known, he Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. He's a computer engineer and holds a degree from Harvard in public administration. As advisor to his mother, Joy was behind an ambitious project, Digital Bangladesh, to bring IT revolution to that country. And I remember an article he wrote in Harvard International Review, where he advocated Bangladesh as a global leader for secular governance in an Islamic country. Welcome to the Conclave, Sajib. Our third panelist is equally dynamic member of Parliament from India, Akhilesh Yadav. He represents Bolangir in Orissa. He hails from a prominent political family of Orissa. His grandfather was a former chief minister. His father was the minister in Orissa till recently. He represented India in shooting and basketball, and he's a former investment banker. So you have three dashing young men from South Asia talking about their vision. Do they feel dynasty is a burden or a boon? May I now invite Namal Rajpakse for his address first. Thank you.
Distinguished invitees, friends. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this prestigious India Today conclave. And thank you for giving me the honor of being part of this event. Much has been spoken at this conclave and elsewhere about the Asian century. Policymakers, academics, the media and experts in their respective fields continue to dwell at length whether the 21st century will be dominated by Asian politics and culture, and as to how leadership can be given to achieve such an outcome for the benefit of our region. It is in this context that this panel has been tasked with deliberating the topic of whether dynasty is a burden or a boon in South Asia, a region which has a vital role to play in the unfolding nation's century. We need to focus our attention to this subject from another perspective, as well that is the unfolding Asian century. Asia has emerged as a global powerhouse. The advanced economies no longer look at Asia as poverty-stricken land with famine and misery. Further, the leading economies in the world today are geographically connected in Asia. I come from a country which suffered immensely from brutal terrorism for nearly 3 decades. The suffering undergone by our people cannot be quantified. Although my country was one of the pioneering Asian economies in removing barriers to global trade, investment, and financing, in order to become a vibrant global partner in economic development, it could not exploit its fullest potential only terrorism that crippled our society's fabric and economic fundamentals. Since November 2005, my country, under the visionary leadership of President Mahendra Rajapaksa, who hails from a deep-rooted politically and culturally rich family, with an affiliation to political activism in human rights, trade unions, and rural farmers embarked on an economic development strategy, laying a foundation for rapid development within the global framework. Today, 7 years after President Rajapaksa received in office, Sri Lanka enjoys a relatively sophisticated all-island infrastructure network. This has been possible primarily due to the ending of 30 years long conflict under his administration. This has enabled him to unify the country on a single platform theme that is rapid, inclusive development along with equal access to development opportunities in the country. His administration has paved the way for people to be able to express their views in a free and democratic Sri Lanka. His government has resettled almost all displaced people with adequate livelihood support. The government of India, among other bilateral and multilateral development partners, played a pivotal role in this effort by extending generous support for infrastructure development and resettlement initiatives in the affected areas. Sri Lanka has witnessed over 8% growth for 2 consecutive years, following 6% annual growth over the first 5-year period ending 2009, and remains buoyant for the third consecutive year, despite global economic uncertainty. All economic fundamentals remain favorable. Food security has been ensured with the country being able to generate surplus of rice production. Highest priority has been accorded to promote energy security as well. It has embarked on a rapid development process in export, production of goods and services. Complementing the key sectors in the economy, countries' comparative advantage in the port and aviation sector is being fully exploited. With the development of new port and airport in the south of the country, while also developing other ports and airports in the country to ensure global connectivity in trade, aviation, and tourism. Overall, the development strategy of Sri Lanka aims to raise the country's per capita income around $4,000 by 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all economic fundamentals shifting in favor of Asia, our countries are unique in one sense. We all have long-standing culture in transformation towards the modern world must be navigated while preserving of the two fundamental principles. One is the preservation of our culture, traditions, and the value system, which will nurture us in a multiple framework which mutual respect, care, love, and compassion. The other is the conservation of our environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the youngest parliamentarian in the parliament elected in 2010. I'm proud of this achievement for another reason. My father too was the youngest member in the 1970 parliament of Sri Lanka, and as a lawyer like myself. Coincidentally, a cousin of my father had also been the youngest to enter parliament in his time. Before my father, my grandfather, his brother, and his children too had entered parliament, beginning their public service from as far back as 1936. In that sense, I represent the third generation of politicians of the Rajapaksas. Friends, all of us have had to contest in highly competitive elections to enter parliament. I'm also proud that I have entered politics in an era that my country enjoys expressways, aviation ports, hubs, IT-based activities, buoyant tourism, new generation banking, and financing, and a strong construction industry, providing support for growth. I believe that the distinguished panelists would agree that one success or failure in politics in a democracy where regular elections are held depends largely on how one chooses to chart on his own course. Merely belonging to a political family will not ensure that one would succeed in politics continuously, especially in a present context and context of an active media and even more active civil society. Democracy, as you all know, is a form of governance which specific institutions and a state governed by elected representatives. A dynasty, in contrast, typically denotes a series of rulers who belong to the same family, or a succession of powerful people from the same family, according to the rules of that family. In a functioning democracy, my friends, representatives are elected by the vote of the people for a specific term. Therefore, merely by belonging to a family of politicians, one does not inherit office through succession. One of the common benefits of being part of a political family, although short-lived, is a comparative ease, perhaps, of being able to receive nomination from a party to contest election. But the reason I say that this is a short-lived benefit is because although one win an election the first time around, there is no absolute guarantee of re-election. The decision lies in the hands of the people. As a young person, I feel strongly and passionately that as a member of a political family, I could play a useful, important, and meaningful role in giving voice to the youth of our country, revive their dreams, engage in nation building and healing of fractured land. I want to see the youth of my country rise to rebuild our nation and to strengthen institutions that are essential for democracy, that have become weakened as a result of the conflict. Our dream is to see youth of our country strive towards excellence in all fields and demands no less than the best from the public service. This window of opportunity must be seized by our youth to take the country onto a different path, to build a nation that is robust and resilient. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me reiterate the theme of the India Today Conclave. A nation's century securing the global promise. We are Sri Lanka. We in Sri Lanka are gearing for this century, a century of promise for one new generation. The gratitude we could show our parents and grandparents for sacrifices made during their lifetime is to preserve our heritage, culture, value system, and environment. I hope this conclave will propagate the vision of Asia for greater collaboration, partnership, and unity. Thank you.
Can I now invite Sajeev Basit? He's joining us on a special day. This is his grandfather, the father of Bangladesh, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's 92nd birthday today. Thank you for being at the conclave, Sajeev.
Thank you very much, sir, for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today to address all of you. I usually don't make too many public appearances, so it's certainly a unique experience for me. The topic we have at hand is one that I've had to deal with most of my life. It is a question that gets asked all the time. Are political dynasties a burden or a boon? This question was brought up while we were chatting before we came in here, and my response always has been that, well, it is typical that the son of a doctor or a lawyer goes into that profession because it is what they know, it is what they see, it is what they feel comfortable with. I have to confess here, I did not take after my politician mother first. I actually took after my father and went into engineering. My father was a nuclear physicist. Politics is something I became involved in much later in life, and I would like to share a little bit of that story with you tonight. But first, to address our question, I believe Bangladesh is a classic textbook case study on whether political dynasty is a burden or a boon. You see, in Bangladesh, unlike most other countries, we have not one but two political dynasties. You see, we decided that we had to better India in something besides cricket. After yesterday's victory, I just had to mention that. So the contrast, to look at whether a political dynasty can help or hurt a country. You have the two political dynasties, the contrast between the two political dynasties in Bangladesh. One, of course, is my family. My grandfather got involved in politics from an early age. He was involved in student politics. He became a member of parliament. He became a minister in the Pakistani government. Led the independence movement, suffered many years in Pakistani jail, and ultimately led our people to freedom. My mother herself had gotten involved in student politics because of our independence movement. After independence, she went back to her studies, being a housewife, to raising kids. And all that changed, unfortunately, as it often does in our subcontinent, because of tragic circumstances. My mother came back to politics many years later to lead the fight against the military dictatorship. She spent, and I remember those days. I was young. I was 10 years old when she came back to Bangladesh. And we spent many, many years waiting, hoping, fighting for a change, for freedom. Bangladesh those days was a very, very different country. You had a state of emergency, no rights, no democracy. There was a nightly curfew, so you could not go out at night. There was no nightlife. You had Section 144, where you could not gather in public in groups of 4 or more, or you could be arrested. You did not go to the police, and you were certainly afraid of the military because you might disappear. At the time, the hope of freedom, just to be able to express your rights, democracy seemed like a distant dream. But my mother never gave up. She stayed on the course. She kept fighting. And ultimately, she succeeded. There were good times as well. It wasn't all bad. As a child, when I was 12, 13, the military dictators decided instead of decided to put her under house arrest. And as kids, we actually liked that because then we got mother's undivided attention. She didn't have meetings, she didn't have phone calls, she didn't have people to come and see her. So I'm sure my mother doesn't share our view. Now, the contrast that I would like to draw is with the other political dynasty in Bangladeshi politics. I'm sure you've all heard about it, the rivalry between the two families and the two political parties is legendary. But I would like you to bring you to your attention the contrast. The other political family was founded by our first military dictator. He created his political party to legitimize his own illegitimate regime. He had taken power by force and ran the country under a military dictatorship. And this is where the contrast comes in. When it comes to the question of political dynasty, of leadership, the quality of the leadership is something that cannot be taught. It is not something that you can take classes on. It is something that you learn inherently. People such as myself and my colleagues here, we have interned in politics and leadership all our life. We have watched some of the most important decisions of our country's history being made.
we have often had input on those decisions. And that is where bad leadership confers the same bad traits to their dynasties. When our opposition has come to power in a democracy they have, our country has unfortunately gone backwards. Their governance has been characterized by attempts at election rigging every time our opposition party, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, has been in power. Every single election they have conducted has been rigged. We, the Awami, have had to fight them in order to get a free and fair election. In fact, the only constitutional transfer of power Bangladesh has had in its history was at the end of the Awami League's term in 2001. Never beyond that has Bangladesh had a constitutional transfer of power through an election. Bangladesh, during our opposition's term, especially their last term, became synonymous with terrorism. It became known as the most corrupt country in the world. Ultimately leading to yet another military takeover. And that really brings me to the story of how I got involved. You see, I had absolutely no interest in politics. I'm actually, I got into trouble with my wife because of this. Before we were married, she asked me, "Do you have any interest? Do you plan to go back to Bangladesh and get involved in politics?" And my response was absolutely not. I have absolutely no interest. No interest in politics. let me tell you, she never lets me forget that to this day. You see, what happened was, after the 2001 elections, there was a wave which our opposition won. There was a wave of atrocities that were committed against especially the minority voters in our country, because the minorities tend to vote for us, the Awami. We are considered, we are much more democratic, we are much more secular. We are the only large secular party in Bangladesh. And I remember in 2001, and this really was the turning point for me personally. I remember reading in the newspaper a story about a 10-month-old Hindu baby girl. She was snatched from her mother's arms and thrown on a fire by BNP cadres. And this was published in the newspaper. And she died in hospital several days later. And that story made me very, very angry. And subsequently, there were many more stories like that. Other children, minority children, snatched from their parents, thrown on fires and burned alive. A Hindu family locked in their house, and the house set on fire and burned alive. Just a wave of atrocities. And this was ultimately what angered me and motivated me to get involved. You see, I've always had this belief that in the old saying that evil succeeds when good men do nothing. And so I could not stand by and do nothing. I got involved on these issues to fight, then government. I made it my goal to get them out of power, to make sure that they were thrown out, and that such incidents never happen again in Bangladesh. Of course, subsequently things got worse, and I became more involved, but and things went from bad to worse. I went back to Bangladesh. I started campaigning in the media at the time when they were trying to rig the elections. And my goal again was to stop that rigged election. And unfortunately, in trying to stop that, it gave the military an opportunity to come in. My plan was, well, once we get democracy back, once we stop this, the atrocities, and get our rights back, then I could go back to my peaceful life. But yet again, that was delayed. And so this, and ultimately, we did not succeed until finally the elections of December 2008, and I'm happy to say Bangladesh has made a remarkable turnaround. I have been able to pacify my wife and go back to leading my nice, quiet life. I still travel back and forth. But ultimately, that is something that never goes away. You stay ever vigilant. And I can't speak for the, well, I hope I've drawn some of the contrasts can't speak for their intentions in the future, but I can tell you, as far as my family is concerned, as far as I'm concerned, that we will never allow the rights of the people of Bangladesh to be taken away. We will never allow violence to come into the lives of Bangladeshis ever again. That we will do whatever, my family and I, we will do whatever it takes to stop terrorists, to stop those who would take away our democratic rights, to stop gangsters from stop weapons being smuggled in for terrorists and terrorist attacks. And my family and I will always be there to defend Bangladesh, to fight for the people of Bangladesh, as long as we can. With that, I would like to thank you and the India Today group for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Can I now invite Kalikesh to address us now?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. When we talk of dynasties, we have to realize that dynasties are not unique to Indian politics, as has been mentioned by Saurabh when he introduced us. You have it in Japan, you have it in the USA, developed industrialized countries, educated voters, and yet you have the Clintons, Bushes, Kennedys, many more examples in Japan. They are also not unique to if you look across the spectrum, so-called professions which are more knowledgeable, more service-oriented, disciplined, doctors, lawyers, businessmen, they exist. Even publicly held business companies, you find promoters, their children taking over the mantle of the management. Is that necessarily a bad thing? That's what we're trying to question here. Does that in any way stifle those organizations or institutions? Does it in any way reflect on the merits of those individuals concerned? That's what we really need to look at when we ask that question. Political dynasties in India are not new. However, if you were to look at maybe the percentage of successful hereditary actors as a percentage of the whole, I think you'd find more hereditary actors in Bollywood today than you would find hereditary MPs in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. The good ones succeed. The ones who don't do well don't. The recently held UP elections, you've had a case of at least two young political members from influential families who've been head on. One has succeeded, the other has failed. 5 years ago, 3 years ago, the other had succeeded. The Congress has done really well there. Would we like to believe that it's just the surname or the families that has actually caused this? After all, Mayawati was chief minister 5 years ago. She ran the state government. One of the first few chief ministers of UP to actually have a full majority in the state. For me personally, when I started talking about politics, thinking about politics, much like my eminent panelists here, I was introduced to politics at a very early age. At the age of 5, I remember sitting on my grandmother's lap campaigning for my father for an election which he lost. I did consecutive 5 or 6 elections after that. And I remember very vividly that when I was about 12 or 13, just coming back from my first year in boarding school, we were driving at night because at that time there was the cars didn't have air conditioning, so we used to drive at night in the summers. And my car stopped outside the village, somewhere on route between Bhubaneswar and Balangir. 3 in the morning, roads are not very safe, no idea what to do. We walked across the village, and the entire village woke up at night, extremely happy to find out once they found out who we were, does into their homes. Give us hot milk and talked about what my grandfather had done for them. What my father had done for them. To me, it was a realization of the level of expectation the people in that area had of me, of my family. To me, it was a responsibility. Of course, the fact that I was my father's son helped me. Helped me get a ticket. Maybe access to an organization of party workers, political workers, which others would have had to work much harder for. But I fought an election. I fought my first election as an MLA, won by 3,500 votes. A very, very small margin indeed. From a seat when nobody in my family ever fought for. I fought my next election in the parliament, and from that assembly constituency, I won my 25,000 votes. That to me is a vindication, not of my family name, but of the work and of the policies that my party had introduced in the work that I had tried to attempted to carry forward. Of course, political families create a platform for young politicians to enter. It could be financial resources. It could be an organization. It could be the brand recall of a family name. All of this helps. And this is not unique to India. This exists globally. But the second reason, which I believe is very unique to India, is the fact that sometimes in India, we vote on the basis of identities. Be it caste, Dalits, Jatovs, Brahmins. It exists predominantly in northern India. Be it on the basis of religion, Hindu, Muslim, Christians, be it on the basis of lingual identity, Marathas versus non-Marathas, Karnataka versus non-Karnatakas. Be it on the basis of political families, political individuals, prominent political individuals. Whenever you vote on identities, you will see that these identities tend to translate and hinge on individuals which act as poster boys for these identities. You look at Bal Thackeray in Maharashtra, you look at Mayavati, and now Akhilesh in UP. In many of our prominent politicians, you find a link between identities and individual families coming up and carrying forward that legacy. Is that a bad thing? Is that a boon or a curse? As this topic's debate calls it, not necessarily. After all, democracy means the freedom of choice. If individuals want to vote on the basis of identities, if individuals want to, voters want to vote on the basis of a family name, should we not give them the freedom of choice? I am not so worried about it in India. I have seen a number of my friends, my colleagues, my family members who come from very prominent political families who have lost elections recently in Punjab, recently in UP, my state of Orissa. Obviously, it's not just the family name. It's not just the dynasties in politics that dominate the Indian voting pattern. But what is worrying to me, and what I am a little alarmed about, is the control political families have on the inner democracies of political parties. The fragmentation of Indian polity, the number of regional parties coming up, controlled by individuals who tend to create a cult-like situation. And the absence, in some cases, absolute absence of inner democracy workings in those political parties will or could at times lead to a situation where the leader who belongs to that prominent family is not able to carry the voters forward. Yet, he will not allow another leader to rise from in that political party. And therefore, stifling and suffocating that party. I've been asked to make it very short. I know you have a lot of questions to ask here. I think at the end of the day, political dynasties are not incompatible with democracy. They exist. I think somewhere along the line, I have confidence electoral politics, that voters know what's right and what's wrong, and they know how to differentiate. I have faith in them. I hope you do. Thank you.
Thanks, Kalikesh. Well, it seems from what our panelists spoke today, we require something more than a dynasty. You require something like a dynasty plus approach to succeed in politics today. You can't just rely on your family name. Yes, family name gives you a fast track route, but you need to do something more. We're really running out of time. As the moderator, I'll just take quick questions from the three panelists. Beginning with you, Namal. Namal, there is a sense that you've been tipped to become the president of Sri Lanka. You've been groomed by your father. Because the sense is this is a way of your, government. Your father believes that that's a way to have you have an unchanged record to do away with the human right, the human rights criticism that your government is getting globally. That's a way to project you to make sure that you get a global recognition and more acceptance than the present government. Your response? Well, first of all, I must emphasize the fact that the LTT, terrorist organization, was defeated only 3 years ago. And it is after 3 years that you hear, you see a lot of understand, a lot of stories about what was going on.
Sri Lankans, what we always say, as what we always believe is that we should have a homegrown system to make sure that the people of Sri Lanka get what they should be getting, irrespective of what language, what caste they belong to, or what religion they believe in. At the same time, what as a country, what we need is time and space. Within 3 years, you cannot do reconciliation. As you know, there are examples in Sri Lanka as well, where in the region as well, where it takes time for reconciliation. And about the fact whether the dynasties are going to continue or not, it all depends on the people. If people, it's choice of people. And if people decide it, then we all respect it. So we come and go. The politicians, the families, they might be in power today and they might not be in power tomorrow. But the country has to remain. The Sri Lankans has to remain. And they all have to live in the single platform of Sri Lanka. Sajid, you've been talking about religious extremism in your country. We saw a lot of prominent, speakers. We called Salman Rushdie and people like Imran Khan. They had a different view, but you are a courageous person. You decided to go ahead and be here. What is your sense? You know, you think that by actions like these, you're actually strengthening the hands of the religious extremists in countries like yours and in South Asia? Absolutely. Yeah.
we have always believed, we've always considered ourselves a secular country with a Muslim majority. We have a majority religion, but our belief is that we must live in harmony with all. And in religion, you are going to have differing viewpoints. So by taking an extreme stance, all you are doing is furthering extremism. And so in Bangladesh, unfortunately, our opposition party, which is right of center, they fomented the extremism. They used the extremists to their own political ends. And Bangladesh moved towards being a failed state. This is what gave rise to this intolerance, is what gave rise to terrorists. It gave scope, it gave space for the terrorists to operate and exist. Whereas if you promote the tolerance, as we are doing now, you can deny space to the terrorists. We have been, when our government came back, many people doubted whether we would actually be able to contain terrorism and stop it. And I'm proud to say that we did. We stopped it dead in its tracks. One last question to Kalikesh. Kalikesh, you have family members across political parties. How do you reconcile these political differences when you meet at home? How do you manage to keep the family together? Well, that's really difficult because I fought against a family member in my election. Political differences are very difficult to reconcile. You tend to leave politics out of family matters.
that's possible at all. At the end of the day, you follow what you really believe in. And different parties have different ideologies. And I follow mine.
Thank you. We had a good working session. Unfortunately, we could not take more questions because we are running out of time. Thank you very much for being here today. Thanks, sir. Thanks, gentlemen. Can I please request Mr. M.J. Akbar, editorial director, Ideate, to please come on stage and give a token of appreciation to all the panelists. Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for all our speakers?
We're having a short session break now, and I would request everyone to join us for cocktails at Shah Jahan Hall. We will meet again here for the gala keynote closing address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to begin sharp at 8:30. I would request everyone to be on their seats latest by 8:15. Quarter past 8. Can everyone please return to their seats? We are breaking now for cocktails. Cocktails at Shah Jahan Hall. Please be back by quarter past 8. Thank you very much. It's the gala closing keynote address by Sir Salman Rushdie. Please be sure that you're back in time for it. Thanks.
delivering films which make an impact on world level, but from our industry it's very hard, and we are not able to yet deliver that one single film which has made the world take notice of us. So we definitely are somewhere behind.
I'm really glad to have been here and to be given the opportunity to speak alongside so many established and esteemed people. And yeah, I really enjoyed myself. It gives us all the opportunity to speak our mind, and it also gives the audience, the opportunity to ask questions and get the most out of us. And I think, having a next generation session as well gives the younger ones a voice as well, which is a good balance. I personally was on, sort of inherit versus build anew. It was a great session, and I hope that, we've given people an insight into what it's like to inherit a business, the shortcomings that come along with it, and the challenges one expects. And, it's not as glossy as it may all seem, but also, the benefits of it too.
Conclave has been wonderful. The turnout has been remarkable. The level of engagement on the issues that are most important in the world today, I've been most impressed by it. I think out of this conclave will come a deeper understanding of China, India, the United States, the region specifically, and what to look forward to on the horizon. I think it's a tremendously powerful opportunity for so many good thinkers and opinion leaders in India to be able to get together and be briefed on the issues that really matter. You can call it the Asia century, you can call it the rise of the rest, you can call it the rise of the developing world, but the fact of the matter is economies are opening up and competitiveness is being improved in China and in India primarily, and that's giving the United States more in the way of competition.
Hello, check.
We have to look a little differently, perhaps more creatively.
Light on karo.
We do business in the United States, the way we educate our young people. The question's very, very engaging and very deep about leadership change.
Profile na? Profile on करना profile. ये इधर इसको प्रोफाइल हाँ ठीक है ऑन रखो
हाँ ऊपर आने ना प्रोफाइल मारना एक मिनट देख तो सही हाँ अरे ये भी रखेंगे ना सामने से वो डाल के इससे क्या लाइट कट के आएगी आने दो देखने दो कर लो हार्ड कर दे इसको हार्ड कर हाँ ऊपर लो ऊपर लो ऊपर लो ऊपर जा ऊपर जाने दो अरे सुनो
ऑफ करो प्रोफाइल ऑफ करो पार दे दो यहीं से और बराबर में इसके हाँ ये ठीक है
वो तो इधर से भी आएगी ना
उसके ये पीछे वाली पार ऑफ कर दो ये ऑफ करो लाओ
ये मेरे को दे दे
स्टेज लाइट्स
Sanjeev, just give it to him. Sir, मैं already दे रहा हूँ उसको. इसको तो आप इसको. The mic is here, यार. I don't want everyone to hear it, यार. Give it to him.
ये अब पार ऑफ करके आगे वाली लेना, बंद करो।
दो रेनबो।
इन पे क्या रखना है? इन पे एक
विशाल
लगाना पड़ेगा।
अरे विशाल
सर ये पार्किंसंस में जेल लगाना पड़ेगा एक एक करके।
विशाल नाम है ना? विशाल
हो जाएगा हो जाएगा। अरे ये लेटर आ गई अटकता रहता है।
और उसके बाद ये कुछ नहीं होता से लेके
दिव्यांग
दिख रहा है ना?
मैंने बहुत सारे ले लिए थे। गॉट इट अराउंड 2000 रुपीज 1800 रुपीज पर डे। अलग अलग चीजों के हाँ हाँ ऑम्बियंस लाइट करो ठीक है।
अंकित आई वांट अ रेनबो रेनबो दे रेनबो।
सर वो पहले जेल चेंज कर रहा है। इट्स ऑल पार्कन वी नीड टू चेंज द जेल सो ही इज चेंजिंग द जेल थ्रू लेटर।
एंड दीज वंस ऑन द लेफ्ट एंड राइट
पार्डन
these ones on the left and right those ones
हाँ he has already changed the color he will change it through
but they need to be different they need to be different
they are different
they both are green.
Which one?
On the corner over there
the scanners yeah scanners will be changed. कहाँ है? अरे ये कहाँ गया?
महावीर इधर आ जाओ ना कंसोल पे यार।
बंदे का नंबर क्या था? नाम क्या था? राजू 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 MSS राजू फ्रॉम मॉडर्न स्टेज मॉडर्न से राजू आ जाओ जल्दी जल्दी भाग के
छोटे यहाँ रखो।
राजू एक बंदे को लगा दो जेल चेंज करने के लिए। चेयर्स लगा दी हैं चेयर्स लगा दी हैं चेयर्स है ना।
इसका कलर कुछ और कर दो ये पर्पल ठीक है। लीव सम गैप बीच में लाओ हाँ
क्या किया?
8 कैट इस पे नहीं रखनी इस पे 3 या 4
आ जाओ
इसको सेंटर में लाओ 5 नहीं
ये जो
डिफरेंट चल रहा है इधर लाओ सेंटर में लाओ
हाँ बस
दोनों का डिसीजन कब 5-4 दिन पहले लास्ट टेबल हाँ टेक दिस पर्पल लाइन पर्पल दिस वन इज गेटिंग दिस वन विल डिस्कार्ड पर्पल लाओ उधर ले जाओ पर्पल बीच में लास्ट में ब्लू दो लास्ट में ब्लू लगाओ ब्लू दो मेरे को इसको छोड़ दो अभी पीले रख दो इस तरफ पीले पीछे जाएंगे ये वापस ब्लू बेटा ब्लू लगा दो मोहित जब ये आगे के खत्म हो जाएंगे सारे यू कंज्यूम ऑल द बिग वन देन यू टेक द लेफ्ट ओवर स्मॉल लेफ्ट ओवर टू द बैक
डायरेक्टर
with us for our closing gala. Can I please request everyone to please settle down? Please take your seats. We're going to begin our final session of the 11th India Today Conclave in just a few minutes. A special request to all the members present here to please switch off your mobile phones. We don't want any phones ringing or buzzing in the middle of the gala keynote address. Can I please request everyone, the gentleman in this corner, can I please request you all to settle down? Please take your seats. Everyone near the door, can I please request you to settle down? Everyone, please take your seats and switch off your mobile phones. We're beginning in just a few minutes from now. Thank you very much for being a part of the 11th India Today Conclave. We're about to begin the proceedings for the evening. I would request everyone to please take their seats, settle down and switch off your mobile phones. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of the closing gala is Liberty versus I Am What I Am, and that's all that I am. Can I now request Mr. Arun Puri to please escort to the stage Sir Salman Rushdie and author Atish Tasir. Please put your hands together. Now I would like to request Mr. Puri to please open the closing gala.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We've reached the last session of the conclave. I hope all of you have had a great time. I think you're in for a real treat now. I just wanted to say a few words. I wanted to first apologize for all the changes in the program which happened from the one which we earlier advertised. It was due to factors beyond our control. But I think we rolled with the punches, and we gave you some surprise sessions. One was from the very man of the moment, the railway minister, or shall I say railway minister in hanging, and one with Baba Ramdev and Chetan Bhagat, which was also another scintillating session. For those who missed my opening remarks, I just wanted to repeat them. Because I think they have some relevance. At that time, I said in the morning, the first day, that we don't endorse the views of any of our speakers who express themselves at the conclave. But we strongly believe in the freedom of expression. I think there's nothing more sacred for our democratic freedoms than the freedom of expression. This freedom should not be compromised just for the sake of furthering somebody's electoral process. Our gala night speaker today is a world-famous novelist and public intellectual, Sir Salman Rushdie. His presence here has frightened away a listed keynote speaker from Pakistan who was supposed to be on this stage and who, ironically, is supposed to be the face of change in Pakistan's politics. With due respect to Salman, I'd like to say he's just a storyteller. And he's a very good storyteller. He's a man of words. He's a man of ideas, but he's not a terrorist and he's not a criminal. Salman wrote a book about 20 years ago for which a country issued a fatwa for his head. Since then, the world has moved on, Salman has moved on, but it looks like our subcontinent hasn't moved on. In our country, we're happy to appoint some cabinet ministers who have a criminal history sheet, even some people with dubious antecedents get into parliament. But some of these politicians are not willing to share an event with just a storyteller. My advice to them, if you don't like his stories, don't buy his books. Or come here and debate and talk to him and argue. I believe there's a growing intolerance in this country. One of our greatest artists, died in exile. We in the media many times face threats that if you write against certain groups, they come and vandalize your office. I think we take our freedoms for granted. All of us, as we know, are constantly criticizing our politicians and our government. It's almost like an indoor sport. And we do it mindless of the consequences. And that, I believe, is the greatness of this country. Try doing that in China, and you'll disappear into thin air. I believe this country is not so fragile that it will collapse because of a dissenting viewpoint. I believe let us cherish and protect our freedom. As one of the young men from Bangladesh said, evil succeeds when good men do nothing. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to put this whole session in this context. Now, for the session, the moderator this evening is a young writer who is a great promise of his generation. At 31, Atish Tashir has written 3 books, a non-fiction that is a travel through the lands of Islam, and 2 works of fiction. The attitudes and anxieties of the subcontinent suffuse his work. Both the speaker and the moderator of this evening, in their separate and varying ways, are united by the price each one has paid for the freedom of expression. I now give you Atish and Salman Tashir. Oh, sorry, Salman Rushdie and
In the year Salman Rushdie was born in Bombay, that year of Midnight's Children, another great Bombay writer left the city never to return. Like Rushdie, he was a writer of places, of cities, of streets, of small towns, rather than of countries. Abstractions made his imagination recoil. Like Rushdie, he reveled in the plurality of the subcontinent. He saw its variety as a literary opportunity, and like Rushdie, it took him everywhere, from brothels to drawing rooms, from riots into film studios, up and down and across the country, ahead and back in time. It was as if, like Rushdie, his response to the forces that sought to carve up his country, to limit his worldview, was an ever greater celebration of its variety. It was as if he sought to make whole what history had torn asunder. His name was Saadat Hasan Manto, and he, like our guest today, was to pay a very heavy price for his imagination, which within years of his immigration to Pakistan, before Salim Sinai was 10 years old, was smothered. And it is impossible now, when one considers the direction that country was to take in the name of faith, not to see the quiet snuffing out of this big literary talent in those opening years of the Islamic Republic as anything but a fearful indication of what was to come. We, here in India, are fortunate to have fared better, fortunate not to have ceded too much ground to the bearded men or the thugs in saffron. And yet, the presence of our guest here today forces us to ask ourselves what kind of place we want to be. The presence here of this ultimate man of the imagination, a writer who has given us as complete and dazzling a body of work as any has ever made, one in which it feels at times that the whole last century on the subcontinent and more is contained. His presence here today forces us to ask ourselves what kind of place we want to be. One that would sacrifice before the rage of a threatening crowd the freedom of its great writers, or one that recognizes that we are in this business of liberty not so that the thunder of a mob might be heard, but that our most original and provocative voices, those that have the power to invigorate our intellectual life, are heard and protected. The question has to be asked, because Salman Rushdie's presence here today forces us to confront an ugly truth about ourselves. And that is that nobody has quite let down Rushdie, like we have. When in 1989 we ought to have taken him to our breast, ought to have defended his liberty, we responded instead by becoming the first country to ban the satanic verses. When he was most vulnerable, when we should have made it our duty to ensure his security, we passed that responsibility on to other countries and made his travel to India a virtual impossibility. And just the other day in this bright new age we claim to be in, we let him down again for the most cynical reasons by stifling his voice at the Jaipur Literary Festival. I don't have to tell you that even his coming here today has hardly been easy, and given the disappointments he suffered at our hands, and given that he has many other places to go, places that have better nurtured his talent than we have, it is sometimes hard to know why he comes at all. I like to think that it is for our sake, for the sake of our intellectual life, for our hope of liberty, and perhaps because he still believes, as I do, that we might, despite the cowardice and cynicism of our politicians, truly become the place we intend to be. One that recognizes that if it is to chart a course different from those places where silence has prevailed over thought, it cannot afford to shy away from intellectual provocation. It cannot afford to let that list of banned books get any longer. It cannot afford to let down moderate Muslims and Hindus by supporting the worst among them for political gain. If it is to be the place it means to be, it must defend the imagination. It must defend its boldest voices. It must stand up for men like our guest today, must celebrate them as they have celebrated us. The Liberty verses, I am what I am, and that's all that I am, that is our subject this evening. Please join me in welcoming home one of our greatest men of letters. Sir Salman Rushdie, you have no idea how happy we are to see you.
Thank you. Well, first, just to say I'm very happy to be mentioned in the same breath as Saadat Hasan Manto, who is a writer that I admire enormously and who's been so well translated recently into English by Atish, some of his selection of his stories. I've always revered the work of Manto and learned a lot from it. I have to thank India Today because they've given me this opportunity. The last opportunity having fallen away, and it was very much at their behest. I was called up and it was suggested that we needed to put that matter right and that this would be a way of doing it, and I was really happy and grateful to be given the platform. So thank you very much to everyone involved at the magazine. And so, well, here I am. 2 months ago on Indian television I promised that I would be here, and here I am, and you will have noticed the lack of protest or even interest from the people who were supposed to take an interest and protest. Even after various generous members of the press called them up and asked them why they were not protesting or interested. In spite of that, they did not protest, and they seem not to be interested. So that's good. Well, most of them, except for Imran Khan. And various politicians who appear suddenly to have discovered that their schedules were really crowded. I have to thank Imran Khan, actually, for this platform, because I was going to speak at another session less important than this one. And this was going to be his chance to talk to you, and I've, I guess, been promoted. So I thank him for vacating this spot and allowing me to occupy it. You know, there was a time when I would have felt very uneasy indeed to face Imran Khan on the cricket pitch. I was never a very good player of fast bowling or slow bowling or any speed of bowling in between. But times change, and now it seems that it is Imran who is afraid of facing my bouncers. maybe his hookshot is no longer what it was. I want to make a number of points about this. One is, first of all, that Imran has not been entirely straightforward about the reasons why he did not come. One of the things he said was that he only found out a couple of days ago when the full program was issued and my name was on it. At that point, he realized he could not come. This is not the case. Imran was told, I am informed, on February the 28th by India Today who the leading speakers at this conclave would be, and one of those was me, and he made no negative response. He was then told again 4 days later the list of speakers, including my name, and he made no negative response. So it is not true to say that he was not told until the day before the conclave that I was coming. So let's be fair. Imran is a man of the old school. Maybe he doesn't understand how this newfangled stuff called email works. Maybe he doesn't know how to open his email box and see what messages there are there. Maybe he doesn't even have anyone else to read it for him. Poor man. But this man wants to be the ruler of Pakistan. And maybe familiarizing himself with these newfangled technologies would be a good step on that road. Also, as Machiavelli could have informed him, if you want to lie, to placate the mullahs you depend on, don't leave a paper trail that proves you're lying. That's just careless. So seriously, Imran said, or his spokesperson said on his behalf, that he wouldn't dream of being seen with me because of what he called the immeasurable hurt that I have caused to Muslims. I'd like to look at that phrase, immeasurable hurt, in the context of the real world. In the real world, I would say, immeasurable hurt is caused to the way in which Muslims are seen by the terrorists based in Pakistan who act in the name of Islam, including those who attacked this country from Pakistan, backed by the Lashkar-e-Toiba, with whom Imran Khan now wants India to sit down and talk. Immeasurable hurt is caused to Islam by the presence in Pakistan for so long of Osama bin Laden, and by the opinion polls now, which show that 80% of Pakistanis, 80% of Pakistanis see Osama bin Laden as a hero and a martyr for Islam. And by recent evidence provided by WikiLeaks from the emails hacked from the security firm Stratfor, which shows that the Pakistan Army and officers of the ISI were in regular contact with Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad. Immeasurable hurt is caused to Islam by people like the fanatic who killed this young man's father, and by those who showered the killer with flower petals when he came to court. Immeasurable hurt, Imran. This kind of hurt is measurable. In the real world, Muslims in both Pakistan and India suffer from enormous economic hardship, from bad education, a shortage of opportunities, from being one of the more backward communities in this country. And in Pakistan's dire economic condition, it's more or less a general condition. The repressive consequences of Islamic extremism on women and of mullah-driven politics on the freedoms of the citizens, these things are what Muslims actually face in the real world. And Imran Khan would do well to speak of the immeasurable hurt caused by these things, and not take the demagogue's route of choosing instead to demonize a book written 25 years ago and to make its author a bogeyman with which to distract his audience from the immeasurable hurt of their actual lives. And what is true of Imran is also true of the seminarians of Deoband or any of the other people presenting themselves as spokesmen on Muslims' behalf who seem more interested in highlighting these culture wars instead of looking at the realities of the lives of Muslims in the subcontinent. By the way, the Satanic Verses is a book which I would be willing to place a substantial bet that Imran Khan has not read. Back in the day when he was a playboy in London, the most common nickname for him in London circles was Im the Dim. The force of intellect which earned him that nickname is now placed at the service of his people. And its enemy, I believe, it seems, is my book. If Imran really wants to argue about the literary merits of the Satanic Verses, I am happy to meet him in a debate on that subject anywhere, anytime. Well, maybe not anywhere. That might be unwise. If he's not prepared to engage me, maybe he should pay attention to the rather difficult job he's set himself. Here he is, trying to play a very difficult game, placating the mullahs on the one hand, cozying up to the army on the other, while trying to present himself to the West as the modernizing face of Pakistan. That's difficult. You know, I'd concentrate on that, Imran. Try and keep those balls in the air. It's not going to be easy. This is what we call the exercise of freedom of speech. Feels pretty good. Just to move on to say this question of the idea of freedom, we use this word all the time, and when we use it, it's a beautiful sounding word, isn't it? We say, who would be against freedom? You know, it's a word that you would be automatically for, one would think. You think about a free society as one, you know, in which 1,000 flowers bloom, in which 1,001 voices speak. And what a simple and grand idea that seems. It's like that copper goddess standing in the harbor, enlightening the world. But in our time, many essential freedoms are in danger of defeat. And not only in totalitarian or authoritarian states. Here in India also, a combination of religious fanaticism, political opportunism, and I have to say, public apathy, is damaging that freedom upon which all other freedoms depend, which is the freedom of expression. I have to apologize for being one of the subjects of this argument. It is ideally a writer should not be the subject. The writer should be the observer, not the observed. The writer should be the person discussing, not the person being discussed. But circumstances once again dragged me onto this stage recently, or rather in Jaipur anyway, prevented me from taking it. And here you see it, I mean, that as we now have a couple of months of perspective, it's pretty clear to see that what happened there was not unpredictable Deobandi bigotry pandered to by, as it turns out, pretty useless electoral calculations by the Congress Party. Didn't even work, Rahul. Didn't even work. Years and years of kneeling down in front of every mullah you could find, and it did not even work. Must feel sick. This was the debacle. This was what led to the debacle of Jaipur, in which somehow it was suggested that for me to turn up was wrong. This, it seems to me, is the world turned upside down. This, it seems here, what's happening here is what I would call normal. A writer of Indian birth, who loves this country, who spent much of his life writing about it, shows up to talk to an Indian audience about India. I would call that normal. What is abnormal is for that to be prevented. And we seem to be in danger of getting this stuff upside down. And I think it's important to see that that danger exists, and it is not diminishing, it is growing, and it's by no means only about me. I was extremely shocked at Jaipur when writers who stood up for my work were not defended by the Literary Festival and remain at this point still in danger of prosecution for what they did. This in spite of the fact that people have read from the Satanic Verses many times in India since the book came out in 1988 without any question of prosecuting them, and despite the fact that the only prohibition for the Satanic Verses is a customs ban, typically Indian piece of sleight of hand. Don't ban the book, just stop it coming into the country. You know, in theory, somebody could print the novel in this country. There's no law against it. Any publishers interested could, see me later. You can download the book. The ban is an absurdity in the electronic age. And yet it exists, and there are 4 writers who may be in danger of prosecution for having read aloud from it. Jaipur itself is just an incident, but it's important as an indicator of what's becoming more and more commonplace in India, which is a culture war, a war against cultural artifacts of all kinds, films, works of art, visual art, literature, all different kinds, theatre, and this is carried out while the general public mostly sits by indifferently. Let's look at one of the major motivations of this new intolerance, which is this new censorship, which is the subject of religious intolerance. At the time of the European Enlightenment in the 18th century, the great writers and intellectuals of that movement, Rousseau, Voltaire, Montesquieu, Diderot, knew that their real enemy was not the state, but the church. Earlier, when the mighty Rabelais was under fire from the church, it was the King of France who defended him on the grounds of his genius. What an age that must have been, in which a writer could be defended because of his talent. Now, after Rabelais, the 18th century writers of the Enlightenment insisted that no church, even a church with an inquisition at its disposal, could be allowed to place limiting points on thought. The so-called crimes of blasphemy and heresy were their targets, because those were the crimes used by the church to limit discussion. And the modern idea of free speech was arrived at by defeating the notion that these were offenses and that these could be used as ways of silencing expression. Now, there's a tendency to say, that's a Western idea, that's not how we think over here. And I just wanted to mention something I've said before in other contexts, that the Indian tradition also includes, from its very earliest times, very powerful defenses of free expression. When Deepa Mehta and I were working on the film of Midnight's Children, one of the things we discussed often was a text which is very dear to her heart and is also to mine, which is the Natya Shastra. Now, in the Natya Shastra, we see the gods asking for theatre. The gods are a little bit bored in heaven, not that much to do. They decided they wanted entertainment, and so a play was made, and the play that was made was, as you perhaps know, was about the war between Indra and the Asharas, in which Indra, using his mighty weapons, defeats the demons. Well, when the play is performed to the gods, the demons are offended by their portrayal. The demons feel that this insults and offends them as demons. Their demonness is improperly criticized. And they attack the actors, whereupon Indra and Brahma come to the actors' defense, and gods are positioned at all 4 corners of the stage. And it is Indra who says that from now on, that stage will be a space where everything can be said and nothing can be stopped. So this is one of the most ancient of Indian texts, the Natya Shastra, which contains as explicit and extreme a defense of freedom of expression as you will find anywhere in the world. This is not alien to India. This is not alien to India. This is our culture, our history, and our tradition, which we are in danger of forgetting. And we should do well to remember it. There was an article I just read just now in this week's Hindu newspaper, which reminds us of Radhakrishnan. S. Radhakrishnan would talk about how many of the earliest texts of Hinduism, many of the oldest texts, do not contain the idea of the existence of God. And contemporaries of the Buddha, quoted also in this article, would say there is no other world than this one, and would deny the idea of a divine sphere. So again, in the oldest parts of Indian culture, there is an atheistic tradition in which the ideas of blasphemy and heresy have no meaning, because there is no divinity to blaspheme or be a heretic against. This, again, this is our culture. This is not an imported culture. It's not alien to the Indian tradition. This is the Indian tradition. And those who say it is not, they are the ones who deform that tradition. Now, if you feel, as some of these ancient sages thought, and as certainly I think, that God is an idea that men invented to explain things they did not understand, or to encapsulate wisdoms that they wanted to capture, that gods, in fact, are fictions, that gives you a strange image of what happens when the fans of one fiction decide to attack another fiction. It's as if the revolutionary followers of Arundhati Roy were to take up cudgels against the old school charms of Niraj Chaudhary and declare him to be improper in some way. Fictions should not go to war. There's room on the bookshelves for all of them. Chaudhary and Roy, anyway, they're alphabetically quite far apart. I also remember, let's not go back to ancient times. I remember within my living memory an India in which my parents' generation, very, very knowledgeable about the culture of Islam and Hinduism and so on, would nevertheless be able to sit around of an evening and tell jokes and be satirical and poke fun and debunk certain aspects of the religion, and there was no sense that something shocking or improper was being done. This was just part of normal, everyday conversation. And I, as a young person, a young child and a boy growing up, heard in both India and Pakistan, because my family was more or less equally divided between India and Pakistan. In both India and Pakistan, I heard, in gardens in the evening, people sitting around having fun with the ideas of their culture and of their religion. And this was not considered to be wrong. The idea that this is somehow a wrongness has crept in much more recently and does great disservice to all of us. What has happened, the weapons used now to impose this idea of wrongness. Of course, the old weapons of blasphemy and heresy are there. But there are two new weapons, which are the ideas of respect and offense. Now, when I use the word respect, it means that I take people seriously. I engage with them seriously. It doesn't mean that I agree with everything they say. What is happening now is that the term respect is being used as a way of demanding assent. If you disagree with me, you are disrespecting me. And I will get very angry and may even pick up a violent weapon, because that's my way when I'm disrespected. The other word, offense, again, a culture of offendedness is growing up, not just in this country, elsewhere too, but very much in this country, where your offendedness defines you. I mean, who are you if you're not offended? Who are you if nothing offends you? You're probably a liberal. And who would want to be that? The fact is that in any open society, people constantly say things that other people don't like. It's completely normal that that should happen. And in any confident, free society, you just shrug it off and you proceed. There's no way of creating a free society in which nobody ever says things that other people don't like. I mean, if offendedness is the point at which you have to limit thought, then nothing can be said. There might be people who are offended by various kinds of literature. I myself am not very fond of, let me not mention Chetan Bhagat. I wasn't going to do that, so I have not. And yet I believe that such writers have the right to publish. You know, and of course to live as well. Now, the point is that behind these ideas of offendedness and respect is always the threat of violence. Always the threat is, if you do that which disrespects or offends me, I will be violent towards you. And so the real subject is not religion, it's violence, and how do we face up to the threat of violence? And that's something that we need to think about. Recently, religious oppression has been aimed in this country at many of the arts. You know, we know some of the big headline cases. We know about the Hindu mobs who destroyed the set of Deepa Mehta's film Water, which was delayed, the production of which was delayed for many years. It eventually took place in Sri Lanka. We know, as Arun Puri mentioned, and as I said 2 years ago when I was speaking from this platform, the shameful treatment of Hussain Saab, an artist who should have been revered by this country, who was instead driven out of it. We know the craven behavior of Bombay University when some little Sena apparatchik decided to dislike Rohinton Mistri's novel, and the book was immediately removed from the syllabus. We know the dreadful behavior of the university here in Delhi, which withdrew the classic essay of Ramanujan, the 300 Ramayans, because a few Hindu hooligans decided that it was anti-Ram. We see these things happening every day. Every day. We see gay artists in galleries in India being attacked by Hindu hooligan mobs. And these are the cases which make the headlines. You know, behind all of that, it seems as if almost every day now, somewhere, there is a piece of bullying by Muslims or Hindus of groups that they believe in some way offend them, and voices are being silenced. Voices are being silenced, publishers are more frightened to publish, galleries are more frightened to display certain kinds of art, certain kinds of film would not be made that might have been made 15, 20 years ago. The chilling effect of violence is very real, and it is growing in this country. It is growing in this country. And I have to say, this is where the other part of the story, which involves all of us, comes in, which is a public apathy towards this. You know, we approve of the great technological and industrial and economic growth of our country, but we don't seem to value our cultural artifacts in the same way, even though the greatest thing we know about Indian history is the incredible richness of the Indian artistic and cultural tradition. The contemporary manifestations of that seem to be neglected, and these ideas, the ideas that you should not upset people, you should not upset religious interest groups, these have quite broad acceptance in the public mind. So who gives you the right to upset people? I would say, who gives people who are upset the right to come and attack me? The question is not disagreement, the question is the violent implementation of disagreement and the threat of it, which prevents dissenting voices from speaking. That's what's going on, and people here are asleep, I think, very largely asleep to what's going on, and you need to wake up. You need to wake up. There's a line in my novel, Shalimar the Clown, in which one character says to another, "Freedom is not a tea party, India. Freedom is a war." You keep the freedoms that you fight for, you lose the freedoms that you neglect. Freedom is not absolute, it's something which somebody is always trying to take away from you. And if you don't defend it, you will lose it. You will lose it. And that's where we come, to this pretty disgraceful vote bank politics that's going on in this country at the moment. We don't need to rehearse again the false analysis of the UP situation which led the Congress party down this particular road and to no avail. We don't need to give Imran Khan any more publicity, which he probably needs. It may be, I have this theory, it's similar to what Arun Puri was saying, that the Indian people, the Indian electorate, is smarter than these politicians and sees through them. Yes, people can be whipped up. People can be whipped up as they were by religious extremists at Jaipur. But how many people? How big are these mobs? How representative are these mobs? It seemed to me then, it seems to me now, that 95% of the Muslims of India are not interested in the violence being done in their name. And that would be true of the Hindu community too. Because, as I said, they actually have real concerns in real life, which is what occupy their daily thoughts. How to get an education for their children, how to have a good home to live in, how to get a job. These are the things that concern people in this country, not these absurdly demonized attacks on this or that work of art. And as I said at the beginning, you notice that when nobody is trying to whip this up, nothing happens. This is not, these objections to whether it's my book or films or plays or paintings or whatever, these are not oppositions that come from the bottom up. This is not some great groundswell of public objection to this kind of work. These are top down. These are people at the top who think they can get some benefit by whipping up and inflaming a situation and who use their positions in order to do so. This is not actually how people think. This is from the top down, not the bottom up. People are more sensible than their leaders. India deserves to be led better than it's being led. It deserves leaders who can bring her back to the non-sectarian, non-communalist land which the nation's founders envisaged. And here at gatherings like this one is a place where I think the ideas of that India can be not so much forged as renewed, forged anew. And it can be done only if all of us have the ability to speak our minds, to speak freely without fear of religious or governmental reprisals. The human being, let's remember, is essentially a language animal. We are a creature which has always used language to express our most profound feelings, and we are nothing without our language. The attempt to silence our tongue is not just, it is censorship, but it's not only censorship. It's also, I think, an existential crime about the kind of species that we are. We are a species that requires to speak, and we must not be silenced. Language itself is liberty, and please do not let that battle be lost. Thank you.
The way this is going to work is I'm going to ask a few questions and then we're going to open the floor. Please keep your questions short and snappy and sort of no spiels, no speeches, no telling us everything you know. I would have liked to begin on a happier note, on a more optimistic note, but you've arrived here. There's security all around you, which must bring you back to some of the worst memories of a very bad time. We've been boycotted. and we should name the people who boycotted us. Omar Abdullah, the young, we hoped, liberal chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Akhilesh Yadav, who till just the other day was the new hope of UP, and the finance minister, Pranab Mukherjee. What kind of place is this turning out to be when you're wandering around surrounded by security and being really boycotted on an official level?
Well, is this working? Yeah. The security thing, I believe, is a short-term consequence of what happened at Jaipur. I think people were very nervous here. I mean, people meaning, the police force, about what might or might not happen. I think, and I've spoken to some of the police officers involved, I think everybody is very relieved and pleased that there has not been any unpleasant manifestation, and I hope that will mean that security aspect of it can be quickly defused. I mean, I came here 2 years ago, as people will remember, there was nothing, and most of the times when I've been in India in the last many years, that's been the case. So I see that as a blip, at least I'm optimistically seeing that as a blip. The other thing, I mean, I'm kind of impressed at my effect. Really? They're that scared of me? Gosh, I must be really scary. But, truthfully, there's one bit of me that thinks, the writer is the adversary of power, and if power is too scared to confront its adversary, then that only strengthens the voice of the writer. Yeah. It's, of course, dumb, but you will have to ask them why they're that dumb. I mean, I'm not able to speak for them. But it's depressing because it's clearly pandering to what they see as an interest group or a community which has a certain point of view, and I'm not sure that the community has that point of view. So it's running when nobody says boo. Yeah. And that's what we in the old days used to call cowardice.
About Pakistan, I ask you this because I think those portraits in Shame are probably some of the most penetrating portraits of leadership in Pakistan. We have a new leader in Pakistan. He seems to sort of suggest a certain kind of new future, a new dawn perhaps. We know that he's emerged from no one has been nurtured as lovingly in the drawing rooms of Europe as Imran Khan. And when his star rises politically, he turns out to be more mullah than the mullahs. What is it? Is this a new Erdogan, or is this old-fashioned Pakistani hypocrisy? What kind of man, what are we to make of a man like that?
Have you noticed the physical resemblance between Imran Khan and Gaddafi? I mean, if you were making a movie of the life of Gaddafi and you wanted a slightly better-looking version of Gaddafi, you might cast Imran Khan. I mean, he'd need to act, of course, which would be a problem. But I don't know, a British writer who I suppose would be unfair to name, described him to me the other day as a dictator in waiting. I'm not sure that Imran Khan has liberal points of view about much. I think if he ever gets in the seat, we might see the consequences of because he has made deals with both the army and the mullahs. I think that's pretty clear in order to be where he is. And that's not going to give him a lot of wriggle room. If
he was a character in Shame, would he believe the religion, or would he be doing it as a front?
Well, I suppose we have to allow for the possibility that Imran may have been born again. But those of us who remember the young Imran find that, let's say, questionable. But now, I mean, he is now who he says he is. He's stuck with it. As people say, if you wear a mask for long enough, it grows into your face, right, and you can't take it off. So I think he is that now, and will have to be judged by it. I mean, when I was writing Shame, in those long gone days of Bhutto and Zia, it seemed to me that the story of the leadership of Pakistan was almost a Shakespearean tragedy. You know, you have a situation where a man's protege becomes his executioner. You know, I mean, you could see that being the stuff of Shakespeare. You know? But that the characters, I felt, were not Shakespearean heroic figures. They were more like, you know, clowns. And I had this idea in my head that imagine what would happen if you did a performance of King Lear in which the entire cast was dressed up as circus clowns, you know, with big floppy shoes and red noses and stupid makeup and green hair, but saying the lines of Shakespeare. You know, I thought that's kind of what Pakistan felt like. It felt like high tragedy performed by clowns. And that was the spirit in which I wrote that book. It feels more true today than it did then.
This idea of incendiary speech, people, I mean, you mentioned the Hindu the other day, people have written to suggest that your writing might even be hate speech and that there's a parallel between criticizing religion and criticizing race. Why is religion fair game? Why is it okay?
Well, because all ideas are available to be criticized. You know, you if you say, as once upon a time people would have said, that the earth is flat, it's my right to disagree with you. Whatever your idea, whatever your belief system, secular or religious, doesn't matter. All ideas are available for criticism. And if you start saying there are certain kinds of idea which must be ring-fenced, you know, and it's improper to criticize those ideas, you create an authoritarian state at once. At once. There are no such things as ideas which are beyond criticism. I mean, okay, people believe in God, other people do not believe in God. Why should the people who do not believe in God be obliged not to criticize the people who do believe in God? Because goodness knows the other way around, there's plenty of it. You know, the people who do believe in God are constantly criticizing the people who don't. And saying that they are people without morals and there's no way of having an ethical sense unless you have a religious framework for it, etc. That's happening all the time. Yeah. So it's two-way traffic. That's all it is. You just discuss ideas as strongly as you can. You know, I mean, when I was being taught at Cambridge, one of the principles of argument that we were taught was that you can be as savage as you like about ideas, but you have to be polite to people. Right. You know? So you respect people as people, but you don't have to respect what they think. Right. You know, I mean, if you think, as I say, that the world is flat, I can tell you that in my view that's a stupid idea. Right. You know, and that's just how it is. This is how thought is. I was once at a luncheon and at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with about 24 people, and about like 18 of them had won the Nobel Prize. It's a very humbling moment. With all these scientists sitting around this table. And I noticed at lunch how incredibly rude they were being to one another. You know, they say, you know, that idea you had, that's just total crap. You know, and they were talking to each other like this for a couple of hours. I thought if these were novelists, they would never speak to each other again the rest of their lives. but at the end of the lunch, they all got up and shook each other and patted each other on the back and went off, because their training of the discourse is that you can be savagely critical about ideas, but you're courteous to people, you know, and I think that's not such a bad way to go about it.
I'm gonna ask one more question, and then we welcome questions from the floor. You mentioned this before, and we were talking about it earlier, about a certain kind of Muslim that I certainly, I saw the end of, and you probably grew up around. And when you look at poets like Mir and Ghalib, you see a great tradition of Muslims steeped in Urdu culture, in what you might describe as culturally Muslim, and yet full of irreverence, full of actually willing to insult religion, willing to laugh at it, willing to do these things. What happened? Where did that kind of man go?
Well, there was just a shift of generation, you know, and this generation, mine and yours, have become progressively less like that. And part of it, I think, is because there's less of the scholarship. You know, there's less deep knowledge of Urdu poetry, as you were saying, I mean, of the actual culture of Islam let's just say, of the culture of Islam in the subcontinent of India, what it's been, where it has been a very open-minded, inclusive, tolerant culture for most of its time here. I grew up, with, we were talking before, we grew up, one of my mother's family's greatest friends was Faiz Ahmed Faiz. That was the first great artist that I ever knew, and I learned an enormous amount from watching him, studying him, listening to him as I grew up. My father is an old Delhi man. My father's family is from the Ballimara Mohalla. It came from the Mohalla of Ghalib. So my family background is that. It's that you mentioned. And was always a very openly discursive one. My grandfather, my mother's father, was deeply religious, said his prayers every day, all five of them, and, made the Hajj, and so on, and was deeply Muslim, but was also, I've always seen him, remember him, as one of the most broad-minded people that I ever met.
Yeah.
You could go to him and say, "Grandfather, I don't believe in God." And he would say, "Sit down here and tell me how you got such a damn fool idea." And you would talk about it. There was nothing you could not talk about. And that is the world that we are in danger of losing and that we need to regain.
Sure, the gentleman over there.
Sir Rushdie, my name is Pawan Malhotra. On a lighter note, Imran has been a playboy, but you also had your time. The most beautiful woman around you.
Saying Imran has been a playboy and you had a beautiful woman around you too.
But my question is, how is it that you still have the most beautiful and tall woman as your arm candy?
It's because I'm just irresistible.
The gentleman over there in the blue shirt who's just stood up, yeah. We're going to, over there, and we're going to get a mic to him. We have a lot of questions.
Okay, I have two disclosures and a question. Disclosure one, I'm Kashmiri Brahmin. I would love to agree with you, and I'm trying to figure out why I can't. Disclosure two, I was at the Jaipur Literary Festival. I was so glad you didn't come. Because I had my wife, I had my daughter, and I kept thinking about bombs blowing up. And I said, I've just come to relax and hear people.
Please, a question.
Question is,
no stories.
At what point of time, Mr. Rushdie, do you think or do you believe that liberty for yourself becomes license to abuse others?
Well, it's a loaded question, of course, because I'm not talking about liberty for myself. I'm talking about liberty also for the others to abuse me, which they have freely utilized. I'm not trying to say that I'm the only one who gets to speak, only that I also get to speak. The question of the limits of freedom, unfortunately, these days people have begun to fall into the trap of believing that it is right to limit freedom at that point that you were mentioning, the point of where other people don't like what you're saying. I'm just telling you that if you go down that road, nobody will be able to speak at all. Because everybody can object, for whatever reason, to somebody else, and you silence all speech. That's the consequence of that mindset. It is better to be in a world where people say what they want, and if you don't like it, you say so in return. That's how the debate of an open society proceeds. And so, of course, I'm not saying that I'm the only one who gets to talk. Obviously, I'm not saying that.
It's interesting because people formulate it a lot this way in the terms of, oh, you don't have the right to hurt me or abuse me. You kind of do have that right, don't you?
Yeah, and then they have the right to abuse me back.
Right.
That's called democracy. Go to any parliament, you'll see it happening.
The gentleman here, right in front.
Thank you. I'm Atul Bajaj. So, Rushdie, have you ever felt that or regretted that you wrote the satanic verses? Not for anything else, but because of the hassle, the inconveniences, the danger, the tension that you had. And while I fully agree with the freedom of expression, but surely there has to be some limit of decency or, you know.
There you are again. You see, surely there has to be some limit. No, there doesn't, because nobody is forcing you to read the book. You know, it's not compulsory. If you don't, there are plenty of books I don't like, I don't read them. You know, if you don't like it, don't read it. If you're quite enjoying it, you come to I mean, life's too short, you know. Life is too short to force yourself to read a 600-page novel that you don't like. You know? So I would strongly recommend that you find another book. You know, if that's your point of view. This is the reason why when you go to a bookstore, there are books by many different people. No, you see, I myself feel that that's a sort of mistake, and there should only be my books, of course, you know. But for some reason, sometimes people prefer other books, and they must be allowed to do so. I mean, that's all I'm saying is that's all there is to it. Books do not easily offend you. You have to work really hard at it. So.
Gentleman here. I don't think you can ask me a question.
Just a reference to something that you mentioned about hate speech.
Yeah.
The Indian Criminal Code has section 153A, which is actually about hate speech. But nobody that I know has ever been convicted, especially politicians, have been ever convicted. They might have been charged, a few of them, but nobody I know has been convicted. So what is your view about the role of having hate speech as a crime in the Indian Penal Code? Even in the US, I'm sure it's there.
Hate speech
Yeah.
separate.
No, I mean, that's an interesting question, because first of all, I have to say that it's extremely annoying to me to have my novel described in these terms. Because I think if anybody actually reads the satanic verses, as opposed to just having an opinion about it, which seems easier, they will notice that it's not a book of that sort. You know? But the question of hate speech is one on which different democratic societies disagree. You know, for example, in England, there are laws against hate speech, racial hate speech. There's a Race Relations Act, which means in theory if you make racist remarks, you can be arrested and prosecuted and sent to jail. You know? And that's how the British have come to define what is proper and what is not proper to say. Now, the United States has a different view. You know, the First Amendment is so powerful that it defends even hate speech, which is why people like members of the Ku Klux Klan can stand up and make racist speeches, and they are not prosecuted. You know, so these are different ideas about how you proceed in a free society. The British have one view, the Americans have another. I have myself over the years, come closer and closer to believing that the American method, the First Amendment method, is preferable, because my view is you do not end unpleasant thinking by banning its expression. You know, what you do is you drive it underground, and in some ways you make it more powerful by giving it the excitement of taboo. You know, when stuff is out in the open, that's when you can demolish it. You know, when stuff is banned and secretly in corners, it becomes glamorous. You know, the glamour of being forbidden. It must not be underestimated. So I've come round to the view that it is better not to have legislation, even against the most hateful of hate speech. You know, because then you can, when it's made, you can counter it. You know, it's better to do that. It's better to have it out in the open where you can see it, and not under the carpet where you don't know what it's up to. You know, but there are two views about this, as I say, and different societies draw that line differently.
Also, there's a distinction between attacking someone for something they're born with, for the color of their skin, for instance, then attacking a religion or something which is a system of belief.
Yeah, that's certainly true, that there is a great difference between race and religion, because one is chosen and the other is not. And I remember during the last years of the Labour government that, Tony Blair was particularly anxious to bring in a law outlawing religious hatred, which was a parallel to the race hatred law. In other words, to bring religion into the same bracket, if you like, as race. And I recall going to lobby against this law at the Home Office in London with the comedian Rowan Atkinson. Mr. Bean and I went to Whitehall to argue against this. And of course, the funny thing was that all the people we met, junior ministers, civil servants, they were all fans of his, right? So they all wanted him to love them. But he did not love them. And he said, I remember at one point, he said, you know, there was a sketch in my television show recently in which we used some footage from, I think it was Tehran, Friday prayers in Tehran. And over this footage, I had the line of voiceover which said, and the search goes on for the Ayatollah's contact lens. And he said, so would I be allowed to say that or would I go to jail? And they were, of course, saying, no, comedy, we love it, that would be just great, there's no problem. And he said, well, how would I know that it would be all right if this law were to be passed? And he said, it's very straightforward. You just show the script to a government committee and they'll approve it and then you can do it. And he said, well, that's what we used to call the Soviet Union. And this law failed in the British House of Commons by one vote. By one vote, and that vote was Tony Blair's vote because the whips had miscounted and he went home early. Had he been there, the vote would have been tied, and the Speaker would have had to cast the casting vote in favour of the government, and it would have become the law of the country. So England escaped that law by one vote, and that's as close as it came.
Rahul, and then the young gentleman over there.
So Rushdie, as someone who's been able to forecast trends in society, especially politically and culturally, given what we've seen, you spoke of Rahul, Akhilesh and Omar, where do you think India is heading as a society? Are you concerned that as a country we could be mirroring Pakistan in some time from now? And do you feel a sense of betrayal, Sir Rushdie, at the attitude and behavior of the Indian government?
I think one thing one can be confident of is that however bad things get in India, they will be worse in Pakistan. I think it's a little disappointing that these leaders who are supposed to be the face of the next generation and so on should be behaving in such an old-fashioned way. I don't know, maybe they'll grow up. It's my belief that people can grow up. Sometimes. As far as prophecy is concerned, I'm really bad at it, actually. I have had some trouble with prophets in my time. and on the whole, I'm not applying for the job. I think people who forecast the future, it's a mug's game, I mean, I think the futurology is the business of being wrong about the future. The future always surprises us. I think we don't know. We don't know. I mean, I hope, because I think this kind of debate, the one we're having now, which I hear more and more in India nowadays, that's a constructive debate. And I hope that it can lead the country in a more constructive direction and that the new leadership will pay attention to these ideas. I think we have to be optimistic. And this is a country, this is not Pakistan, fortunately for us.
Gentleman over there.
Since religion is at the root of the debate, are you a religious man and do you believe in God? If so, why or why not?
I think if you'd been following closely, you would have understood that I'm not a religious man. No, I mean, I was meant to stand in the way of that question. No, I mean, I've not been religious since I can't remember when. Actually, I can remember when, but never mind that. It's simply, as I was saying earlier, it seems to me that the way in which religion has developed in human history is as a way of answering the two greatest questions of life. The first question is, where do we come from? The question of origins. How did we get here? And the second question is the question of ethics, which is, now that we're here, how shall we live? And religion, all the religions, today in their different ways, try to have answers to those questions. They try to answer the question of origin and the question of ethics. And my view is, the one thing we know about all religions' answer to the question of origins is that it is not correct. That is not how the world came to be. It is not Indra churning the world in a great pot. the manthan did not take place. It's not God making the universe in 6 days and resting on the seventh. It's not, as the Nordics believed, a giant cow lying at the bottom of a bottomless pit, tossing in a nightmare, and her udders creating friction with the rocks, and the sparks turn into giants and gods. These things did not happen. They may be very beautiful stories. I think most of them are very beautiful stories, as a matter of fact. And we can appreciate them as beautiful stories, and I do. I think many religious texts are filled with beauty and with no shortage of wisdom, often, But they're not true. They're untrue in the same way as the Satanic Verses is untrue. So I don't have the need to have origins explained to me by religion, and I certainly don't want my moral sense to be given to me by mullahs of any kind, mullahs or priests or ayatollahs. No, thank you. I'd rather work those things out for myself. So for me, it's not useful. I have to say that given that I've been associated with some pretty well-known atheists of the Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens kind, that there is a slight difference in my view from theirs. I mean, Christopher, who was never a man who understated things, if Christopher could say things in capital letters and underline them 3 times, that's what he would do, with the saving grace that he was very funny. But his view was religion is absolutely bad in all settings, in all circumstances, bad thing, and should be eradicated. My view is a little less neon lit than that. I mean, I think that it is quite clear, as I said, that there's beauty in the religious texts. It's quite clear that there is understanding of human nature and wisdom in these texts. And it's also quite clear that people derive nourishment from them, that people derive comfort, stimulation, a sense of self, whatever it may be, they do. And it seems to me it's not my business to tell them that they must not. That's not my business. That's their business. And if that's what they get from religion, good for them. I don't care. I care when that becomes, when religion enters the public arena and when religion starts trying to tell other people how to live. At that point, it becomes politicized, and then it's everybody's business. And that's the point at which I object to it most strongly.
Kali, Devika, and that gentleman over there.
To follow on from what you've just said, you don't believe in religion, you don't believe in God. But what do you hold most sacred?
I mean, I don't have the idea of the sacred. I mean, I have things that I like, I like going to the movies, I like reading books, I like good food, and I haven't, I think the serious answer to the question, it is often said by religious people that without the framework of religion, it's impossible to have a genuinely ethical or moral sense. How do you have a sense of right and wrong when you don't have some kind of ultimate arbiter telling you what that is? My view, as I said, is that religion doesn't come before ethics, it comes after ethics. That it's, in a way, my view is that religion is that human beings, I think, are in a way kind of hardwired for ethics. In the way that Steven Pinker wrote about us having a language instinct, I think that human beings may well have a moral instinct. That we are born wanting to know good and bad, right and wrong. We all want to know that from the very early times of our lives. Religion is one of the systems for codifying right and wrong, good and bad. But it's not the thing that creates those values. It's one way of responding to the need for those values. I think it's perfectly possible to have a deeply ethical and moral sense without having any religious belief. And I think the world is full now of people who would agree with that. I mean, this is not the only way to be. The disbelieving atheistic position is also an ethical and moral position. And I would say that anybody who was to read my books could see that they are interested in moral concerns and they are ethically questioning. They're engaged with the subject of right and wrong, good and evil, and how complicated those things are to actually define sometimes. You know, and one of the subjects of the Satanic Verses is it possible for angels to do things which are bad? Is it possible for benefits to come from activities which you might call demonic? You know, let's say the moral questions are muddied. Good and evil are not often clear. You know, I mean, Graham Greene's famous novel, The Quiet American, is a novel about how the title character does appalling damage in the world because he believes he's acting morally. You know, he believes that he's a good guy, and he does terrible harm in the world. And that moral ambiguity is a proper subject for literature, always has been, and is something which I'm concerned to investigate, you know.
Devika, over there. Or if you have a mic earlier, then you can... Well, there's the mic. Well, we can...
Mr. Rushdie, I've been wanting to ask this question for a long time. The Islamic culture has contributed so much to civilization, and you as somebody who stands as a Muslim has had the opportunity to put the record straight, to change the stereotyping which has been hijacking the Muslims of the world today, who stand there with their heads hung in shame because of a few people who decide to tear them apart. You have that platform. Why haven't you used it?
Well, I think, as I say, you haven't been paying attention. I've been using it all my life. Midnight's Children is a novel which places the Muslim experience at the heart of the story of the independence of India. The central family of that novel is a Muslim family. The Enchantress of Florence is a novel which goes into the subject of Mughal India and celebrates it. You know, didn't I just say that I think that 95% of the Muslims of this country are not in favor of the things being said in their name? I think that's something I've been saying as long as I can remember. So, yeah, I mean, all I can say is I'm sorry you missed those things, but I've been trying to use the platform in the way that you suggest.
The gentleman over there.
During your entire discourse,
I can't hear.
Is he a threat to you?
Please take the mic. And I don't think.
Could you get me?
I can hear you now.
I am brief in question. Please give your reply also in brief.
We haven't heard your question.
My question is Imran a threat to you? You have referred him and during your entire discourse. He is nobody in the polity of Pakistan as of yet. But still you have referred him in your entire discourse. Is he a threat to you?
No. Imran made some remarks about me, and I'm entitled to answer them. I feel staggeringly unthreatened by Imran Khan. I mean, there are ex-girlfriends I feel more scared by.
Right here, please.
Salman?
My name is Akhilesh Mittal.
Hello.
My name is Akhilesh Mittal, and I think the partition of India is something that we are still living with and will continue to live with. And that was something caused by the British, divide and rule. And unless we address that problem, you see, 1856...
I'd like to hear a question in the next sentence, please.
The question is, are you aware of what 1857 did to India?
Yes, I'm a student of history, but hold a history degree, and actually specialized in the history of India from 1857 to 1947, so yes, I am aware of it. Whether the partition of India is entirely the doing of the British, I think there might be people here who would disagree with. Seems too simple an answer. Actually, I come from an Indian Muslim family that did not go to Pakistan initially, wasn't interested, you know, and was like the very, very, very large number of Indian Muslims who felt like that, who felt, if you like, more Indian than Muslim. And I'm happy to have therefore had the chance to grow up in Bombay, not Karachi. I think my life would have been very different and much less enjoyable had my parents made the other decision. So, yes, of course, partition is a terrible thing, but I'm not exactly sure what you want me to say about 1857 or 1947. You know, I'm against the way in which the Indian uprising was suppressed. I'm against it. But is that news? You know, I think most of us would feel that way. This is 2012. You know, the subject has changed.
Do you feel that have we moved past partition in India? Do you feel that that wound has healed?
Not completely, but I think, you know, you look across the border and you're quite pleased not to be involved with that stuff.
Salman, my question is that this rise of bigotry, intolerance, is it really something India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Malaysia, or is this also manifesting itself in Western societies, those which we consider liberal? And one thing, you made a very good statement, freedom the way you want to live. Now, why do you ban burqas and penalize it? That's not freedom of speech, it's also a way of living. Why do so-called secular democratic countries criminalize wearing of burqas?
Well, only France, as far as I know.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know Switzerland, maybe France, yeah.
No, I mean, of course, it's a good point, and one should say that this problem of the rise of what you could call at its lowest level political correctness and at its highest level intolerance is not only a subcontinental issue. You know, I mean, you see it elsewhere too. There have been in the United States in the last years attempts by the Christian right to ban the novels of about Harry Potter as being promoting witchcraft. You know, there have been attempts to ban all sorts of books that you would find ludicrous. You know, Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse-Five comes up on a lot of lists of books that people want banned. So that impetus to censor and ban is not unique. Of course, it's not unique to us. And it's something which, speaking as somebody who's very involved with International PEN, and in particular with recently British PEN and PEN American Center, this is something that we fight all the time everywhere. Not only here, but you know, we're here now, and so it's right to speak about the issues that are most vivid here. I mean, the banning of the burqa, I mean, as I said, the problem with banning things is you make them more glamorous. You know, you don't devalue the burqa. I mean, I come from a family which despises the burqa. You could try and get any woman in my family into a burqa. You know, they'd give you quite a hell of a fight. But to ban it in some way gives it an authority, a greater authority. And it's, I think, just a politically bad move. I do think that there's something, and I've said this and was unpopular for saying it in England, that the way in which young people, young women in the British Muslim community are increasingly deciding to wear not the full burqa, but at least, you know, some kind of headgear, chadar, as a kind of badge of identity, you know, and wearing it, if you like, with pride, saying this is what shows people who we are, you know, and it's worn in that spirit. I would argue that that is what that discredited philosopher Karl Marx would have called false consciousness. That a thing which is done as a choice in England, it seems to me, weakens the condition of women in the very great part of the Muslim world where it is not a choice. You know, where in most of the Muslim world, this is a symbol of the repression of women. For Western Muslim women to put it on as a badge of honor, it seems to me, is a betrayal of their sisters who are being oppressed. And so I would object to it for those reasons, but I'm not in favor of a legal ban. No, I think it's not a thing for the law.
I'm afraid we have time for just one last question. The gentleman in the suit who's been very patient in the grey suit over there. Yeah.
Sir, my name is Bjorn from Denmark, one of the Nordic countries. So in passing, I must remark that your description of our religion was correct 1,000 years back, but we have converted twice since then, so we are an adapted species. My question comes from the fact that also Denmark had its stint with Muslim rage 6 years back with the so-called Mohammed drawings, and that spurred a debate. Now comes the question, how do we best balance the freedom of speech that also we hold sacred with the respect for others, not forgetting either side of that equation? Sir?
Well, I wondered if the so-called Danish cartoons were going to make an appearance, and how appropriate that it should be a Dane who raises it. Thank you. See, I think in the matter of the so-called Danish cartoons, there are two separate issues. The first issue is, should they have been published? If you were the picture editor, would you have published them? No? And that's a perfectly legitimate inquiry, because newspaper editors every day are given material that they have to decide, am I going to publish that, am I not going to publish that? And no two picture editors would actually make the same choices. You know, there would be, if you say, give the same 10 or 12 cartoons to 10 different picture editors, some of them would publish maybe one or two, some of them would publish them all, and at every decision in between. So that's just, if you like, a journalistic decision of what you publish and you don't publish. I myself think that most of those cartoons were not at all funny, and since the purpose of a cartoon is to be funny, I would not publish most of them. I mean, it's also true to say that the ones that were funniest were also the ones that were rudest. You know, so that the one that I remember is the one where the martyrs are arriving at the gates of heaven and the prophet is asking them to please stop doing it because in heaven they're running out of virgins. You know, now I would publish that because it's funny. You know, so that's one question, and I think we can all disagree about whether we would have published one of them or all of them or none of them, etc., and that's a perfectly fair question. The second question is, what happens when the response to their publication is that of the threat of violence? And at that point, it stops being about religion. It becomes, how does a society confront the threat of violence? You know, and I would say at that point, I would have recommended that every newspaper in Denmark reprinted the cartoons, all of them, as a way of saying we're not going to be bullied. We will not give in to the threat of violence. You know, and they're separate issues. You can have different opinions about the cartoons themselves. You can object to them. You can think they're boring. You can think they're brilliant. But how you respond to violence is something which any democratic society must have a very firm line on. You do not concede. Because the one thing that you can guarantee is that if you give in to the threat of violence, there will not be less violence afterwards, there will be more. And what you're doing is to create a climate in which the threat of violence is legitimate and works. And that you can't allow to happen.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to use the star power of Sir Rushdie and Atish to hold you still in your seats while I thank all the people who made this possible. Putting the conclave together is like getting an intense dose of India in all its glory. Bright ideas and dark realities. The changes in our program made international headlines and breaking news. And putting together 45 speakers in 48 hours and managing all their sensitivities is nothing short of managing a coalition. And I hope that we did a better job than the government. But always, what pulls us through is the silent and generous support of our sponsors. And I would like to thank them now. Thank you, Aditya Birla Group, for your unconditional support always. Thank you, DSC and Mr. and Mrs. Nerula. Thank you, JP, for being a sponsor in my bouncing board. Thank you, Galgotia, for coming in for the first time. Thank you, SRM, for your faith in us and coming in as the additional sponsor for our think tank. Thank you, SBI, for your constant support. We know we can always bank on you. Thank you, SAIL, for your efforts in propelling us into a high-powered future. Thank you, Unitech, PayPower, and Mozambique Projects for being conclave partners. Thank you, Jharkhand, for pioneering the idea of a state partner. Thank you, Great Britain, for coming in as a country partner and spoiling us with your cream teas. And a big thank you to all of you at the India Today group who do this in spite of your day jobs. And now, may I please request Mr. Rajiv Dubey, Director of the Aditya Birla Group, to come on stage to give his token of thanks to Mr. Rushdie and Atish. Thank you. And now that the feast of the mind is over, let the feast of the taste buds begin. A dinner has been masterminded by British gourmet chef Rob Rees. So, ladies and gentlemen, dinner awaits. Bon appetit. Thank you.